Oh, hey, no problem, man. We're all in this together. You know what I'm saying? Oh, sounds great. Oh, hey, no problem, man. We're all in this together. You know what I'm saying? Oh, sounds great. Oh, hey, no problem, man. We're all in this together. You know what I'm saying? Oh, sounds great. Oh, hey, no problem, man. We're all in this together. You know what I'm saying?
Can you hear me now? On my computer. I went and put my headset on and I had a login fail notification. I called Gia in panic because I'm like, oh no. So she suggested I log in on my computer. Are you saying my mic is low? I went and put my headset on and I had a login fail notification. Oh, okay. Let me try an alternative. I log in on my computer. Are you saying my mic is low? Yes, it's so cute. Oh, I already did my video. Oh, okay. Um, let me try an alternative. Are you saying my mic is low? Yes, it's so cute. Oh, I already did my video. Oh, so am I. Thank you for having me. How long do I have? How long do we have? Yes, it's so cute. Oh, I already did my video. So am I. Thank you for having me. Oh, great, great, great. Okay, perfect. So yeah, let me try to find another alternative for the mic.
Hi, Rhonda. It's nice to see you again.
Hi, how are you? Hello.
Hey, I'm doing pretty well. Looking forward to hear you again. It's been a while.
It has been a while. So much has changed, so I'm definitely excited to get back in this environment and see what else is new here and everywhere else.
Awesome. So happy to see you.
There we go. Now you guys are able to hear me perfectly. Okay, cool. I'm just setting up the stream. This is the first time I'm actually streaming this live on YouTube, so pretty excited to actually do the stream finally. It's been a while. All right, I'll let you keep going. Hey, Raina, how are you? Welcome.
To see you.
How are you doing?
Good. The stream looks good.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Are you on the quest right now?
Say that one more time.
I said, are you trying to complete the quest right now? I said, are you trying to complete the quest right now? I'm on the quest. Okay, cool. No worries. Just wanted to check in with you.
Hey Al, can you hear me better now?
Oh, yeah, your mic sounds perfect right now. Appreciate it.
Okay, I'll stick to this method.
Did you are you using your phone, or did you get like a headset or something?
I'm using my iPad now.
Okay, yeah, it sounds really smooth.
Okay, well, this is what it is. And thank you.
No worries, no worries.
Uh,
Have you met Mitch yet?
No, I haven't met anybody yet.
Yeah, let me introduce you to Mitch.
Oh, hi, Mitch.
Hello, everybody.
How are you?
It's good to be here. It's nice to meet you.
Same, likewise. I like your shoes.
Well, thank you. That's my business attire.
I'm loving it.
This what a beautiful venue. This looks great, Creative Owls. I
It's
love
so
it. So will our
beautiful.
presentations be? Will we be all the way down at the end where it says Metaverse panel session?
No, you guys will be at the creative talk stage, which is to the behind me, to the left hand side. So if you look at the map, it's kind of broken off. It's more of like a TED Talk session. Here, let me walk you guys through it so you guys can actually check it out if you guys are interested.
Sure, that sounds like a great idea. And then I'll be multitasking and checking things out throughout the day.
Yeah, and then we are going to be. I am live streaming this.
Giving me the tour.
Mitch, I am live streaming this as well, so you're going to be able to, watch it. So if you can't log in, you'll be able to still participate in the chat or so forth.
Okay.
So right here is the entrance.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, so this is it's a little will be different from the panel sessions, but we'll have everybody here. You'll have characters or avatars sitting on different podiums, different sections, and kind of give it a different kind of vibe from the regular panel session.
Looks fantastic. I will be jumping in with my headset at my start time and then just monitoring and watching and listening and asking questions.
Yeah,
On my
perfect.
desktop throughout the afternoon here in California. So this looks fantastic. Thanks for showing me where the stage is, Creative Owls. I like your style.
I appreciate you. I'll let you enjoy the rest of your day, and then I'll catch up with you here shortly then.
All right. All right. Go take care of business. Good luck today.
Sounds good. I'll talk to you soon. Hey, Cece, how are you? Hey, Baby Panda, how are you guys? You can hear me. Oh, guess the mic's not on. Maybe they're in the chat. Dragon, how you liking it so far? I know you've been exploring.
You know, when I was over with the crowd, we could all hear each other.
Yeah.
I think with spatial.
Yeah, I put spatial audio.
Just so you know.
Because I know there's 24 people in here. We're going to start in about 20 minutes. So I'm expecting a lot of chit chat. So I'm just going to let everybody kind of communicate, network, and then I'll bring everybody in.
Awesome.
I'm going to go.
All right, I'm going to go explore.
All right, do your thing. Go complete the quest, Mitch. Go check it out. Nice, you guys got in here early. Are you guys able to hear me? I did turn spatial audio on so you guys can have side conversations if you guys want to.
Nice. Yeah, I can hear you real clear.
Okay, fantastic. Are you on a computer, mobile device?
I'm on a desktop.
Yeah, desktop is nice. Mobile's been loading up pretty fast, so I'm excited for that. But welcome everybody. I'm gonna go to the front and keep greeting some more people as you come in. Welcome, welcome, guys. Turn some music back on then. All right, we got some. What's up, D? Welcome. D, you got the jersey already? He's got the jersey already, man. He's branded. I love that. So far we are kicking off the Metaverse Summit. I'm going to actually go into film mode a little bit and start recording where a lot of these people are, just so we get a little bit visibility, see where everybody's at in the room.
You changed the outfit. Started freaking out. I said, "Oh my gosh, am I going to on stage with that outfit?"
You can be stuck.
I'm glad I could change it.
Yeah, there was a little troubles uploading and publishing this past day. Ludi!
What?
I came to support Tira for her speech.
Me?
Yeah,
Why me?
because you
Why
tweet
not
about
Jake? Why not Jake?
it. Jake.
Crazy to see everybody out here on the quest, having small conversations. This is what the metaverse is about collaborating, communicating, and three most important things in the metaverse really has to be to be able to transform. As you can see, a lot of people are coming in with their avatars. They're able to really express themselves of who they want to be in the metaverse. It's one of the most powerful things here is, you can have your hair red, you can wear black, you can wear things that are white, whatever accommodates you. I think that's one of the most amazing things that we see here in the metaverse. We've seen a lot of diversity and equality in the metaverse, which makes it really a unique experience. And they be able to transport, right? Be able to transport into different worlds, different sceneries, different landscapes. And that's what we're seeing here today. A lot of people are experiencing this type of landscape for the first time. We've got a lot of creators that are in here that build their own worlds, create their own experiences, and they're able to transport into different things, which is fantastic. And the other part is transact. As a lot of these players are coming into the space, they're completing quests and they're getting rewarded with a certain amount of coins. That is allowing them to go inside our gift shop and for them to, have a really good, unique experience when it comes to, in the metaverse. There's a lot of people that sell merchandise, sell avatars, attachments. There's an entire ecosystem that we're seeing in this space that a lot of creators are able to utilize within the metaverse. Now, this is just the digital realm. It's the same thing that you would actually see in the physical realm that we're actually seeing here today, which I think is fantastic. We've got about another 20 more minutes before we begin. We already see a lot of people are starting to come in and start communicating, start networking. We will see a lot of people go in and out of the room today. We have about, I don't know, maybe over 30 or so people that are that's in here so far. We'll probably see a few more as we come into this space. And we'll have a real live friends come in here. So let's keep rocking and rolling. Got Mr. Hendrick in the house. There you go. We got Meme Cat, welcome. Good to see you. We got Mr. Kyle Hendricks in the house. What's up, Hendricks? Yeah, you got to move. Are you on your Oculus? No, you're on your computer. Yeah, man, there's an entire quest out here for you to complete as well. If you want to complete it, just go ahead and stand on the pad. You'll see that pop off real quick. There you go. Are you able to hear me? You got to turn your mic on. Go explore. What's up, Chakra? Welcome back. The chat is live right now, which is great. A lot of people are communicating. That's one of the great things about Spatial. Not only the community, but the features that we have on here as well too. You can see that people are collaborating, people are chatting, interconnecting with everybody. So that's fantastic to see here. Let's keep exploring. I'm going to go into flight mode and kind of fly around a little bit and see what everybody else is doing. See, Dragon just came back. Vance is back. We have about over 124 visitors so far. We've got about 36 people that have joined the environment that are live right now. So if you are watching, if you want to jump in, just go to spatial.io. You will go ahead and see us at the top banner. We are going to start in about 20 minutes. We'll start with our first panel session. What's nice is that we've got a lot of people that are now hopping in here, and what we do have is we have a lot of booth areas in here that people are able to explore and check out, and we also have some games as well too. So we have some areas where people are now playing. It looks like someone is on their way to get the quest to get the key. So let's see if we can meet up with them and see how they tackle the quest. So one of the things about this environment is that we do have some challenges and some quests for people to try, and it looks like we have Hi CC, who is going to be trying to collect the key. So some of these are solid and some of these are not. So you have to make sure that you can get your way over to the edge without falling. So you got to be very, very careful as you go through this. So it looks like Hi CC is making her way over there. We got to make sure that she hits the right one. And yeah, she is on her way. So she is now climbing, and she's now on her way to find the key. Good job, CC. Outstanding job. Oh, look, we've got Frogs is in here. So now what they're going to do is they're going to go collect some of these coins, and then once they are done collecting the coins, they will go ahead and redeem their key here once they go to their avatar. So one of the great things that we can do in the metaverse is create an experience for people through quests. And the quest that we've created is a play to learn, where you're actually learning about the metaverse. We'll actually kind of go through that here shortly of how the entire experience is. But it's a quest that allows you to learn. We talk about what the metaverse is, what is the future of the metaverse, what things that you can look out for on the spectrum. Look at that. And what's going to be the solutions here in the future. And we also have a section about building a community in the metaverse, which is really, really important. As we are building these environments, these digital worlds, it's also very important to think about, what are we building it, how we're building it, and how we're going to support each other, especially with the economy. We've seen the physical businesses, but now the digital businesses are now coming together. So let's go back and let's see what other, it looks like more and more people are now coming into the space. We've got about 35 that are coming into the space. What's really nice about the Metaverse Summit is we have a great combination of spatial players. We've got some VR chat avatars or community members. We have people from Horizon World, from the Meta, which is fantastic. And we also have some leaders like Tankaboo that are actually from Decentraland. So this is a really, really unique experience that we're trying to create here. And it's going to be very, very interesting to hear everyone's talking point of what the metaverse is. Every platform is completely different. And that's something that we as creators understand, that the platforms are different, but they're made to be different. Everybody has their own UX and UI preferences, and these are really important things to think about as we are about to kick off the summit here pretty here shortly. Let me see where we are at. Okay, fantastic. So we are going to start in about like 15 minutes. So we are going to start seeing a lot more people start coming in. I had my mic on the whole time. So this is great. We're starting to be a good turnout. People are going to start coming in. I'm going to do another fly mode as well to kind of give everybody a landscape of what people are doing right now to get a better perspective. So I'm just going to fly real quick back over here to see what people are at in the stage. Yeah. So, wow. Like we talked about, the metaverse is really special. There's a lot of people that can, that are building, that are able to express themselves, and they're able to create, and wear whatever they want. We've got some crazy outfits out here today. Ludi has one of the brightest outfits that I have seen in spatial, which I think is phenomenal here today. Just gonna go zoom in on his outfit. It looks crazy. And what's nice is that you can join via a mobile phone. You can join with your VR headset. You can even join with your desktop. So it's really a responsive environment that people can create and start building. And so this is starting to be a great turnout as we are getting more and more people into the space, and more people starting to join. And we're seeing tons of different outfits. And people are able to express themselves, which I can talk about. It's just phenomenal. So right now it's about 3:30. We've got another 10 more minutes before we begin our first panel session. This is crazy. It's like the loading screen at the top. Like all these avatars that are just popping in. Nice outfit, Chakra. Awesome. I'm going to have to send a 10-minute warning, let everybody know we're going to start here in about 10 minutes so they can start getting ready. Because the first panel session is going to start at 3:40. Liking this pan. Taking some great pan shots.
Σημειών φύγει, θα φας καμιά φάπα.
Okay, people. So now, before the show starts, who's got the best metaverse jokes?
What did you say? Chris,
Yeah, I just want to hear all your metaverse jokes.
Okay, I've got a
Ah.
metaverse joke, everybody. All right, is
Go.
everybody ready? Here we go.
Yep.
Yeah.
Why don't we tell secrets in the metaverse?
Why?
Because the walls have virtual ears.
Hilarious.
I don't think it's
Okay,
that funny,
one
but it
more.
is. You know,
You mean you don't say secrets in the metaverse?
the walls have virtual ears.
But is it good to say secrets in the metaverse or not?
I don't think it's a good idea. What happens in the metaverse, it's like Las Vegas, right? What happens in the metaverse should stay in the metaverse.
So for sure.
For sure, Mitch. For sure. Oh, man.
Nobody cares about it if they're not here.
All right, let me start getting in here and start jumping back. Hey Tank, how are you? Look at Tank hustling over there.
Because he found someone more virtual.
Nice joke, Mitch. That was hilarious. I was filming on the YouTube stream and we caught that one. That was a great one. All right, we got about 48 more. We have 48 people here, so the room will respond. If you do get kicked out, we do have a live stream that's happening right now, so you are going to be able to still watch it. So if you need to take a break, you want to come back and still watch what we're going to be doing here today, definitely hop onto the YouTube stream. If you want to, I'm going to put it in the chat. If anybody wants to go ahead and tweet it out or share it out, that would be great, because I'm sure a lot of people will not be able to enter as we are moving forward into this space. Hopefully we can get our speakers in here today. Our first panel sessions are going to be around digital marketing challenges and opportunities. Can you guys hear me, by the way? Can I get a clap if you guys can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Fantastic. Yeah, so the first panel session we have here today is around digital marketing challenges and opportunities. Our second panel session, we're going to be talking about onboarding challenges and opportunities. Our third one is going to be around community challenges and opportunities. And then our fourth session, we'll talk about Metaverse Business and how to build your business online. And then starting around 8 o'clock or 7:40 to 8 p.m., we will be having our first creative talk. This is a panel session. We're allowing brands to come up. We had about 28 entries. We are only selecting 8 first to see how it runs. We're going to be timing each panel session for about 10 minutes. It's kind of like a shotgun that allow artists to speak about what they're building, what they're creating. And if you're interested, I will put a link so if you want to participate in one of those in the future. Definitely, we will be having more of these. Now, this is the Metaverse Summit. The next summit that we will be having is going to be around AI, around the AI Summit in December. So we are going to be talking around generative AI. How is it going to impact us as creators, as the economy, and moving forward. We'll talk about here a little bit as we move forward, but I want to welcome everybody here to the Metaverse Summit. Vance, if you can come up here as well too, that would be great. Perfect. Vance and I will be your hosts here today. Our job is to make sure that we keep the conversation here pretty strong on topic. During the entire summit, we are going to be asking a lot of questions to our speakers, but we are going to be asking a lot of questions to you guys that are audience that are listening. This is supposed to be a very engaging event where we're going to be asking you questions about what is your perspective on it? Does it make sense or not? The number one thing here today is to have an open mind. A lot of us here are coming from multiple different platforms. A lot of us here have a lot of different backgrounds. We have more years of experience than others in this space. So I want everybody to be very cognizant of that. I'm actually going to turn spatial audio on. So there you go. So maybe you guys can hear me a little bit better. So yeah, please have an open mind as we have today's discussions. Please be respectful of the speakers. Every one of these speakers are very, very hand selected. We are trying to create some diversity in some of these speakers. We have people from Decentraland that got referred to us by Decentraland. We have people from Horizon World that have been phenomenal, provide us a lot of information. We have some spatial creators in here that I have worked with in the past that are also providing value, and they're creating some really, really great, amazing experience here today. So I want to give a round of applause not only to the speakers, but everybody being here today and taking some time to listen in what we're doing today. So thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Vance and see if she has something to say. If not, we will begin here shortly.
Hello, everyone. I just want to say thank you again for joining us today. We have some amazing speakers, so please stay with us. And if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat box. Also, make sure to give us a heart and follow everyone and the speakers that are here. If you wish to connect later on, I also want to say, just in case that Owls or I get rugged to the speakers. Mostly, we do have the questions in the slide, so you can feel prepared. And please keep the conversation going, so our audience can get your insights. And yes, thank you again for everything. And let's get started.
Perfect. Yeah, if I can get some of the speakers to please approach the stage, I would appreciate it. Hopefully, we can get everybody in here. I know we'll probably have some technical issues. That's definitely part of technology, of getting everybody in here at the same time. I know that Yasmin might have issues with or Gia, but I know Rhonda is here today, so hopefully we can get Rhonda up on stage. I don't know if she's in here yet or could be struggling to come up here. There she is. She just joined. Also, big shout out to Hendrik.eth. It's my guy. Good to see you in here supporting the movement. And also, please just take a seat. Be cool to just not get anybody on the stage so we can make sure everybody's here. Let me see if I can get Rhonda up here. All right, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, maybe that's what we needed to
very well.
we needed to turn that on. Yes, Yasmin, if I can get you on stage, Rhonda, if I can get you on stage, please. And I'm not sure if Gia is going to be on here or not.
Please do. I'm just in front of. I'm in the
No worries. And please mute your mic if you are not speaking. Oh, Yasmin, can you hear me?
I'll get you when I get off work.
There's Yasmin.
I do.
Hey, Yasmin, how are you? Rhonda, can you hear me?
I'm all right. I'm just in front of my picture, as a matter of fact. Shall I jump there?
No. Make your way over to the main stage. We're waiting for you.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to follow Rhonda. I think I see her running.
Perfect.
Hello, how are you?
Good,
Where are you
good.
from? Venezuela. My name is Marcos Cardoso.
We're going to Marcos.
Ira, I must go. Good luck with your speech. Bye-bye.
You can just let me know where the main page is. That would be fantastic, because I think I get lost.
Yeah, just go straight ahead, and then you'll be able to find the main stage. So right when you walk in, just go straight in.
Okay.
And Rhonda, you can come up on the stage and go ahead and grab a seat. Perfect.
How do I sit down? I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Just go to the chair and you can just click on it. You'll be able to sit down. Perfect.
There we go. Am I sitting?
Yep, you're sitting. Yeah, perfect. And we'll just wait for Yasmin to come up here, and then we should be good to go.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm making my way. Sorry, guys.
It's okay.
There we go.
Yep. And if you want to turn off your camera, it'll be a little bit easier for you.
Remind me how to jump again.
You can hit spacebar. There you go. There you go. And then go ahead and find the seat and just click.
Wonderful.
Perfect. And see if I can get Dope Stilo. Would you mind joining this session? I don't know if Stilo's going to be able to do this or not. Perfect. There we go. Appreciate you. All right. Perfect. I think that should be it. And we should begin here in a second. Okay. Well, let's see if we can get her to sit down. All right. Well, as you're figuring that out, we are going to begin. We'll welcome everybody to our first panel session around Metaverse digital marketing and challenges. Today, we are joined by Yasmin from the Innoverse.ai. Gia from Spatial will not be here. I think she might be out or trying to log into the room. We have Rhonda from Horizon World from Meta. And we are also be joined by Dope Stilo as well, too. I'm going to let everybody do a quick introduction of themselves before we begin. Yasmin, would you please give us a quick 30-second introduction of yourself?
Sure. No worries. So, hi everyone. My name is Yasmin. I live in London. I've been working in the last 18 years in the edtech industry, where gamification has been strongly applied with data analysis and AI, so artificial intelligence. And in the last 5 years, I have been intensively working in the metaverse and gaming industry, where I shifted to advise on games such as the Gen Royale that I'm part of, where we are having the capabilities of gaming differently. Obviously, the decentralized approach is very close to art from a digital identity point of view, from an asset point of view, and from also a marketing approach point of view for the next 5 years. So I think, we're going to have the time to talk about that later, but this is me in a nutshell.
Thank you so much. Rhonda, would love to get an introduction from you next, please.
Hello, I'm Rhonda X. My native platform is Horizon Worlds. I started in 2021. I build virtual reality spaces for corporate companies such as MasterCard, such as Fender. I work with VR in Review, which is a development immersive company inside Horizon Worlds, and we work alongside Meta to build these immersive experiences. And I am head of marketing for the company. So I've had the experience of being able to learn so much in this new platform just through trial and error. And I think what's very interesting is we're all kind of learning together. So yeah, I'm excited to explore today.
Thank you for being here today. Mr. Dope Stilo, please have an introduction.
Hello, everybody. Thank you. Thank you for letting me be here today. My name is Dope Stilo. I'm a digital creator and an event curator based out of Los Angeles. Specifically, I've had the immense pleasure of building experiences and bridging the digital and physical worlds together, bringing along brands and spreading awareness about what can be done. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you guys for all being here today. My name is Creative Owls. I am one of your hosts here today at the Metaverse Summit, and I want to dive into our first question, which I think is a real eye-opener for us here today. Guys, please make sure not to hit the questions. So this is for everybody to see what the questions are. I think this is going to help everybody. So the first question I have is, how does digital marketing in the metaverse differ from traditional marketing? And what unique challenges and opportunities does this present? I'd like to have Yasmin answer this first question.
Me?
Yes, please.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Sure. Well, the thing is, like, from my perspective, marketing is changing and shifting, and we are just at the early stage of what will be the next impact in terms of business from a marketing perspective in the metaverse. Because the metaverse, as we see it today and we play with it today, in the next 5 years will be totally different with all the hardwares, evolution and sure. The metaverse will be like something that you have on a daily basis, like having your phone and just scanning something, or just having AR or VR glasses that you can go through and make it, and look at the shop and you can see all the sales or whatever things happening, or even having like a virtual avatars at the door of a shop that you're gonna be walking in and saying hello. It does sound like a science fiction and fantasy sometimes when I talk about it, but we're getting closer, because with all the technology that is happening, what we have today are just the first steps, like the infant steps for the next experience in terms of what the metaverse will be. I would probably say that you have so many possibilities and so many opportunities for content creators to make it in that way. And if we have to list maybe challenges, I would probably say two. From my perspective, in the next 5 years, the first challenge will be to find the right balance between the content creators and the brand, because today we kind of found a little bit of a balance with social media and so on, and a little bit of economy, but this is just a glimpse of what can happen in the next 5 years for the content creator, because with the decentralization, people don't need to have a middleman anymore. They will get directly this circular economy point, focusing on them. So if you're a content creator or thinking to do something such as, it's the best way to kind of get yourself out, because the next time is people will pay you directly. You will get directly this audiences around you, and that's very important. But the challenge today, I would probably say, is that we need this adoptions, and we need in terms of not only the platform itself to kind of make themselves out and put the efforts, like when YouTube was launched. It was just a platform, and it's the same as today. And if we didn't have content creators coming and do extremes, putting videos, creating things, we would never have what YouTube today is, recipes, movies, documentaries, and so on. So you have to have this 5 to 10 years vision about that, and I think this is what we need to shift our mind toward, because many of them are like, oh yeah, but I'm quite comfortable the way I am. Well, think of a freedom in terms of earning, in terms of assets, in terms of everything that you can own. That's fantastic. The second challenge, I would probably say, is from the end users, because today we use platforms and we give our data, but we need to find a balance between both people, because I think that, again, we are taking away this platform's power over the end users, which is very important. That people need to, talk about. When you are decentralized in a blockchain ecosystem, your data as an end user, wherever you are, belongs to you. So you can take it, you can, rent it out for a platform, so you have the freedom to earn from whatever you're doing on the web. And that's something that people are not aware of. And I see them at the same time as challenges, because people need to shift their mind and transform this thought that, okay, I'm using Facebook for free, I'm using TikTok for free, but I'm watching and it's okay. No, my data, wherever I'm going in the next 5 years, I own it, and nobody can own it on my behalf and do whatever they want with it, and kind of manipulate the message that going toward me. I am the owner of whatever I need to see, what I want to do, and I am capable to rent it out. It's like the Airbnb of data. This is what we're gonna go toward, and I see it as a challenge, as I said, because we need the mindset shift, but also how the centralized platform will be strongly losing, because in the next 10 years, it's going to be a big game changer in terms of, oh my God, what are we doing with all the social media media in a Web 2, and they're going to either have to move and shift themselves into this kind of platform, decentralized, where people will own their information, they will rent them out, they will create the content will get, the money will get directly to them without a middleman, and so on and so forth. And then it's either they adapt or they're gonna be kind of dying out. So I think that's kind of my point of view. Eric, over to you.
Thank you, Yasmin. That was a great explanation, and you definitely went depths into some of the other questions that we were going to ask. But I want to turn the question over to Rhonda as well too. Again, how does the digital marketing in the metaverse different from traditional marketing?
I have a much more simpler answer. I really think that, digital marketing in the metaverse should just simply be natural, intuitive, and personal, opposed to traditional flat media that was like text messages, images, and video. Metaverse marketing is injected into the user's experience. So it's not just in your face as traditional marketing is. It's more immersive and it's experience based. And I think one of the challenges we face is how quick, as a creator, there's so many different technologies that's constantly coming out, and it's kind of hard to keep up, right? So I think the challenges is learning how to follow the trends without spreading yourself too thin. I feel like it's easy to want to hop on the new trend or want to do the next new thing, but you have to conquer one thing at a time. And I think this industry is going to be ever growing. And so I think our challenge is just focusing on one thing at a time, just because it's growing so fast. But overall, digital marketing now in the metaverse is immersive.
Yeah, it definitely is immersive. There's definitely going to be a different flavor, I feel, also as well too. And it shouldn't really differ a lot from Web 2. But like what Yasmin was saying is the content itself is going to really dramatically change. As from before, we would have different graphics and banners, but how does that look like in the metaverse, and how are you going to promote that? I think that's something that is going to be a big question for us as well too. The questions we're going to go is to Dope Stilo. The same question to you too is, how does digital marketing in the metaverse different from traditional marketing?
Thank you. Yeah. I think digital marketing is just a beautiful thing from the perspective of low risk, low cost. We can have a lot of events, trial and error, try new things. And, it's just an opportunity to have impactful experiences. One time I was in, for example, Horizon, and I was throwing French fries in a milkshake at Wendy's. I haven't eaten Wendy's in 10, 15 years since I was a kid, but I've met them many times since then, because that memory was really engraved in me. So I think, the opportunity just to fast track, your brand growth, your brand experience, managing situations, and finding a balance, to enhance and offer enhanced experiences to your community. A quick challenge would be a time zone. I think time zones, being, you're involved with the world. So, when you have an event, you might be open to Europe, but you might close Asia. So, simple answer to that would be like consistency and maybe like second services. That would be it.
Yeah, those are all great answers. And now this is my question to everybody in the audience. Please use the chat box at the bottom. Do you think that traditional marketing is going to work in the metaverse? It's a yes or a no. Do you think the same way that people are marketing in Web 2 is going to be just affected in the metaverse? Yes or no? And just let me know in the comments. Would love to get everybody's feedback with that moving forward. Now, I think we might have lost Yasmin. Are you still with us, or did she? We did lose her a little bit. Okay, no worries. We're going to keep going as well too. So the next question I want to talk about is, what are some effective strategies for reaching and engaging with audience in the metaverse? I'll start with you, Rhonda.
Yes, I'm just trying to find my seats, so please bear with me.
No worries.
This is so funny. So some effective strategies I would say is engaging with existing communities. I think when we join a new industry, it feels like a foreign world, but the key is just engage with what's already there, what's already existing. Um, an immersive experience is the key. Like when in Metaverse, people put on that headset and they experience a spatial experience, no pun intended, but making your experience immersive. People want to interact with things. You can gamify your environment. You can make it a hangout. So just making things immersive. Also, make collectibles available. You can have parallel metaverse marketing within real life marketing and continuous experimentation. So yeah, those are just a couple different things why I feel like it's best for you to, or easy to create those engaging audience experiences.
Yeah, and before I go to Dope Stilo, I'll ask everybody here that's listening. You know, what do you think are effective strategies? Is it, creating that amazing experience? Is it creating a quest, or is it rewarding your users for being in your metaverse with tokens? Is it merch? Is it clothing? Each platform has their own way of creating experiences, and Decentraland has been rocking and rolling for a while with wearables and really letting people express themselves. And we'll hear from Tang a little bit later about how that really has created a community, but also an ecosystem for them as well too. And I think that's a great point. So please let me know in the chat. Now, Dope Stilo, I'll also go to you and ask you as well too. What are some effective ways for reaching and engaging with audience?
I think creating a culture with the audience, rather than like it's the audience, maybe we're all in it together. Creating the culture of like scaling together, interacting with each other, and scaling together.
Mm-hmm.
That would be mine.
Yeah, I think those are great. We talked about community. I really like the educational part. I feel like if we can effectively help people learn, we have to understand that everybody here has different backgrounds. Everybody here is from different communities, apart from all the worlds, and everybody has different educational backgrounds. If we can share our knowledge through experiences, through quests, that is something that we're seeing here, testament today, that is really effective for reaching and engaging with audience. So thank you guys for that. We're going to go over to question number 3. I'll turn it here in a second. Is, as the metaverse expands, how can brands ensure that their marketing efforts align with the values and the culture of the metaverse community? So I'll start with you, Dope Stilo.
Yeah, thank you. I think the future is definitely community-led growth, where everyone can be heard, inclusivity. And so creating that kind of open, engaging culture where anyone can join in and, be a part of something special, because the future is to grow together. And so, yeah, definitely. I think that's about, for me, that's my favorite.
Okay. Rhonda,
Yeah.
what are your thoughts on this?
Well, see, at VR in Review, I entered this company, and what made me really like the company is that all of us started as users in the platform. So I think, when you want to enter a new platform, consult with the people that are in the platform. Consult with the people that are always in, the people that know best, the experts, right? And just be fluid and open to starting something completely out of your comfort zone. Because I really do believe when you go against the current, you drowned, right? So just entering a new platform, studying it, and talking to experts and talking to the community themselves, they know best. There's not a lot of research, and there's not a lot of things you can just Google to find the answers for. I think in this new industry, a lot of it's going to be learned hands-on and just asking questions.
Yeah, that's a great input. For me, brand is really about like the color scheme, the logo. What are people saying behind the brand when you're not around, right? So I think if we're seeing the same color themes that we see on products that are in IRL world, I'm expecting when I go inside their metaverse to get that same experience, to see the same font face, to see the same branding, the same colors. I think that's something that's really important, is that as creators or as brands, is to stick with the theme and the branding that you have. You also don't want to bring someone into your brand that has known your brand and your color scheme for so many years, and then they come inside your metaverse and it's completely different from the Coca-Cola product that they've been holding in their hand for years, right? It's instead of being red, it's now neon, right? So I think that's something that's really important too, for as you're marketing, that the values that you are doing in the Web 2 or the IRL match what's going to be happening in the Web 3 world, within outfits, within with avatars, with rewards, with badges, even how the badges look like or how the clothing look like. Having all those things aligned to the brand, I think that's something that's really going to be very effective for brands. And for us creators that are creating our own brands in here, I think those are something that is extremely important. And I think that's really what the best practice is here for connection with that. So great inputs from both of you. I want to go to our question number 4. With the metaverse being a multi-platform environment, and we're talking about different worlds, but also different platforms, how can marketers effectively measure and track the performance of their campaigns? And this is a really, really crucial question for people that are building brands. And what metrics and analytics should you be prioritizing for those type of things? So Dope, I'll let you start off with this one.
Thank you. I believe that a good way to track engagement through the metaverse would be seeing if you're beginning, seeing your socials start to engage in other platforms. So if you see your TikTok, your Instagram, with new followers from friends that you've made in these immersive environments, that's a really good one, just from the beginning of a brand standpoint. And then I also believe from a big business, a big corporate brand, I would say it would take time to really see the growth and the impact. I think it's more of an aesthetic, but that is just my opinion. I'm not that familiar in that space yet.
I can totally agree with you. It's one of those things that's going to take time to analyze. But when you ride down the highway and you see a billboard, you really don't know how effective that billboard is. You can only measure how much traffic that highway gets, right? You can just do your best. What I have seen work in the past is we've built virtual spaces, and companies, they upgrade those spaces through holidays, and they measure how many people comes through, or what areas of the world are they more interactive with. And it's just observation and learning what works and what doesn't work. But entering the metaverse for any company is already a head start, because it shows innovation. It shows that you're ahead of the curve. And that alone, to me, is already a win. So just measuring and studying what's worked and seeing how people interact with your space. And when you change it up, people have something to come back to look for. That keeps people involved. And from my experience, I feel like having people involved and actually interacting with your experience, that those are little milestones for success, and just measuring that over time is how you can really calculate that.
Yeah, this is my question to the audience here is, what are some matrix that you look for as you guys are builders or you guys have your own brands? What are some things that you look for to measure success in building a platform? For me, I'm going to list off a few things that I think are very important. Just like a website, you want to track the traffic, right? Where is the traffic coming from? Is it coming from, the east part of the world, the west part of the world? Count how many people are coming back to the metaverse, and then also try to track any type of engagement. I think those are the things that are really, really amazing. at the end of the day, we are all very, very smart people. And the key of it is to make data-driven decisions. And if we can get more data around who's coming, is it more male? Is it more female? That allows the brand to curate or create more experience tailored to the target audience. Anything around digital marketing is really, really about understanding your target audience. So if your target audience is more at this age group, let's say 20 to 30, you really want to start tailoring the environment to really match the target audience, and then figure out ways where you can get signups, get engagement for people to start tracking things. So then that right there will give you a good instinct of what's really going to work for you as you market and what is not working for you. The last thing that we want people to do is work really hard on building a metaverse experience, but that experience is not even tailored to their target audience. So keep that in mind as you guys are creating, and keep tracking of the performance. And as you guys are expanding or growing your business, these numbers are really what make the difference. Because if I go to a brand and I say, hey, I only have let's say 500 visits, that's a number for you to keep measurement. But if I say I have 20,000 visits, that creates a huge difference in value that you're providing for the metaverse or your experience. So these are the numbers that keep in mind as you're working, and really start thinking about your target audience as you are collecting your data. I feel like these are some really, really really effective ways to measure as you guys are building your own solutions here in the metaverse. I'd love to go to question number 5, which I think is really, really important. The metaverse blurs the line between virtual and physical experiences. So like we've seen Dope Stilo have like real in-life concerts that I have been to in front of a sold out crowd, which is amazing. And we've actually seen them have like real metaverse conferences, shows as well, which is amazing. My question is to you guys is, how can marketers bridge the gap between creating seamless omni-channel campaigns that connect with both worlds? Rhonda, I'll go to you first.
I read something where they called it the phygital world, where it's the digital and the phygital, the digital and the physical bridge. And it's, basically it's our job to intertwine the two. And with that, you can use sensors, mobile devices, extended reality, and different social networks to create a seamless experience between people, places, and things. So making things, again, immersive. I say that all the time, but people are attracted to the metaverse and virtual reality because of the immersive experience and how it tackles all of our senses. So merging our physical experiences with VR is easily done through that way.
Yeah, that's a great answer. Dope Sila?
Definitely a great answer. I'm just going to piggyback off that. I had somebody buy a physical hoodie, and
yes,
in return, that comes with a digital hoodie.
Yes.
And so in their email, they got a redeemable code to Ready Player Me, the hoodie, and so it just was perfectly phygital, like Rhonda was saying. Love that. Yes.
I do want to feed off of that
Go ahead,
because
Rhonda.
my first time in Spatial, I opened that app and McDonald's was having some type of event for New Year's. And I was so excited. I walked through the event space, and there was a sign that said, if you go to this website, you get a free hoodie. And only the people that saw that sign in that platform got a free hoodie. And I felt very special and exclusive because of it. And they sent my hoodie with a $5 gift card. So yeah, I believe in that. I'm a fan.
Yeah, the biggest brands that are in the metaverse, Dolce & Gabbana, Nike, Puma, Tommy Hilfiger, these brands are starting to create this interconnect in between the two worlds. We've seen fashion really, really amplify this perspective of the two worlds. Like you talked about, I can have a Dope Stilo hoodie and actually get the real one in IRL. Nike is starting to roll this out with their swoosh, right? which is I think is a phenomenal way to bridge the two. And it creates that ownership, that decentralization of, yes, I really do own this product. And this also kind of goes back to the question that we talked about, is how can brands ensure marketing efforts align with culture and value, right? Aligning the physical and the virtual world together with assets, giveaways, prizes, environments. That is something that we're seeing here, with the key that's like the winning formula for, for the future for us. And if you guys did get a chance to actually, go through the quest here today, you have to really look at it this way. We are just at the very beginning spectrum of virtual reality and worlds and so forth, and what we're building. We're going to be seeing real solutions like you're seeing here in 2026 all the way to like 2029 and so forth. The big issue that a lot of us are facing, or a lot of companies is facing, is getting the technology, like the Oculus set, right? How expensive that is, right? That's not like, there's not going to be a lot of people that can afford spending over $3,000 or $2,000 on a product like that. So those are the things that are really holding back from people experience the virtual world experiences. But over time, products will get cheaper. But let's look at it this way. Platforms that are able to integrate mobile, that are able to integrate VR, web browser, and are starting to integrate all those things, are starting to allow that gateway for more virtual world and experiences. A lot of us here are really way, 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 way ahead of the curve from what the real world is going to be catching on in the next, 5 or 3 years. Personally, I look at brands or companies as this could be an onboarding platform for them for incorporating people into their business, HR training, personal things like that, and so forth. And now with the works of AI, which I'm sure a lot of you guys that are innovators and entrepreneurs are really starting to get into AI and what AI can do. So this combination of what we're seeing with the marketing, with brands coming out here and really diversifying themselves, is really the winning formula. As you guys are sitting here, the question to you guys is do you guys feel like we are far behind, or we are just getting started? So please let me know in the chat box. Rhonda, go ahead. I think you have something to say.
Oh, I did, but did I raise my hand on accident?
No, you're good. I saw your avatar light up. So if anything you want to add to that, I think it would be great.
Well, I was going to add a couple, just because I'm thinking, like, one of the biggest things to get people to that people will enjoy is a reward system, even if it's, because I'm thinking about like how I got the hoodie. Create some sort of reward system, even if it's just so simple as being able to get a coupon or getting access to something. When you create some type of reward system, it helps people want to do the digital thing. That's all.
Yeah, and Spatial just added the Quest system, which I think is a huge opportunity for brands to really immerse customers or clients into their products by talking to this character, or completing this quest that ties into the brand. And we have creators here like Josh, like Ira, like Cece, and others that are starting to understand those things and really start getting really creative with it as well too. Decentraland has been rocking and rolling from my understanding, as they do concerts in there, and they're rewarding everybody by the merch, by the artist or the creator. And one of the most powerful things is people being able to express themselves and being able to create. And the metaverse really allows that for brands and creators. And it's really creating that diversity and quality and inclusion, because before you would have to be a big gaming platform to create these type of things and to uplift your brand. And just like it was a few years ago, where it was really hard to build a website, right? Now building a website is very drag and drop, WYSIWYG, easy to use. And I feel like that's what's going to happen as we get into this more of these metaverse solutions, where brands and products can start integrating that. You guys here that are here, again, are at the very, very, very forefront of what this economy is going to be. And I mean economy because there's going to be a lot of revenue as more businesses are looking to expand themselves and have a digital print. I'm going to give Rhonda a closing thought. Is there anything that you want to add to today's discussion around digital marketing challenges and opportunities?
Well, I just want to commend everyone that's even here because we are so far ahead of the crowd already, and just having that interest and wanting to learn and wanting to do better already gives you that head start. So, and remain fluid. Give yourself permission to being a beginner at something. Don't be so hard on yourself. We are all figuring this out together. So, yeah.
I love that, Rhonda, and thank you so much for your input. I know you're going to be a part of our panel sessions today. You have a ton of experience, and speaking around brands, you are working with MasterCard. You are one of the first creators that actually was able to land a huge deal. You've been on television. And you're also a women in tech led creator. You have your own business. So I know the marketing spectrum is really, really big for you. And I just want to say thank you so much for taking some time and to sharing some thoughts with us here today. Dope, CeeLo, man. Closing remarks from you. Anything that you also want to add to today's digital and marketing challenges?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, and definitely, like Rhonda said, commend everybody for being here. This is just the beginning of your story, and here we are together. We can create it and go with it. So, yeah, I just want to say that, and because this is an experience that I won't forget. When we have experiences like this, immersive, it goes a long way. So I'm just grateful for that and to be here right now. So thank you so much, and look forward to the rest of the day.
I appreciate it. Yeah, my closing remarks around digital marketing and challenges is everybody start learning to make data-driven decisions. Start figuring out matrix, how many people are coming in, where they're coming in, what are they collecting, what are they not collecting. Get feedback as much as you possibly can. Creating data-driven decisions is going to amplify your business 10 times fold, and you will not be blindfolded as you're making content, you're making graphics, you're making videos. Keep those things in mind, but also understand this. Understand your target audience. Understand who you're speaking to. Understand the messaging that you are relaying, and try different things. Some things are going to work in Web 2, and some things are not going to work in Web 3. So keep that in mind. Thank you guys for being here. This is our first panel session around Metaverse digital marketing and challenges. We are going to take a break, and we will begin our next section at 4:20. So we have a 20-minute session for you guys to network and connect, and we will be back. I will be turning spatial audio on so you guys can have small conversations, or if you want to connect with Rhonda or Dope CeeLo, please feel free to do so. And again, welcome everybody to the Metaverse Summit.
And you 40?
Yes, we'll be back at 4:40 for our second panel session, and I'm going to be the host. And our speakers are going to be Blockstone, Tyrone, Rhonda, Tom Palco, and myself, Vanessa. So see you guys in 20 minutes.
Alrighty. Bye.
Thank you, Rhonda. Really appreciate you being here today and taking some time out, and a lot of great value. I'm kind of bummed we lost Yasmin because she's doing a lot of great things, and I definitely want to keep collaborating with her as she's growing her solutions in the metaverse as well too. And Dope, I don't know if you can hear me. I know we've got spatial audio on. Thanks for your inputs and being a champ out here.
Thank you for leading our way, because you're a great host. You definitely ease the moment. So I appreciate it. I'm definitely happy to be here. So yeah, I'll be back in a few minutes.
Yeah, and we like I said, we've got a ton of creators and influence in here from other worlds, which I think is fantastic. Is we're going to get different flavors from everybody here today, and I think that's the key thing is understanding, you know, what works in one platform, maybe not work in another platform, or you can start trying it. So,
Right.
love this.
So is there a way for them? I'm sorry, my phone, it went out. I thought she was done. Is there a way for them to ask questions from the audience?
Yes,
Verbally, like, is it just the chat?
yeah. There's the chat box in there. That's going to be allow people to ask questions or get their input or their feedback, or you know during you know the breaks. I'm sure someone can come up to you and say, hey, you know, what'd you think about this or so forth. So.
Got you. Okay, well, I'm gonna take advantage of this little break and hop on this phone call real quick, and I'll be right back in a few.
Sounds good. I'll do the same as well. I'm gonna take a little break as well.
Okay. All right.
This is so cool. Like, this is the new definition of unconference. Like, I love it.
Welcome, Dan.
Yeah. So right here is Creative Owls. Dan,
Hello.
Dan, I want you to meet Creative Owls. He built and designed and is putting on this event, doing a hell of a job in the metaverse
Yeah,
spaces.
it's phenomenal. And new dance moves. That's awesome.
Yeah. Are you on
Yeah.
are you on LinkedIn, Dan? Dan, do you do the podcast show?
I'm on LinkedIn, but I'm in the education world.
Okay, no worries. I apologize. Maybe I got the.
So I run a music nonprofit.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah. So Creative Owls, Dan's got a global presence. He is looking at different ways to do events just like this with his educational goals in mind. And Dan, Creative Owls is one of the companies I was mentioning to you that actually builds out these spaces and can give you and your organization guidance on doing these things, right?
Yeah.
Pulling in, you know, kids from Africa, pulling in kids from the East Coast and West Coast, and putting together in an environment that's congruent to their interests, their needs, their wants and desires. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
And like the whole global connection of you know, just being able to not just learn together, but specifically create together. And our what we do is songwriting, but there's so much potential in the education world right now for connection. So it's exciting to see things happening and unfolding in real time. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's a crazy experience. You know, and I think I'm guessing you're probably on a web browser, correct?
Yeah. Yep. I'm on the computer on a Chrome.
Yeah, it's even more crazy when you get inside a VR headset, because that really creates that really immersive, like you really feel like you're on stage, and you really feel like you are speaking to like a real crowd, and they're right in front of you, and those are the things that are really going to, I feel like, are going to shape the world and creating these immersive experiences as we move forward. But Mitch, I just want to say thank you again for taking some time and help promoting this event. You have such a presence online. It's always great to get other thought leaders in the space to talk, but also provide value. So I just want to say thank you for that. I'm going to go bounce around and say hi to some other people, but just want to say thank you.
Yeah. Sounds good. No, I appreciate it. It's my pleasure. Always like promoting and helping good people.
Yes, sir.
What's interesting, Dan, is so right now he's got
All right, let's see. It looks like we've got more and more people coming in. I think we did have Blockstone in here, so I want to make sure Blockstone is there's my guy right there. So we want to make sure he is a host here, manage host. So if you guys are watching, hosts are people that are able to curate the room so they can change things around. They can help, mute people when people are speaking, or they need to be kind of muted as we keep conversations. So far, we've had a great turnout where we've had a lot of speakers provide a lot of value here today, which is great. And everybody's been so far so good. We've had a really good experience. So I'm really happy for the turnout. We've been having this room pretty loaded. So Spatial does have a capacity of 50 people. As you can see, after 50 people, the room does get duplicated and people are able to go into a different room. That's why we are live streaming this on YouTube for the people that cannot see this. So if you guys are on YouTube and you're watching this, go ahead and put in the comment that you guys can hear me. We have a lot of people on YouTube already that are watching, which I think is phenomenal. If you guys watched the very beginning of the of the stream, I was really worried about how I was going to get this entire thing set up. It's one thing curating, it's another thing hosting, and then trying to live stream is definitely it's definitely a challenge for sure. But this, I think this is like the real. How do I explain this? This is a real challenge, but it's also a very fun challenge because I get to learn how to build better. I get to learn how to facilitate better and curate things moving forward and try new things, right? Streaming is something new for me to create. I already have a YouTube YouTube channel, which I think is cool for educational, but never once thought that I can actually build with it. And what I was saying is that everybody has like their own avatars and their characters. There's a guy over here. Look how big his avatar is. Oh man, I love this. Very, very great summit so far. We just finished our first panel session, which is around digital marketing and challenges. We had Yasmin from Metaverse came in. We had Gia did not make it. She is out of the office, I think. We did have Rhonda. We did have myself and Dope CeeLo go in on the conversation. The next panel session that we will be having is the Metaverse Onboarding Challenges and Opportunities. Now, this is really, really going to be a very, very fascinating panel session. It's going to be hosted by Vanessa from the Creative Owls team. She's going to be bringing on Blockstone. Blockstone has a great background from VR chat to Spatial. We are going to have Tyrone from Spatial also be joining us as well. Tyrone is a really good friend of mine and a really, really great community builder in the metaverse. We have Rhonda X, who's going to be coming back. She's going to be on all our panel sessions if I can. And we're also going to have Sinful Meatstick. He's going to be representing Decentraland. So again, we're trying to create diversity and quality as we are bringing on these creators, but also trying to get the feedback of what they're building and what they're creating. We are going to have about 6 different questions that we're going to go through. These are going to be very in-depth when it comes to onboarding and challenges, because right now we're still in the very forefront of the metaverse, but also what we're going to be building here in the future. And, Mr. Tyrone just actually joined us, which is great. And it's good to have him here today. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just kind of run around for a second. I want to show you guys that are watching the live stream. This is ridiculous. Look at this avatar. I will probably have to get him to switch out. That was just too crazy. But one thing I want to show everybody here that's watching is this part. Part of the quest here today is really about learning. And one of the most best companies that I really enjoy that provide a lot of technology background and insights is Gartner. So I want to give a big shout out to Gartner. Gartner had a presentation slide deck on the metaverse beginning of 2023, and they did have a downloadable PDF slides of their presentation. And this was really, really eye-opening for me to see, but also for a lot of people to see. This is the metaverse, the evolution spectrum. As you can see, we're kind of in the very beginning of where emergent metaverse solutions are. We're seeing between 2022 to 2025, we're going to start seeing some advanced metaverse solutions, and then all the way till, they're predicting all the way till, 2028, 29, we'll have complete metaverse solutions. So I'm not exactly what complete metaverse solutions are, but I'm just guessing more impactful and getting more people and more adopters into the metaverse or virtual world or experiences like that. That's something to think about. And then what we have here on the right hand side is the impact of the metaverse. Now, the metaverse is going to impact a lot of things: technology, political, economy, social, community, trust, ethics, legal, environmental, and so forth here in the future. So these are great things to really think about as you guys are diving more into the metaverse. So I am just going to head back to the stage because we are going to start in about 5 minutes. So I'm going to just kind of gather up the troops to make sure that they know that it's almost times. Yeah, so this is going to be our next panel session that we have here. Hey, Blockstone, how are you? He might be able to hear me. He might not. I don't know. We'll see here soon.
You hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you perfect, man. Where are you at? Here, meet me in the middle, right here. So we can get away, because right now it's in a space. There you go. Block, can you hear me?
Sure can, bro. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you loud and clear. So if you want to meet me in the middle, it'd be easier for you to talk to me real quick. There you go. All right, cool, man. How are you?
I'm good, bro. That was a hustle. I was like slapping that refresh button, dude.
Yeah, you gotta jump in here. We are also live streaming this as well too for the people that cannot get into the room. That's just something that we're trying to provide, something new for everybody in here. But the first panel session was really great.
That was really smart.
Around like digital marketing, opportunity and challenges. Now the next one, you're going to be a panel speaker next around onboarding challenges and opportunities. So really excited to hear your feedback on what the challenges are, especially around like the new tech, right? With what's out there now, what's coming in the future, and what people can look forward to.
Yeah, it should be fun, dude.
Love the outfit. All right, I'm going to let you get on stage. I'm going to start gathering up the troops and turn spatial audio on. I did make you a host, so if you ever need to change anything, you can go ahead and do that.
Well, Mitch,
hey everybody.
I'm actually in Washington now.
Can everybody please make your way over to the main stage real quick? We are going to start in about 2 minutes. So if you are a speaker, please make your way over to the stage. Please mute your mics. Be respectful. The next panel session that we have is going to start at 4:40 till 5:20. It's going to be around metaverse onboarding challenges and opportunities. If you guys can, please go ahead and maybe tweet out the room, take some photos, share your experience, let everybody know what's happening. That's how we're going to get more brand awareness within the space. The person with the super duper avatar, would you mind switching your avatar, please? But I'm going to turn it back over to Vanessa. She's going to lead this next panel session. Thank you guys for being respectful, and enjoy.
Welcome, welcome, everyone. Thank you so much again for being here. All right, Rhonda, are you here yet? Okay. We're going to start within 1 minute, and I just want to say thank you again, Tyron, Blockstone, Tampongo, Rhonda, for joining us today in this session. This session is going to be about metaverse onboarding challenges and opportunities. I do want to warn you guys that we have 7 questions. So please try to share your best insights. We are going to be passing the mic around. If for some reason I get a rock or creative I will get rock, please feel welcome to keep the conversation going. Yes, it is time. I have my alarm set. And I do want to mention that we have the questions behind on the slide presentation. If you want to get prepared and start thinking ahead, you can go ahead and read it as well. And once again, thank you everyone for being here. Make sure to give a follow to our wonderful speakers today if you want to connect with them later on. And also, before we get started, I do want to say that I have some questions for our guests today as well. Thank you so much for being here. The questions are going to be mostly yes or no answer. And they're kind of connected to the questions I'm going to be answering. The questions I'm going to be asking our speakers today. And I want to hear your feedback. So thank you so much again. And I do want to introduce a little of myself. I am Vanessa, also known as Benz and Monster Crypto. I am one of your Metaverse hosts here with Creative Owls as well and curator. And let's get started with the questions for the audience. I would like to know do you believe that onboarding new users to the Metaverse is a complex process, yes or no? And the second one, should the onboarding experience for individuals in the metaverse be made more seamless and user-friendly, yes or no? You can answer your questions there, and thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and get started with the first question. All right. And this first question I would love to have Tyron answer. And it goes like this. Onboarding users to the metaverse can be a complex process. What are the key challenges in introducing individuals to the metaverse? And how can we make the onboarding experience more seamless and user-friendly?
Well, thanks for having me here. You guys can hear me okay. It's a really good question. How to make it less complex for people, I think, is finding what it is somebody does and then attribute it to the metaverse. So, for example, if you meet someone who's a musician or someone who's a 2D artist, that it's pretty obvious how you could bring them into the metaverse. The guys that we have do an amazing job of taking new users and molding them into community members. And I think that's probably the most important thing for anyone that's having an experience out here in the metaverse, is to actually look at it wait, I'm getting some background noise. Anybody else hearing that clicking? Like super loud. Okay. All right. Yeah. So sorry about that. So yeah, it really comes down to how you can get somebody interested in metaverse, because there's a lot of preconceived notions about it, right? What the media says, what other applications or other platforms are doing, and so many different things. The idea is just finding something that people can relate to and then bring them in and be as comforting and helpful and guiding them towards the experience they have, because one-on-one, like all alone, people coming in, it can be very difficult. There's the frustration of learning how to control yourself in your environment, how to interact with others, and all that stuff. If you can eliminate those concerns, adoption is really easy because people will now come back to places that they're ready. And I think that's make it fun.
Thank you so much, Tara, for that amazing answer. And before that, I do want to say that can you please give a quick short bio by yourself and your role here in Spatial so people can know, the background that you have on the Metaverse experience?
Sure.
Thank you.
So I'm Tyrone Webb. I'm the community evangelist and artist and project liaison for Spatial. I got my start using Spatial no different than most everyone else 2 years ago, which was using the platform to show off my art. And I became the first person to sell an NFT out of a Spatial gallery. From that point, I did what you just talked about. I brought other people to come to my gallery and hear me talk about my art. And the same thing that would happen in a real gallery happened. People bought the art. So since then, it has been my job to work closely with other artists and projects to help them to find some measure of success. And I have to say, Spatial has done an excellent job of continuing to put creators first.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. All right. We are going to go ahead and move on to our next speaker. It is Blockstone. Thank you so much for being here today, Blockstone. I'm going to ask the same question, and also if you can give us a short introduction and your background in the metaverse as well. And yeah, thank you.
Hey guys, thanks for having me. My name is Blockstone, also go by Michael, 3D artist, and I also operate Propagation House, and we're a spatial design consulting agency. So that just, in short, really means that we do 3D design and virtual production, and we kind of help create documentation to show organizations, individuals, and brands how to use these tools. So great first question. I think the main thing is really to simplify it. When we can let people know that they're going into an experience, but simplify the process and let them know that it's going to be just as easy as creating a Google account or Facebook, Twitter, whatever, then it becomes much easier. So trying to not over convolute how incredible it might be and actually making it feel like a very soft welcoming invite. That's just like, hey, this is really cool. Check it out, come to this one space. And that can be a link or a domain name or a URL. And I think that's also the easiest thing I've seen would just be to create a domain. And if you can do that, people can just type in a thing and show up. And that seems to be the easiest resistance kind of fixer I've seen.
Thank you so much for that. All right. I'm not sure if Rhonda, she's still here. I think she was having some issue connecting before. But we are going to introduce our next speakers. Thank you for being here today, Tapongo. You have a lot of fans here, and it's the first time we officially meet. So hello. The same as the other speakers. If you can give us a little bit background about yourself. I know that you come from the Central Land. If you can, talk about your experience over there as well, then answer the first question for us. Welcome.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me? Hi, I do see a lot of familiar faces out there. Thank you so much for coming to the panel, and I'm really excited about speaking here today. So for those of you, I am Tank Poco. I've been in the space since 2021, primarily in Decentraland. I'm the founder of creator collective, the DCL Baby Dolls, and I also operate Dollhouse, which is a popular virtual venue in Decentraland. We do a lot of weekly events at Dollhouse, and I've also played a part in most of the major events in Decentraland over the last 2 years, like Metaverse Fashion Week, Metaverse Music Festival, and Metaverse Art Week, which is actually happening right now as we speak. In addition to community building, I've also had the opportunity to work with corporate brands like Absolute, DKNY, Female Quotient, Jägermeister, and many more, helping them create immersive experiences that resonate. I like this question. I think that Tyrone really hit the nail on the head with it. It's really about connecting with people and finding out why they've come to the space and what we can do to help facilitate their curiosity a little bit more. One of the things that I did in Decentraland was create this venue called Dollhouse, and it really helps us create shared experiences. And for me, that's what I think really onboards people. They've come in, they've made it through what could be, a little bit of a difficult tutorial or anything to overcome those hurdles. And then how to keep them there is not only finding their interest, but also providing them with a shared experience that makes them feel part of the community, makes them feel welcome, makes them feel like they belong. I think consistent events like that are really important so that, they'll return and they know that there's something to return to, so we'll often tell people that we have a party every Wednesday night. So they know that they could come back and kind of have a similar experience and hopefully bond with some of the same people.
Amazing. I'm really impressed about the background and everything you do. Like, it sounds like you're a powerhouse, and I appreciate you for being here. And you guys really cover, today the challenges, the key challenges that we have when we come up, when we're introduced to the metaverse. And I feel that like Tyrone was saying, thank you for now. You were one of the first artists here on the platform, and now you're helping others and helping us be successful as well. So I truly appreciate that. I feel that, that our job is now as creators, as artists, is to basically to create that educational content and resources and have the support system implemented. So when others, comes, it's able for them to navigate more effectively the metaverse. So with that, I want to ask the audience again, should educational resources or support system be implemented to help users understand and navigate the metaverse effectively? I know for me, it is important. Is it for you? Yes or no? All right. And moving along, we have the second questions. And if we can go back again to Tyrone, and if you can answer this question for us. The metaverse is built on emerging technologies and concepts that may be unfamiliar to many. What educational resources or support system can be implemented to help users understand and navigate the metaverse effectively?
That's good. This is another one of those situations where I feel like we're on track with us internally within Spatial. One of the things that we've been discussing is trying to put together the concept of that spatial university, right? Or spatial college, that one-stop repository where, maybe look at it along the lines of the Wikipedia of the metaverse, right? We have to establish certain standards. So the fact that everything's being built on emerging technologies, it does make it hard to say that when you go to any one of these platforms, whatever they may be, what controls are going to be the same? What things do we realize? You have universal keyboards, where the letters are going to be on it. So it's extremely important that we find some of these ways to keep these standards in place and start establishing something, so that way we do eliminate some of the hurdles to onboarding people. Because if I go in one place and it's fundamentally different in how I get around and do things, that's going to translate over. People are going to find the space that they like. But those resources for building, for hosting events, we have so many folks with, varying degrees of expertise in doing things in the metaverse on these platforms that they need a repository somewhere. And we need to be able to search through that repository and then get that kind of feedback. How do I start an art gallery? How do I handle an event? I know Creative Owls has written the book on doing metaverse events, and so many lessons learned from it. So I think we need a central repository for this type of information, and then it just needs to be run through the community and see its effectiveness.
Thank you so much, Tyrone. And I do want to say that you guys here in Space does like a great job with Spatian Guide. Like, you know, everywhere that you go, you enter to a new space, you can always run to a spatial guide that can always help you how the system runs. And you have such a tight and beautiful community that no matter if they're not a special guy, but they're hosting events, they're here, they're building, they're always excited to help others. So thank you for bringing us together, and moving along. Yeah, thank you. Blogstone, the same question goes to you. What education and resources or support system can be implemented to help users understand and navigate the metaverse?
I think the biggest thing that we can do is show people how to use it. I think that's been the number one game changer for us as a team even, but just creating documentation around what you can do with what you have today seems to drive the most movement. I think even when it's not directly related to what we're doing, a lot of these tools can be useful to people across industries. So like we're very niche in that we do 3D design and 3D modeling, so we're lucky to be in the space specifically. But even if you're just an industrial designer or you work as a consultant or, you know, folks like Mitch who do law, there's people that can bring you in and show you how you can connect faster, how you can leverage tools you have now, so you don't get stuck in this kind of rut of I have so many options, you know, I'm not going to choose anything, I'll just wait to me. So if we can create documentation that just shows folks and show them how to connect different things, whether that be, you know, the use of virtual spaces in line with virtual sets. If you're an advertiser and you don't even necessarily use spatial, right, you might still recognize how quickly you can use a lot of these assets that are being moved and pushed around in these spaces to do product placement, to be a vendor space and things like that, even if it's only for your traditional 2D media. And so there's a lot of ways where I think people get kind of hooked into, I have to do things a certain way, but there's no real right way to do it yet. So if you can figure out, you know, what applies to that person, you can kind of give them different layouts or different templates of workflows and pipelines that will provide them the most impact. Last thing too, sorry, I also think it's really funny, Tyrone, you know, if you're familiar with us, we have the Safe House. There's a room within Safe House now that's called the repository. And it works exactly like that, where we literally have a big open white space and we just drop all kinds of files, PDFs, writings, models, works in progress, things that you can just get your hands dirty with, but also have a layer of narrative around how you might. So I think it's just it's the same thing, right?
Agreed. There is one thing that's happening here that I haven't seen before really in many different businesses that I've been a part of. Like things are organically moving on a path. Like sometimes when you ask the questions, I think to myself, we're already doing it, right? And it's just a matter of patience. I think the fact that a lot of this launched beginning with the whole Web3 and crypto and blockchain, there's a certain mindset around like, oh, well, if I didn't buy today and I'm rich tomorrow, it's a rug. Or, you know, the fact that I got to wait more than a week to hear what people are building. No, it takes time to build these things. And when you, like just right there, I say we need to build a repository. Oh, I did it, you know, or I'm doing it. That's right. Of course you are, because it makes sense. And that's what's happening out here. Everyone's building.
Totally.
Thank you so much for that. Amazing answers. And, you know, we're learning, and hopefully we have a lot of new audience here that are learning and can see, like, you know, what are challenges and opportunities as well, then be able to pass it down to the community. I feel the communication is very important. And here in Web3, like, you know, we had the blockchain, and that's like our biggest place where we go to document. So once we get something documented that, you know, we already have, that that information passed down to our new users. So again, guys, thank you so much for that. And I would like to turn the mic to Tampoco with our question number 2. What are educational resources and support system can be implemented to help users understand and navigate the metaverse?
Another great question and great answers as well. Educational content is important for sure. Clear documentation available in different languages is key. I love what AJ is saying and everybody in the audience is talking about with new forms of social media like TikTok and bite-size lessons and tips for people. I think that's going to really reach a lot of interested people that might not be into reading docs or going to a repository, but it's going to capture that interest like a little hors d'oeuvre, right? I did want to talk about 2 highlights in Decentraland that I think are really key for onboarding new users and educating them about what we're doing. The first one is, again, it's an odd job initiative along with Billy T. Coin and CK Bubbles. They do something called the ABC Adventure Tour every Monday. I'm a big believer in show, don't tell. I mean, that's how I learn and that's what draws me to things. And I think what they've done over the last year, they do these tours in Decentraland where everybody meets at a certain location and they explore 3 or 4 builds around the map, which, on the surface, it just seems like a tour, but really they're teaching new users how to navigate, how to check into their backpacks for clothes. It's like an ongoing moving tutorial that's also a shared experience that they're a part of. And again, it happens consistently, which I think is really, really huge. So I always advise whenever I see anybody new to do that. And it's not just new people. It's a lot of, kind of like the regular community that enjoys it as well. So they get to sort of mingle with our community and make friends. From there, I always suggest people go to the Community Building Decentraland Discord server and Twitter space where they can really get a feel for what we're doing in the space. They can connect with other people and make introductions. I don't want to talk too much about it because Sinful's going to be on the next panel and I'm sure he has a lot to say about that. But really, it's a great lesson in how to kind of personalize the education process when you're onboarding. Yeah, I think that covers it.
Thank you. That was really lovely. And guys, make sure to follow her because right now we're here in Spatial, but she's really saying that all the things they have going on the Central Land as well, and we can learn more and we can connect more and grow as a community. Yes.
That's a really good answer to your question. Actually, in helping in onboarding, follow everyone in the room. Whatever thing that keeps us from following each other on social media, that can't exist out here. Like we have to break the chains of that. There is no algorithm. There's no, I have too many followers and I'm not following enough people or blah, 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 blah. Follow everyone because we're going to release other features that are going to give you the ability to find out what those people are doing. That's how you're going to get to see all the amazing things that people are creating. So please, click on people's faces out there and just click follow.
Amazing. And yes, and you guys, as you sit down and hear to the amazing speakers and the insights, it's easily, like he said, to just go ahead and follow each other. Just like, when you give a love to an environment and you're right, every time we go live, you can get an email that, we're here and we're doing things. So thank you so much, Tyrone, for that. And we are going to move on to the next question. Hopefully we can cover everything today. You guys have done amazing with the answers, and yeah, let's keep it in the same order as we have so far. So question number 3, it will go to you again, Tyrone. Accessibility is an important consideration in the metaverse. How can we ensure that individuals with varying levels of technical expertise and access to resources can easily participate in the metaverse, the digital divide?
Well, again, it all falls in line kind of what we've been talking about, like the sense that bridging the digital divide. Let's go back to a time when we actually had a digital divide before. Let's just say when PCs first came out. Like I was a part of the .com boom for IBM for 14 years. The thing that happened is that honestly, it's fun. The reality, the same reason why people got iPhones when they were $600 and that was unheard of. It's the idea if people feel as though others have an inherent advantage in life because they're participating in something, they will adopt it. So what then happens is I'm that kid who had a computer in my house and knew what I was doing. But then the family members are coming to me and now I'm suddenly tech support for the whole family. And then I realize, oh wait, I could actually make a career of doing this. It's the same thing with the metaverse as well too. It's all of this taking shape right now, and you're all super early to it. So you represent the ability to bridge that digital divide. You just have to have the patience and take the time to get people to, experience it. And whether you have different levels of experience, I think we've done a good job on all the platforms of having some pretty straightforward control mechanisms to eliminate that initial frustration. It's just about the people that will make it easier.
Thank you so much, Tara. And you are right. I think this metaverse, for me, like, many titles and roles that I didn't think like I could do in Web3, now coming to one at all. So, yeah, thank you. All right, Blackstone, throwing the question to you. How can we assure that individuals with varying levels of technical expertise and access to resources can easily participate in the metaverse?
Yeah, I think that's where there's kind of this real power in being a host, right? Because like I remember when I started on Spatial, my favorite thing to tell people was my grandmother can figure it out pretty quickly. But on the flip side, someone who might be more tech savvy might also have a lot to offer, even on their first, second, or third time. Running at Propagation House, we've had people come in as visitors who taught us stuff we were trying to figure out for weeks and weeks. And so then you connect with those people and say, hey, can you come back and do that again? And I think that's where, when you start kind of creating a network and a web of people who have varying degrees of skill and interest, a lot of those will connect in really interesting ways that you might not have previously thought of. But when you provide the floor for those folks to just interact in a way that isn't really forced, but might be guided in how it kind of incentivizes you to behave, all of a sudden you can invite newcomers in and then incentivize people with more experience or expertise to come in and offer their services and their abilities as well. So I guess concisely, it's really about, because you can operate a space or because you host a space, right? Or especially in this kind of context, you can pick out who potential leaders within your own growing community might be. And when you do that and you empower them and you highlight them, they naturally in their own right will begin providing more value to the group. And then the entire group gets better as a whole.
Thank you so much. Great answer. You are right. I do feel like we're working together as well to we are able to provide value here. I know CC has said in the past the metaverse is a place to come together. It's not a place to do things alone. So yeah, I appreciate you for that. And again, turning the mind to Tampoco. I'm gonna switch it out for you. What step can be taken to bridge the digital divide?
I really love Blockstone's answer. I thought I agree with everything he says. I think that as a host and even just somebody who's been in the space for a long time, we have a responsibility and even a privilege to meet with new people and connect with them and find out what they bring to the table and how we can and how we can help them. Sure that we listen to and provide opportunities for them to give us feedback and opportunities to maybe like a framework so that we can respond quickly to that feedback is not only for the community, but also for the platform to do. I mean, that's how we grow and how we change and how we attract more users to our metaverse.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that. And as we hear, our panel speakers as well, like if our audience or guests have any question, please put it in the chat box. And after we end the panel section, we can go ahead and answer as well those questions. So moving on to question number. Security and privacy are concerns for new users entering the metaverse. How can we address these concerns and build trust among newcomers? What measures can be implemented to protect user data and ensure a safe onboarding process? And this question will go to Tyrone.
Right. It's interesting. So our number one concern is for creators and their safety and the people that participate in the space. As things have progressed from where we've started and then started bringing the public into the space, we've learned many lessons, some easy, some really hard. And we've recognized that it's important to pay attention to what people are choosing to do. But I will tell you, I've been pleasantly surprised at how few of the incidents are that occur where you feel as though you need to step in. But it has presented us with situations where we've had to rethink exactly how we were going to release something because we did have to build a form of user protection, right? Now, when you talk about data and like protecting users' data, a lot of the things that were a benefit in Web 2 that we found out was being scraped from our profiles, and we feel as though that information was being given up. Knowing that you're giving that up, everybody's clicking the user agreements and saying yes and not reading it. But at the same time, one thing to keep in mind is as we build these spaces and want to build rapport with people, we want to get those analytics as well too. So there has to be a balancing act as to what kind of information do you want to get from use, and that's one way of protecting them and preventing certain things from getting out there. But it's also good because now you can start to build a business, and have a demographic and people to reach out to. The other side of it is now protecting people's intellectual property, right? There's this point now where something brand new is showing up, and it's usually those moments where someone in particular, like it's like the hot coffee wins someone $1 million at McDonald's. There's the moment where something happens in the space, and then that's suddenly the wake-up call to everyone like, oh, I guess I am doing wrong. It's very important to us as we move forward with things like marketplaces and economies that people's IPs are protected. So there's a lot of stuff to protect out here. And I've noticed that there's a lot of people that are consistently providing feedback on things that are wrong or things that they see that may be suspect. So we do appreciate the community having this conversation because you can't just make it up as you're going. You got to take best practices of what's been seen.
Thank you so much. Amazing. And I think one thing we should really do is like start bringing awareness out, like, when we're reading accepting terms, like I recently saw like a Black Mirror episode. That's something how, what can happen in the future? How can people are just going to be accepting and not reading, and they are going to be like stuck in really difficult like situations that, now their faces, name, like all their data information is out there because simply they didn't read, and, there's no way for them to back out. So thank you so much for that. And moving along, Blockstone, what measures can be implemented to protect user data and ensure a safe onboarding process?
I wish I was a security analyst because it's super interesting, but I really don't think I'm the guy to really have a concrete answer for that in a time where things are changing daily. But I do think, and I hope it's not a very like a tangent, but I do think there is kind of a broader answer in the side of kind of recognizing how the landscape is shifting and how many tools are available to kind of exploit and manipulate or to confuse and deceive people. I think there is one small benefit from that, and I think it's actually kind of making sure you reintegrate the human element into your interactions. And I think that was one of my favorite things about spatial. But granted, there's only a voice, but there's this amazing thing with the webcam where you can actually put a face behind a lot of these people, verify who they are. And I think, in Web3, we like to be very anonymous, and I understand that aspect of life, and I still support that too. But in the realms of day-to-day business, especially with regulations and things, and where like credit can be part of the factor, being able to really humanize and actually have personal relationships with the people that you do business with or that you want to buy or get services from, I think that's going to be a huge shift in how we do business. I think for the last 5-10 years, we've had Zoom calls, whatever, we've had Skype, and we've had 2D text communications. But now with all of this voice synthesis and all of these things going on that can confuse you, actually meeting a person in person or being able to really know who they are, I think is actually the number one thing that you can do. And I think maybe culturally, that's kind of what we have to start kind of reinforcing in a positive way is like, maybe we actually want to know who you are if we're going to do any kind of transactional exchange. If I'm going to come into a space and give you my private information or, share a lot about me, how transparent is the space? How transparent are the hosts? That's, I think, asking those questions and taking steps to become more personal and more intimate in your interactions would be the best kind of move in the way things are going. That's my personal opinion because, again, I'm not a security analyst.
No, thank you so much for that. And I'm really happy that you were able to still share your feedback. Also, thank you, Blockstone. And then Tapongo, I do want to ask you, will you be able to answer this? How can we address these concerns and build trust among newcomers?
Like Blockstone, I'm also not a technical person, so I'm not the best person to ask for this, but I really liked what he had to say about the importance of transparency in a space where anonymity is important. It's very important to me to be anonymous. I really like that about Web3. I like having a virtual persona and creating a digital identity. So I think it's going to be, and I know I'm not the only one, so I think it's going to be really exciting in the future of how we try to have references for each other to somehow create a network where enough people know you that you're trusted. I think this is a really interesting area to explore. How do we kind of virtually confirm who we are and that we're trustworthy people without necessarily having to meet people in person, which is kind of impossible sometimes. So this is an interesting discussion. I don't have any answers, but I like the conversation.
No, I do appreciate that you guys still share your insights. If we have people in the room that want to add your insight as well, feel free to add it on the chat box. You guys are doing an amazing job. So so I think being clear with your audience is one of the things that can be a way for us to build that trust. And transparent. And I'm just gonna go ahead and make this our last question for this panel session as well. And the last question, we're gonna start again with Tyrone, and it says, the metaverse offers numerous opportunities for various industries and sectors. How can we facilitate the onboarding of business organizations and content creators in the metaverse ecosystem? What support structures and incentives can be put in place to encourage their participation? I know we can already talk about this topic a lot, but what other insights do you have, Turan?
Well, honestly, one of the things I've been noticing is that, for example, businesses and brands and organizations, the reason they're coming here is because of all of you. Again, we're back to where it's being really early. The majority of large brands that have done activations in spatial, and I'm not sure if it's the same at Decentraland or Sandbox or any of the others, but once somebody on their team within their company had an experience in one of these spaces, They internally then went back to their team. But not only did they just go and try and build it themselves, they engaged with members of that community to build it. So there's been opportunities for folks like in our crowd alone that have had the chance to work with major brands because they were the early adopter. They were the subject matter expert. So I would honestly say if you're going to actively pursue brands or companies, you're still going to point them to your best experiences. And the best experiences I've found so far are the ones like these, where you come in and you can meet the community and hang out and have conversations, and then give them a dope space to do it in, or have this game for them to play. Suddenly you just see the light bulbs going off over everyone's head. It's like a no-brainer. It sells itself. So I don't think we have a hard time doing it. We just have to keep it relevant, and that's the community. That's what the community does. It's one thing to build something and then just have it stand out there alone. It's another to have people participate in spending time. So I think it kind of sells itself.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that. All right. And Blockstone, how can we facilitate the onboarding of business or organization and content creators into the metaverse ecosystem?
I totally agree with Tyrone in that a lot of these experiences kind of sell themselves. But I also think that the big thing too there is just to invite people in. And I think it's the same thing he kind of mentioned where, members of a team will see something and then they'll have the light bulb moment and they'll go back and say, like, guys, you have to try this. The other thing I would think about, and this is for people who don't even really necessarily build, right? But you might still be able to kind of offer insight or even find a lot of work in this arena where you can figure out how to provide the right template and workflow for the company or the organization that you're approaching. So 20 different businesses can use the same rectangle 20 different ways, 50 different ways, right? And so there's really no one size fits all approach. And so that's where it kind of goes back to recognizing that you really do have to understand your customer, or you have to be able to listen to them enough to understand what their needs are, what they're already doing every day, and how many of those tasks can actually be done more efficiently when you're not bouncing back and forth to a million meetings, but you all work in the same space. Or even beyond that, if you don't all work in the same space all the time, but you have a lot of different files or a lot of different tasks and resources that you need to track, you can literally track those things on a board. You can literally leave those PDFs and those writings in the space that can become the repository Tyrone was just talking about. There's a huge thing I think we'll talk about later, I'm sure, but it's like this idea of building a second brain. I think it was Tiago Forte who wrote this book, and I was a huge fan. And when you apply the idea of this, which is really just creating a wealth source, a kind of a silo of centralized knowledge around certain topics, all of a sudden that becomes an interface in its own right that can start upcycling on itself to learn and become more efficient. So when you start thinking about a second brain for a business and what the expansion of their personal location or what their personal needs would be into virtual space, then you can really actually meet them exactly where they are. And a lot of the solutions might be way more simpler than you realized. One thing that I've kind of come to learn is that very, very often what people want is a lot more simpler than what you could give them or what you think you might want to give them. And you might still be able to offer that suggestion to them. They might still accept that too, but being able to recognize what they want or what they need and what they're already doing should be the very foundational part of how you even begin to think about approaching them to provide them such a space.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Amazing. All right. And to wrap it up, our final question and speaker, Tampoco, what support structures and incentives can be put into place to encourage their participation?
Well, I think Tyrone and Blackstone really covered it really well in terms of connecting brands and projects with content creators that are already in the space. We know the space and we understand the culture, and having existing content creators work with new brands coming in is really important, I think. I find that the clients that I speak to are excited about the metaverse, but really, really nervous because they don't know what to do. They don't even know the language that they need to speak to put forward their plans, their campaigns. So bringing in content creators and kind of forming collaborations and partnerships together, I think is a really great way for them to step into the metaverse and make sure that those activations resonate so that they're really happy with the results. Being able to provide tools and platforms for analytics are going to be super important for everybody, not just for the activation, but for us as creators to be able to show other clients and brands and projects what we can do and how they can benefit from the metaverse. So making sure those tools are accessible to everybody. Good. I think that the platforms themselves should have things like incubators and accelerators. I'm sure they do. I know Decentraland has a really interesting grant system that kind of encourages content creators to come into the space. I'd love to see incentives and funding even towards bigger brands that might not be, it might not be a good fit for a grant from the Dow Treasury of Decentraland, but they could be incentivized and funded to come into Decentraland or other platforms like that to make activations that are exciting and press-worthy. I think that would be great for everybody.
Yeah,
Thank you so
I
much.
would also say one other thing to add is manage expectations. That's important as well too. Like if you find yourself in a position where you can talk with people about coming into, you know, a 3D immersive experience and building or having someone else build, it's like the imagination can get you to a point where there's so much emphasis on it's got to be this one-time thing that goes extremely well and sets the tone for everything else. Whereas it's the persistence of these spaces and community that actually are what they're enjoying that turns them on to it in the first place. You can't get that just by going live on Friday, right? You got to consistently be there. So if you manage those expectations and get a long-term involvement from businesses, whether it's content updates and things like that, that's when you're going to see more and more growth and adoption. People are always going to think it comes quick. It doesn't. This is a grind.
Amazing, Tehran, and amazing everyone, Blockstone and Tapongo for for your time, for your answers today. Before we end the panel session, I want to ask if you guys have some many final thoughts that you want to add about the challenges and opportunities and metaverse onboarding. I want to share that some of the challenges based on hearing your feedback and my experience as well here is the accessibility. Like it's hard. Not everybody can have the right equipment to enter, and the user interface and experience, like Taponga was saying, some of the apps are not ready, or like some of the users don't even know what language it works best for them as well. And also the learning curve is still early. We're still learning. We still have to document and make it easier for others when onboarding. And lastly, that I think it can be a challenge is privacy and security. Is so early that we still gotta find our way as to stay protected here. Just as a Web2, you can get that email that seems so normal, and you get yourself hacked. And some of the opportunities that I do see are enhanced social interactions. Also, like this immersive experience that we're having, we're able to host events. We do have the economic opportunities that and we're starting to see it here in special as well. Like they're implementing their inventory system, their tokens as well, and personalization and customization. I feel that are some of the benefits here, and of course being able to include people and everyone on here, and how it is accessible to the ones that are with here. So if any of you have any final thoughts, please feel welcome to share with us.
I think just one thing, if I could throw it in there, that really kind of resonates with me from just listening to the conversation too, is to just really think about being a super good listener, right? Because everyone thinks about these problem-solving things differently. and they're going to have different approaches to solving them. And like some of them might be so simple they blow your mind, right? Like for me, it took me the longest time to figure out how to place AR situations outside or in a location, like a physical location. And someone said, yeah, put your QR code on the ground and point it in the direction you want. And it was just a thing that I spent so long just mulling over, thinking that I'm a smart guy, and I couldn't figure it out. And then someone who wasn't even really involved in that immediately just gave me the answer. And so I think that's where, if you are approaching brands and companies, if you have any friends that are already involved, or you just know them at a personal level, maybe you can kind of invite them in and then ask them to shred you on how difficult it was to get in or what problems they face. Because then you're not at the risk point of annoying someone who doesn't already know they're not going to know what they're doing. And as if you remember to be a really good listener, a lot of those answers will probably come to you on their own.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Lota. And I know we do have a great answer my question here from Nick Jackson. If you guys want to, before we close the section, share or have any thoughts. He says, will there come a time where a single NFT will allow us access to all platform spaces? I know right now we have a token we can use like an NFT to enter some spaces, but I think he's referring like that token master key. What do you think? Are we going ready player me?
Well, realistically, I mean, with regards to NFTs, that's like asking if we'll ever have just one blockchain. So like it would just be a matter of people adopting one particular thing that would be tokenized, right? That people will token gate access. But think about it. You can token gate with items now in spatial. I mean, it's as simple as you can do it with real money. You can have somebody buy something from you, and then you can do a check against your backpack. And if you have that item, you get into the space. So we've kind of allowed for a much larger group of people that actually could be granted access or have a membership now by using as well as an inventory system and a marketplace. But yes, NFTs would allow for that as well, but there are so many solutions. I don't think we'll ever get to.
What's going to be amazing is when we have experiences that are going to be shared across all different platforms. So the same experience in Spatial, in Decentraland, in Mona, in Horizon. I really think we didn't talk too much about sort of multi-metaverse experiences. These are so important for interoperability. We all have so many fantastic creators in our very small communities. So any opportunity that we have to combine our communities, I think is really, really good. I think that we're all pretty good. We're not very tribal. We're not very competitive. I think we're all working together. I know that Spatial and Decentraland for sure have done a lot of things this year. I just want us to continue to do that. When we talk about interoperability, we're often talking about assets or wearables. But I think what's important is that our communities should be interoperable. We should be able to move and mobilize our friends and the creators and the people who are building the platform from space to space to space.
Everybody's building their own version of awesome. It's so great to see.
Amazing. Thank you so much, guys. Amazing for the amazing insight. I know a lot of us appreciate just learning because we are still learning. We're still early, so we appreciate your time. If you guys don't have any other insights, we are going to move on for a little short break. We have an upcoming section in 10 minutes. So yes.
Thank you.
Creative Owl. Thank you so much, Sharon.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Blackstone is over here for you. If you want to hop on Creative Owls and share your thoughts.
No, that was a great panel session, and diversity, equality, inclusion is really the winning formula for when it comes to onboarding and helping other people. We talked about token gating, and token gating's fun until you get token gated out of an event, and then you don't feel like you can be a part of it, and that really hurts. So if we're gonna do things, we have to make it available for everybody to a certain degree. Obviously, if you have like smaller clubs or smaller sessions, obviously yes, you do want to keep it private, but we also want to show everybody all the amazing things that people can do, all the capabilities that we can create inside the metaverse. And if we're token gating people from actually seeing that, that's really going to hurt, like, again, our economy and our community. And speaking about our community, the next panel session that we're going to have next in about 7 minutes is the Metaverse Community Challenges and Opportunities. This panel session is going to be very, very interesting, as we are going to be talking about different environments, different communities, as everybody here, every world, every platform has a different community. And everybody has different challenges and everybody has different opportunities. So if everybody can just take a quick 5-minute break, go ahead and stretch out real quick. Everybody go get a water break. If you haven't already, give this room a like. Go ahead and share this out. And we will begin here in about 5 minutes to speak on this next session. We are going to have Ira from X Labs. We're going to have Jake from Spatial, who's head of community. I think we also have Sinful that's going to be joining us as well from Decentraland, which is I'm really excited about. We're going to bring Dope Stilo again. I'm not sure if Rhonda is going to be able to make it, but if not, I do have some alternative people if they do want to come up on the stage. But definitely give yourself a break, guys. Go ahead and stretch. But thank you, Tyrone, Tangapo. I appreciate you guys really coming up here and really providing value. And Blockstone, always great to hear from you and get everybody's different perspectives. So hang on tight, guys. We are going to start the next panel session in about 5 minutes. So if you need to go stretch, go get a water break, go ahead and do that. And definitely go share out the room. We want to get as many people as we can to see what we're building, what we're communicating. And then even after this panel session, we do have another one that's going to be coming up, is how to grow your metaverse business online. That's going to be at 6:40 p.m. Eastern, which with another great big brands that are going to be in the space. And then I am really, really excited for our 8 o'clock session, which is going to be the creative talk, where we're going to be introducing brands that are in the metaverse, that are building, that are creating. It's going to be kind of like a tech talk session, and we're going to be hearing their insights, their thoughts, what they're doing, how they're going to be creating. And then we do have our keynote speaker today, which is Mr. Mitch Jackson, who's going to be bringing it all in home of what we can expect, and some great insights for you guys to do that. So go ahead and give yourself a break, and then we will begin here in about 5 minutes. Thank you, everybody. And if you are a panel speaker, please go ahead and just grab a seat now, so then we don't have to wait for you. So if you are a panel speaker in the next session, please go ahead and get yourself on stage. Great job, Tang.
So what's everyone think? This is really good stuff, isn't it? I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, I'm having a blast listening to the different answers, and just getting different perspectives. Really trying to have an open mind of, what's right, what's wrong, and there's so many things that are happening in the space, like what Blockstone just said, right? As there's new opportunities, there's new challenges every single day. So kind of keep that in mind, and not being stuck on what your way is, because there could be another way that's even easier in the form. I think those are some great insights. And it's crazy. There are so many other influencers out in different worlds that are doing so many amazing things that I had no idea about, right? Because sometimes when you're a part of a community or a platform, you're kind of closed in. So getting a different perspective of how people are communicating with brands and collaborating, or what they're building is just kind of opens up my eyes moving forward. What about you, Mitch? What was some takebacks from you?
Well, you're spot on. I mean, just the different perspectives on how we're all approaching this new opportunity, how we're all creating new client and customer environments. I thought, I'm not sure who mentioned this, but the QR code on the floor, the QR code on the wall, using portals to connect, just making it seamless, frictionless, and easy. That's what I'm paying attention to. That's what my clients want to see. They want ease of use. And I think what you're doing here and what Spatial's doing is meeting those needs. It's satisfying those desires. It's coming up with new ways, right? So yeah, this is fantastic.
Appreciate it. Anybody else want to chime in?
I'm enjoying, the fact that this continues to happen. Formats that are available to, like, it's one of those things that it's like a mainstay. At least I think of like the Polygon Showcase and the things that you've been, types of events, and the people that are consistently providing content. They become those mainstays, and I have trust in the people that are doing it. So that way, when someone comes to me, I actually can say, hey, you should drop by this event. Go to this link and check it out, right? Because you can come in and sit down and listen to people that aren't wrapped up in the awe of being in the metaverse anymore. This is just another stage we're on, and we're talking about the things that are important to us. So I'm appreciative of this just continuing to go. I love it.
And if you guys haven't, go ahead, Mitch.
I was just going to say, Creative Owls, along those same lines, this venue is beautiful. It's the type of venue that, as Spatial oftentimes provides, and Creative Owls customized and created on his own, it's the type of first impression when we bring our clients into these spaces. It's exactly the type of first impression we want to give them, so that we can earn their trust and knock their socks off and create those relationships and do business. And yeah, I'm with you, Tyrone. It's just fun to see everything progress the right direction, slowly but surely, with a few hiccups, few scraped digital knees, but we're getting through it, and we're doing it together, and that's what makes it exciting.
100%. Okay, we're going to start our next panel session. If I can get all the speakers up here. Sinful, can you hear me? There he is. Yes, you can. Would you mind there you go. Perfect. All right. We're going to get you on stage. So we have, I think we're just missing Mr. Jake from Spatial. I think he should be joining us here in just a moment. I'm going to just send him a quick message. But Vance, if you want to start off and then just let everybody do a quick introduction, and then we'll kick it off.
Of course, and thank you again, everyone, for being here today. We are getting started with Metaverse Community Challenges and Opportunity. We have our wonderful era, and we also have Top Seal and Sinful. Thank you so much for joining us today. If we can go, thank you, Stilo. If we can go ahead and get started with Era, if you can please give us a little bit of, your introduction and your background here in the Metaverse. and welcome.
Hello. I'm Ira. I'm a metaverse game creator and a spatial guide in spatial.io community. I'm the founder of a brand called Ira X Lab. Additionally, I serve as a lighthouse keeper for lighthouse.world. I come from a fashion world. I'm an ex-runway fashion model and a fashion designer. I worked and lived for over 10 years in Manhattan, New York. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the spatial team for their continuous dedication and hard work in providing us with a home called Spatial. I also extend my thanks to Creative Owls for his inspirational leadership with our community. Thank you so much for the community to being so supportive towards me and being awesome. I'm very passionate about creating positive social interactions, and I like to encourage personal growth within this metaverse, within this digital realm. And my mission is to welcome users and inspire them through immersive experiences in the metaverse. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much, Ira. It's an honor to have you here, and I want to say she's an amazing woman in tech as well. All right, and again, introducing our famous Dub Stillo. Hello, welcome. Can you please give us a short background about yourself and experience here in the metaverse?
Yes, greetings, fans. Thank you. Hello, Ida. Hello, everybody. Sinful Meat Stick, hello. Pleasure to have a stage with everybody here. And yes, I'm Dope Silo. I'm a passionate creator and event curator based out of Los Angeles, using the metaverse for immersive experiences to collaborate with music, art, and to foster meaningful connections with all of us humans here around the world. I believe it's a great platform for us to grow and learn a lot about ourselves and our brands. Thank you. Pleasure being here.
Thank you so much, Dope, for that. And please, Simple, this is actually the first time we meet. I heard so many great things about you from, from Creative Owls and, of course, from previous speakers. Can you please give us an introduction about yourself and your experience here in the metaverse? And welcome.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Hi, and yes, it is a pleasure finally meeting you. Hello, everyone. My name is Sinful. I am a show host and and co-founder of the Community Building Decentraland Discord and Twitter space. Community Building Decentraland kind of has become an umbrella of communities within Decentraland. A lot of different community members from all over different communities and stuff just come together under that Discord, kind of speak about community related topics, as well as like even in the Twitter spaces. The community building Twitter space is posted every Wednesday at noon Eastern, if anyone would ever like to say hello. And yeah, very, very excited and honored to be here. Lots of familiar faces. It's been a while since I've been on a stage with Dope Stilo and Ira. I'm very excited. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you, and I'm really you. And before we get started, I do want to ask our audience or guests before we start this panel session, if you can answer in the chat box, yes or no. Do you think community building is crucial for the success of the metaverse? Yes or no? And meanwhile, all that, let's go ahead and start it with our first question. And I'm going to start with our wonderful Ira. If you can answer this for us. and it's going to be in the metaverse. Community building is crucial. What are some effective strategies for fostering a strong and engaged community within the metaverse? How can community-driven initiatives contribute to the growth and success of the metaverse?
Thank you. I have a lot to say regarding this question, and I will start with this: building a strong community, of course, an engaged community requires a great effort. And first of all, we have to, as a community, we have to recognize and see what is like understand what is our shared purpose and understand our goals as a community. Because when you enter the community, you don't understand nothing. You have to first learn about the community. What is it doing? What's the challenges? What's the opportunities ahead? How can we work together to build it better? And I want to ask a question. How many of you know the goal of this metaverse? Have you checked the website and have you checked the purpose and what is the goal of this metaverse? And the last time I saw the goal on the website, it says that helping creators and brands to build and share culture together. That's a great purpose, but we are steering also the purpose into different directions all the time because it fluctuates. So right now we're creating games, so we have to revisit the purpose. And we have to make everybody aware what's the purpose we're doing, what we're doing here. And then once we enter this metaverse, what keeps on us coming back to this metaverse? For many of us, it's about building our projects, of course, and we want to enjoy all of these immersive social interactions as well. But above all, we all desire, I think, meaningful connections. We want to meet the friends, stay connected, and feel safe. And so to achieve this, we must focus on creating this seamless communication within the metaverse. So to have that, we need channels for communication within the metaverse, allowing users to connect, share experiences, ask questions, or receive quick support. And it has to be all within the metaverse. How many times I've met people and how many times they say, I don't have Twitter, I don't use Discord, and they get lost. So communication channels should be easy, accessible, and they have to foster a supportive community. For the new users who enter the metaverse, sometimes it's intimidating. They don't know what to do. So they need the clear guidance. They need the access to tutorials, mentorship, overall support to start their journey in a healthy way because they want to stay, but they don't know what to do. So as me, I meet them at the door and I usually don't even know myself where to go sometimes because there's so many channels and I grab a little bit of this person like Metaverse Josh. He does tutorials. I always have it by my side, but we need a clear guidance for them. Or of course they can rely on their own intuition and luck, find their ways around. I also think that leaders must be welcoming and they have to create this inclusive atmosphere like Stilo. He's always super sweet and very inclusive to everybody and inspire others through positive actions and support, of course. Safety is very important, providing this sense of safety and security. We need it will allow them to return. Collaborative projects, leaders like Creative Owls, Stilo, High CC, Choice Community, they're constantly facilitate these opportunities for individuals to showcase their talents and build connections. That's awesome. And of course, I think that the metaverse should give credits and say thank you to those who contribute to the community. Showing off their work and talents makes them feel proud and encourages them to keep being part of the metaverse. So also trust within the metaverse is very important. Community has to establish this foundation for, you know, inspiration, collaboration, mutual support. It's all community efforts. And I think that the communication is the most important within the community. So yes, together we can do it. Of course, I believe in this community, and I love it. I definitely love it. This is my home, and I'm ready to support everybody. I'm greeting you guys. I'm greeting the new people. I don't want to hold everybody by the hand, but I'm definitely giving the way for you to be free and create and be feeling comfortable within this metaverse. Thank you so much.
Amazing, Era. Thank you so much, and I really, admire you and everything that you do. Not only that you're talented, but you do have a strong community. You always show up, like every event that Era is there, and that's a way, how like basically, to be here, like to grow community, to strong, to show up for them, but not only like them supporting you, but you actually supporting back. So thank you for everything that you do and for being here today. We are going to move on to the Philip. How can community-driven initiative contribute to the growth and success of the metaverse? You have an amazing community. And my little one just woke up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Ida really just covered it all. She did a great job of explaining, that it's about communication. Right now it's early and we're in a time of awareness. What can be done? Maybe a lot of people are wondering what's going on. What is the metaverse? So I think leading by example, if it's music, really leading by example, showcasing the vibe, your culture, creating a safe space, if it's art, comedy, again, communication, just really being clear that I don't think it's my community, I think it's a community and we're all kind of working together for that goal of branding, like branding in the metaverse, branding ourselves. I think we're all creators here. So we're all kind of focused on growth. So I think by communicating with each other, scaling together, we're all here for that same purpose. Consistency as well is super important. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And you said it right. Sometimes, like I said earlier, we come here in the metaverse when we work together. I think everything it's just better. But here in the metaverse, we have like everyone coming together, working together, collaborating, supporting each other. So we're a big and strong community when we're together. So thank you for that. And Sinful, I know you come from a different community as well, the Centraland. Can you please share your experience and not only that, what are some effective strategies for fostering a strong and engaged community within the metaverse?
Thank you. Well, I'll start by saying that Ira and Dope Stilo, excellent responses. Very, very important points to take point of. And I guess to the first half of the question, I'll answer from the perspective of a content creator, and I do believe that artists and musicians can relate to these 2 points. In the current state of the metaverse, if you want to foster a strong and engaged community, to me, 2 very important things come to mind. One, it would be support to the ecosystem that you're trying to be a part of. And I'm not saying you have to buy anything or stuff like that. I know so many talented creators in Decentraland, for example, that literally all they ask for is for your time. And and so yeah, and yeah, so to the second point, oh, and of course I wanted to actually kind of quote one of my good friends in the space that once said to me, the more you show up for others, the more others will be willing to show up for you. And these words have kind of stuck with me due to how true they have proven to be. And my second point is consistency, just as Dope Stilo mentioned. Um, and it's consistency in every sense. If you see someone in the space, an artist or a builder that you really like, try to support them in any way, shape, or form you can. Even a message to them saying, "Hey, I love what you're doing," can really go a long way. Or if let's say you wanted to start a talk show, start that talk show, set a day and a time, and stick to it every week, and you will see how eventually community members will start noticing that this event is happening every week at this time, and they can almost kind of expect you to be there at those times. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, and that is true. Actually, had a space, earlier this morning that talks about community and how to grow one. And I feel like one of the tips that I gave is like show up. You got to show up, and you're definitely right. The more show up, others will show up for you as well. And moving along, Jake, welcome. Thank you so much for being here with us. I appreciate that you were able to make it. Before you answer this question, I do want to ask you if you can please introduce yourself and share your role here and spatial with us. Thank you for
Yeah,
being here.
sure. Yeah, thanks for having me. Sorry I was a little late. I had some technical difficulties, but really awesome to be here. I've been hearing these incredible answers and thoughts from the rest of the panel, which is just amazing. So yeah, hi everybody. I think a lot of you know me. For those who don't, Jake Steinerman. I'm the head of community at Spatial, the platform that we're all on. Been at Spatial about 2.5 years or so, but we have worked in the AR, VR, sometimes called Metaverse, sometimes now called spatial computing space for going on about 10 years now. And just really thrilled to be here on the stage. So yeah, to answer the question, it's hard to top a lot of the answers that we're given here, but from my perspective, I would almost say I'm in a way the least qualified person to answer that question, and that may sound surprising to a lot of you, but I think kind of my thoughts on it are really to give space and tools to the community itself to allow it to foster and grow. Really, my role is really just to support really everyone that's on stage here, everyone that's in this room, to make sure that you're all empowered to build the communities that you want to build in the way that you want to, whether that's visually or now through different monetization tools, if you have the tools to do that and be empowered to do that, no matter what that community is about, whether it's about gaming, whether it's about NFTs, whether it's about art or dance, that you have the capabilities to do that. And that's from specifically from Spatial's perspective, that's what we've strived to do since day one. No matter what device you want to join, no matter how you want to build your space, you have this infinite 3D canvas in order to do that. So I think it's, when it comes to building community, it's I think from my side, being as hands off as possible, but also being there for you all when you have questions, when you're looking for support, when you're looking for feedback on how to grow your community or how to really stimulate the community more. We just want to be here and support you in however you want to build your communities. So I hope we do that. Hope we continue to do that, and then also listen to you all, because this platform and the metaverse in general was built, and is being built for and by you. So whatever can be done, I think that's the job of any company these days, is all community. They're all community driven now. If an organization isn't building a platform really based on feedback by their community, then I don't think they're really doing the best that they could be doing, and that's what we strive to do, and what we want to keep doing on our end. So hopefully we can keep doing that for you, and we'd been loving to see just the people on stage here specifically, and obviously everyone else in the room, but like how Ira, how you've been building out your community and your immersive interactive experience, and Stilo, of course, just being that persistency every week and hosting concerts and events. I mean, it's been absolutely amazing to see. And there's so many other names here in the room too. Like we'd spend a year all talking about it, but it's amazing to see everyone kind of doing their own thing while also being able to co-collaborate, and then have their own events. I think has been really powerful for me to see, and for the rest of the community to see.
I really like what you said about the platform acting as a support for community initiatives. I think community initiatives that are supported by the platform it is being produced on is very important for the growth and success of the metaverse platform. Because I feel like community initiatives are that are supported, of course, are an excellent way to captivate new creators by showcasing the possible opportunities that may be presented to them in the space.
Thank you so much, guys, for the wonderful, insights. And I do want to say that what I get from this, in this platform, we basically one community. So make sure everyone here in the room to follow these amazing speakers, and make sure to reach back and see the way that you can collaborate and attend and show up for them, because you never know what amazing reward you're going to get from this. And we are going to move up to our second questions, and again starting with Era. If you can answer this for us. As the metaverse expands, inclusivity and diversity become important factors. How can we ensure that the metaverse is accessible and welcoming to people from different backgrounds, cultures, and abilities? What step can be taken to address potential biases or inequalities within the metaverse community?
Yes, that's a great question. And I have to say, our metaverse is doing great so far, but I want to add a few things that I've noticed. So we're trying to make this metaverse welcoming for people from different cultures and abilities. And I think that in the metaverse, language barriers can be very challenging, communication challenging, and some individuals might feel hesitant to speak up due to the accents or concerns about being understood. And I've had many cases about that. People want to communicate, but they are feeling shy to open their mics. So I think to address this, we can incorporate some kind of language translation tools, enabling everybody to express themselves comfortably in their preferred language. I also feel that we have a lot of cultural exchange events here in Spatial, and there are fantastic opportunities to connect and to learn from different communities. So, for example, our active Japanese community hosts numerous events. If we had a translator system in this metaverse, we would be able to help everyone understand each other regardless of language difficulties. And those events are crucial, and I love going to a Japanese community to visit them. They speak their language I don't understand. So I think the smooth communication makes these events very valuable, and I would like to see that in this metaverse. Also, to make sure that everyone feels safe and welcome, I think that we need clear rules and proper moderation, like having anti-harassment systems that deal with bad behaviors, that quickly resolves the issues, warning to do some warnings and yes, I think that discrimination and harmful actions can really hurt people. So it's essential to basically take this problem seriously and yes, address that. Also, in the metaverse, I think being inclusive is important. Also, text to speech. When people write, and I've seen many cases when our users, they're trying to use text to speech through opening their mic and doing that. I've seen that before because people don't want to speak. So if we can also incorporate that into the metaverse, that would be great. They struggle with their voices, and they don't want to open their mics. And yes, and I think that our metaverse is listening to us. And listening is crucial to make it inclusive and for all of the users. We need truly to understand the concerns of the users. And so by listening, it might improve
Thank you so
the
much for
usage
that.
of this metaverse. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing. And you did cover a lot, and thank you so much for that. I do want to move on the next below. What steps can be taken to address potential biases or inequalities within the metaverse community? Just to kind of switch it around.
Did you say this? I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? It just
Yes,
cut out
of
a little
course.
bit.
It would be what steps can be taken to address potential biases or inequalities within the metaverse community?
Yeah. So I think a lot of the words that might be used to describe this experience right now could be off-putting to people that don't know or maybe have heard like headlines or read headlines about the metaverse where we're in right now. So I think like, the language that we speak, the buzzwords that we use, they do have certain histories, and maybe it wasn't by us or maybe by the people before us, or who knows. But what I'm saying is like the language is really important, and I think that like maybe the word the metaverse might scare people outside of everyone in here, but like our uncle or aunt. But maybe describing this as a digital community, kind of rephrasing our language can really take us a lot farther as far as inclusivity goes. If we really want, the corporate world to join in on the fun, and for us being that example of maybe, there is no web, like I don't think in 10 years from now, Web3, Web2, Web4, Web5 will exist. I think, basically to come back full circle, I think the language we use can create barriers. So being conscious of what words we use to describe our experiences can help from past prejudices.
Thank you so much for that, Stilo. I appreciate you guys have really offered a lot of amazing insights on this panel. I am going to move on to the next question since we are starting to get a little bit limited here on time, and I do want to get through all of them. So I'm going to move to the next question to see if Sinful can answer for us. Collaboration and cooperation are key elements of thriving metaverse community. How can individuals and organizations and platforms work together to create shared standards, interoperability, and seamless experience across the metaverse?
Okay, so like personally, at least at the current state where we are, I haven't really noticed too much like in a general metaverse community. But what I do see is communities within the different metaverse platforms. So I believe a great way to develop these shared standards, interoperability, and seamless experiences would be by in a way bringing two communities together, and see what can come of it, cross-pollinate the communities, and just have fun. And as the platform, as like, let's say Decentraland being Decentraland or Spatial, they can observe what's going on, think about possibilities of how the two platforms could make like one experience interoperable. And yeah, basically just allowing communities to build together.
Thank you so much for that. All right. And I'm going to go ahead and move to the next questions because I feel that Jake might have the right answers for this. Governance is a significant challenge in any community. What governance model can be adopted to ensure fairness, transparency, and accountability with the metaverse? How can we prevent centralized controls and promote decentralized decision making?
Yeah, these are great questions. Just a shout out to you, Vans, and or whoever put the questions together, because these are really thoughtful, thought-provoking questions. Yeah, so when it comes to governance models and making sure there's fairness and transparency, across the metaverse, I think one approach that I'm trying to push our platform towards, and we're trying to move more towards, in general, I think, is having almost like a Reddit approach, if you will, to how spaces are managed. Of course, we have, on Spatial in particular, we have our community guidelines that institute fair policies and safe policies for the platform in general, and those are very much in line with what you'd see on other platforms. But then I think when it comes to what happens, say, in individual worlds or spaces, is giving as much of that power to the hosts and the owners of those spaces, so that you can determine what is right and what you would deem, say, less right in terms of actions or behaviors in your world and in your space. Because we at the platform level don't want to be the arbiters of, say, truth or fairness, beyond a certain minimum, of course, but beyond that, I think giving as much of the power to the community, and the trust that you would govern your own worlds and spaces within those guidelines, and to a certain extent ones that make sense to you as well. Because one thing that's different and interesting about the metaverse is there's so many people, and this gets to an earlier question around, I think, diversity and representation, is we have so many, hundreds of thousands, if not more, millions of worlds on Spatial that are being built by millions of different creators, and these creators are from all walks of life, from all different cultures, all different backgrounds, experiences, and all different kinds of things that what's the culture really is different from place to place and from creator to creator. So it's really hard, if not impossible, for say, like at a platform level, to institute a level of governance that would be necessarily considered fair or consistent across those different cultures. So I think centralizing it to that degree wouldn't necessarily be the right call. So how can we institute a system where the power is in the hands of creators, and that can be instituted at varying degrees at a space-to-space or world-to-world level? I think that's going to be even more important going forward.
Amazing, Jake. I appreciate. Thank you so much for that knowledge and sharing with us. And I'm going to go ahead and move to the next questions. And I would like for you all to answer um, trust and safety are paramount in the metaverse. Can each of you just answer one? What can be one measure that can be implemented to protect us from scams, fraud, and other malicious activity? Something that you think of, Jake, since this kind of ties to our previous question. What is one measure that you think of?
I mean, we've been instituting more, controls in place and reporting controls in place in the platform, but I think it really comes down to education is the key word. I mean, the metaverse and Web3 and the digital realm, it changes and moves so quickly from day to day that it's hard sometimes for the technology to keep up. That I think this is also where community education comes so firmly at the center and key, is that we all are keeping each other educated and up to date into what, in terms of fraudulent or malicious activities, what are some of those things that are happening, and that's why things like the community Discord is like kind of that centralized hub can sometimes be so valuable, because sometimes things have to be communicated outside the platform. So I think education and community is really key to keeping everyone aware and safe from any malicious activities.
Amazing. And Ira, what is one thing that you can list that we can implement to protect from scams or fraud as you being a founder and building your own community?
I think that for me is important to know who I can recommend to people. People come to me, new users come to me, and they ask, okay, who do I go to talk to? So I have to make sure that I know the person pretty well. So I think that some kind of verification processes can help us to see who is verified and who is unverified user, and to feel safer to direct people to certain creators. I think that would be helpful.
Amazing. So far we do have two amazing answers, which is like education and also verification. I feel like both of those go really together. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and move to the next questions, because I do feel that this one fits well with Stilo. The metaverse has the potential to reshape social interactions and relationships. What ethical considerations should be taken into account when designing and developing the metaverse? How can we create a metaverse that encourages possibility behaviors, respect, and healthy interactions among its users?
Who is this question? So
For Stilo.
Maybe I'll give this to Dov Stilo. He's really good with this.
Yes, that
Oh,
it is
man.
for Stilo.
This is a tough one for sure. I mean, I think that like leading by example, setting the tone for the culture that you are creating around you. I think different platforms have different communities, so we also, should read the room. I know that maybe I've seen other platforms be a little bit or a lot more public. So just, I guess, education, like Jake was saying, I know like Spatial has a culture for, creators who are very respectful of each other. And I think to encourage that positive behavior, we pass it along. I know a lot of people have done things for me, and I encourage to I try my best to pass that along, that knowledge along, and cultivate that relationship with people. So passing along things that have been taught to me, sharing knowledge, encouraging others, for, and encouraging growth.
Amazing.
Can I add something here, Vanessa?
Yes, go ahead.
I think
Yes, go
also
ahead.
that metaverse, people entering the metaverse, they have different levels of understanding of what we're doing and how we're doing. And not understanding it yet, they might do many mistakes. And I think we just have to be more acceptable towards the new users, and just educate them, or just give them some time to learn more about how we behave here.
Thank you so
That's
much, Vera.
say.
And I do feel that your answer does move. It connects with our next questions because you guys are already are on the same wavelengths. We're going to talk about education and digital literacy. I would love to have your final thoughts about this. We have 6 minutes to wrap it up. And education, digital literacy play a crucial role in empowering individuals within the metaverse. What initiatives can be undertaken to promote digital literacy, ensure responsible use of the metaverse, and provide educational resources for users of all ages? I would like to hear from Simples as well first, since it's coming from a different metaverse as well.
I'm absorbing this question here. One moment.
No problem. Go ahead. If any of you are ready with the questions, please feel welcome to take the lead.
Yeah, I'm happy to take it. So I think, a very important thing with digital literacy is having experience with the technology that you're trying to be literate on. You can't have experience or be literate in the technology until you've used it. So I think a really key part of the metaverse is purely access and accessibility, getting people through the door and seeing and touching and using the tech in order to understand it. It's one thing to hear about it and read about it or watch videos about it, but it's another thing to actually kind of get your feet wet and try it out. And that's why I think having the metaverse be it's not in a specific place, obviously, just like the internet, but having it be wherever people are, meeting people where they are, so they can, it's not this, big M word that's been popularized by Facebook, by Meta, and has certain assumptions about it. It's seeing, hey, this phrase, the metaverse, it represents communities, it represents people, artists, creators that exist on mostly other platforms other than, Meta's vision of it, right? It exists on Fortnite, and exists on Roblox, exists on Decentraland, exists, of course, here on Spatial. And it's a really different aspect to it. So I think having the metaverse accessible from so many different places, technically speaking, whether it's a game console, whether it's a web browser or your phone, that makes it so much easier to get people in, and also helping them realize that it's, doesn't necessitate the use of a headset, though that's definitely the coolest experience and the most immersive way to access it. Getting in the browser, which is how we see the vast majority of people accessing it, really, I think once they get in, their perception is vastly changed. So I think accessibility is one of the most important aspects on that front.
So much for that, Jake. I appreciate.
Most definitely. And yeah, I could pop in if it's okay with everyone. I liked what everything Jake was saying, and kind of I guess I would like to provide the point of view kind of from as a community member. I'm one of those individuals on the Decentraland that likes to hang out at like the starting point and just help any users that may come by that may need any help at all. And so through there, I just try to connect with the user. If they're comfortable with it, I'll jump in a call with them, and then from there, I kind of like guide them through the process. I answer questions about kind of what's a rug pull, what is FOMO. I show them how to navigate through OpenSea. As well as like tell them what not to click on because this will happen or stuff like that. So kind of having even active community members within the platform that are willing to share, just to kind of wait around until the user comes by, and then it's like your time to share your knowledge with them.
I think Vanessa, I'm not hearing you.
Yeah, I think we might have lost Vanessa here. We might have a little bit of a lag. Real quick, she might need to reset the room. For those that are watching on the live stream that can't get in, we have reached capacity. For some reason, it's taking people into two different rooms, so we do have some other speakers. But I think that wraps up the panel session. I do want to give a round for every speaker to provide their last thoughts of the Metaverse community challenges. I want to give everybody a minute of a safe round for them to put their last input into the space. I would love to start off with Ira. If you can provide your safe round, give us a minute of your thoughts around Metaverse community challenges anytime.
I think that community building is very important, and I think with different levels of understanding, we have to allow everyone to be what they want to be here in this realm, and without any judgment, and just give the room for people to express themselves without any judgment and too much expectations. That will help the community just to feel more free and more creative.
Fantastic answer. Thank you, Ira, so much. So much value that you provided here today. And it's also been a pleasure to watch, the value that you provided, the community growth. You definitely came on the scene and really provided some impactful community. You've brought in a lot of creators, and you've actually helped me along the way and not token gate other people from immersing us into collaboration. So I just want to say thank you. I do want to go over to Sinful for your last round. Love to know what are your final thoughts around community challenges and opportunities.
As the space develops, I feel like it's an ongoing topic that it's very important to kind of touch and speak about more openly. I would say one community challenge that could be addressed more, or it could be even around governance. Governance at the moment with Decentraland, we need to find a way to allow everyone to have an equal voice without applying any capitalistic aspects to it. So if there's any other metaverse platforms out there listening, please take that to account. And thank you everyone for being here, for attending today's event. It has been an honor for me, and hope to be back one day.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for representing Decentraland. I personally have not journeyed into Decentraland, but if I do go in there, I definitely know who I need to go in there with and to connect with, and I really love that. I reached out to you, and you didn't hesitate. You said, whatever you need, I'm here to help support and build and that shows me that you're a strong leader. You had no idea what you were really getting into today. So I want to just collaborate, say thank you so much for, taking a leap of faith and providing us your insights and being such a great community member, not just to Decentraland representing them, but every creator out here in the space. So thank you once again. I do want to turn it over to Dope Stilo. Would love to get your last and safe final round on Metaverse community challenges and opportunities.
Thank you, Owls. I definitely need to get your microphone because your voice sounds amazing. Nice, full and rich, full of bass. Love it. I want to thank everybody, and I want to commend everybody for being here. This is just the beginning. There's 8 billion people on this planet, and we are here. So, don't go too hard on yourself. We are learning. We make mistakes. Let's be easy on ourselves. I'm speaking myself, but for me, it's okay. We're here to learn. So let's communicate with each other as much as possible and continue to grow.
Love that answer, and I really love what you've been doing. And one of the most amazing things that really separates a lot of creators and a lot of people is consistency. And that's something that we have seen you produce time and time where people are getting tired, you keep going. When people get good results, they kind of stop and take a break. I just really admire your consistency, your grind, your hustle. I'm super bullish on you as a creator, what you're doing for this ecosystem. And what the future looks like for you in your community, because it's getting stronger and stronger every single week in what you're building. So thank you so much. I want to give the last safe round to Jake. Jake, what is your safe round around the Metaverse community challenges and opportunities?
Yeah, safe round. I love that. It's really hard to. Every time someone was answering, I was trying to come up with a different answer, and then everyone kept taking the thoughts or feedback I was going to have. But basically, I mean, I think it's two things, right? It's one is, and I know we say this a lot, but it's still early. I mean, this is the Metaverse and all these different platforms. They're the YouTube of 3D spaces and immersive worlds, and you all are you're early influencers to that. You're setting the standard. You're setting the precedent. People are going to copy what you're doing. They're going to copy you in years from now. So just know that there's nothing you can do here is wrong or isn't the right way to do things. We're all learning, myself included. We're all experimenting. We're all figuring this out. And then the other piece of that, similar to what Stilo said, is let's be here for each other. I think we're all not competing with each other. We're all trying to raise each other up and build each other's communities. I don't think any of our communities conflict with one another or compete with one another. I think, as they say, a rising tide lifts all boats, right? And same goes here as well. So know that you're early, know that you're setting a standard for the future, and just be there for one another. And I think we'll all look back as today and days like this as like the good old days, the early days. As one of my favorite shows, The Office, says, you always wish you knew you were in the good old days when you were actually in them. So just days like this and events like this, take it to heart and appreciate them. And just the last thing I'll say is let's get a shout out and claps and hearts for Dope Stilo, or sorry, for Dope Stilo, but for Creative Owls too, and everyone on the panel. But I meant to say for Creative.
We love you. We love you, Alex.
Clap for Stilo for birthday. But also clap for Creative Owl for putting this incredible event together. He does it every few months and keeps topping himself. And real big ups to you, Al, for learning Unity. I mean, he built this space in Unity, and he didn't even know what Unity was a couple of months ago. And here he is building this incredible space with Quest, and go find the key if you haven't yet. So big ups to you, and also big ups to Vans for leading and moderating this incredible panel.
Yeah, Vans, are you back? Hopefully she's back. But thank you, Jake. I appreciate you. It is, learning new software applications is hard. You just got to keep. I think I can speak for a lot of creators here. Sorry if I have to say this, but there's a lot of nights that you stay up learning something, and once you unlock that level, you keep going, and you can keep going, and you get more confident in what you're producing and what you're building. And this is just a testament of hard work, but this is great. Everybody can build an environment, everybody can build a room, but I think it's about the value that people are bringing here, and I think that's what keeps people coming back. But I also want to kick it back to you guys, the speakers here. You guys are the ones that make this Metaverse Summit. And I'm really thankful that, Tangapo, took some time out, Sinful, Blockstone, you and others really, dove into this event. And this is just the beginning. I'm here to bring some more fire throughout the year. So just really excited to be here and keep building, keep creating, and keep collaborating. I think that's going to be the winning formula here for communities. As we say, it's a MVC. Which is a minimal viable community. You have to start small, understand what the challenges are, and kind of work together. But we've got some great community members that we're here around, and I'm really, really proud to have Era on stage, Dope Stilo, Sinful, and Jake. So thank you guys. We are going to take a little bit of a break, and we will start the next panel session at around like 6:50. We're going to give it a little bit of a 10-minute break so everybody can go use the bathroom as we are still waiting for some other speakers. The next section is going to be how to grow your business, your Metaverse business online. This one's going to be really feisty. Jake is going to be a part of this. Dope Stilo is going to be a part of this. I don't know if Rhonda is going to be a part of this, but Tankapoke, if you're around and if you'd like to join this panel session, I would like to invite you to be a speaker of this if you're interested. And we also have Al from VoxBox, who's going to be, I think he's kind of stuck in the other room, but hopefully we can get him in here. Would love to start that off. So we will start in about 10 minutes at 6:50. So I apologize for the 10-minute delay. We just need to take a quick break. And I will turn spatial audio on so you guys can connect for each other for the next 10 minutes. Thank you again to the panel speakers. Vans, I know we can't hear you yet. I know we can't hear you. So you might need to reset or close some browsers and then come back. But don't worry, I'm here.
I would.
Go ahead.
And I would maybe just turn the instance off. So
it's off. It's been off.
That way people don't get. Oh wow.
Yeah, it's just it's people have been stuck there because people have been hanging around there back and forth. So it's been off for for a good amount. Yeah, it's been off for a few hours. So it's all good. We'll just keep continuing and just keep moving. So again, we will continue this back in about 10 minutes. I am going to turn spatial audio off so you guys can have some side conversations. And thank you again to the panel speakers. We'll start here in just a moment.
We need to know what mic you use, Creative. You sound like you're on.
Does it sound good?
Oh man, incredible. You EQ your voice or something? You got a natural. He's got a natural EQ in there.
WPGC 95.5. Oh, okay.
I'm going to need you to host every single show I heard of.
All right, we're going to take a quick little break, guys. We will start the next panel session in about, it's 6:42, so in about 8 minutes, we will start the next panel session. We're just going to wait for some other speakers to come on. The next panel session is going to be very, very interested as we are going to be talking about growing your metaverse business online. This is going to be a very, very great opportunity to dive into this conversation. We have about 5 different questions that we will be asking these panel speakers. I will be a part of this because this is my jam. We're going to talk about the key strategies, best practices, global marketplaces, talking about monetization models, building strong partnerships and collaborations, which I think is going to be fantastic, and user engagement and retention, keeping those tracks. I think those are going to be very, very fantastic things for us to think about as we are getting into it. And then at 8 p.m., we do have the Creative Talk. This is a TED Talk platform for us that we are going to get a chance to dive in, to listen to some of these speakers. So really, really excited to continue today at the Web3 Leaders Metaverse Summit. I just want to say thank you to Vance for taking some time out and helping me host here today. She's done a absolutely fantastic job. And for everybody that's watching the YouTube, I hope you guys are enjoying. The live stream. It is my first live stream on YouTube. Hopefully, I sound clear and crispy. Go ahead and let me know in the chat if the mic sounds good. If you guys are able to see and participate in the conversation so far. Love to get some more engagement inside that chat. And if you haven't already, go ahead and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Go ahead and follow me on all the social media platforms. And just hang on tight as we are going to start our next session here in the next 6 minutes. So if you haven't already, go ahead and grab a glass of water. Go ahead and stretch. And we will be back here in just a moment. Thank you.
So on the topic of VR, I know that spatial.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that's when this lets me know that I've been in the room for too long. See if I can turn this. Grab this. Grab this, replace it. Nope, we are timed out. Man, been running live for a while, so things will happen. That's part of running an event.
Do you know the Metaverse now has over 400 million unique average monthly users worldwide? Hello, I'm Vanessa, one of your hosts here at the Metaverse Summit.
So
I'm glad to see you
I'll
here
let
today.
Vanessa finish.
Behind me is the art hub and the main stage area. But before you head that way, go find creative on the left stage. I'll see you soon.
So for everybody that's listening, real quick, I do want to say, running these metaverse events is challenging. You do have people that are coming in from different platforms, from different devices, and everybody has different internet speed. So you have to be very considerate of that. Sometimes the speakers can't load in. Sometimes there's going to be glitches. That's usually what's going to happen. But always having a plan B, having a set of hosts that are there to support you is always key to running these events. I do have on my YouTube channel, if you're watching, a video of what are my top 10 tips of hosting an event online. So if you are curious to host your own metaverse event or produce something like this for your own brand, for your own company, I highly, highly recommend checking out the YouTube channel. On there, I have your 10 tips to hosting an event. And those are some really great outlines, especially around creating an agenda, being organized, keeping things on track. We have done a really, really fantastic job here today by trying to keep on track of what we're producing, keeping on target, and helping the people that are new to the platform understand what the value that we're seeing here today. As you can see, there is a ton of engagement that is going here on the chat, where people are just communicating and going back and forth. And that's what's really about, just keeping continuous engagement as we are doing these type of panel sessions as well too. These are long, yes. They do provide a lot of value, yes. But asking questions to the community for them to ask to reply is super key to keeping these events going. Now, like I said, the next panel session we are going to be having is how to grow your metaverse business online. And then afterwards, we will be having our creative talk. If you guys don't know what the creative talk is, I'm just going to show you what the stage looks like. It is super sweet. This is something that I built in Gravity Sketch, but it's something like a TED Talk look and feel, where people can come in here, and we're going to have speakers actually come up here and talk about their brand and their business, and we'll be sitting around and listening to them. So giving us a different environment, a different approach, I think that is sweet. Let me hop back in here. All right, fantastic. So we were just going to wait here for another 2 minutes. I'm going to go use the restroom. Everybody go ahead and take a break real quick, and then we'll be right back. All right. Hopefully you guys can hear me. We're going to start here in just a moment.
VR when you're doing your performances?
For me, it's the fact that you could screen record like at really high quality, and I like to like really immerse myself. You know, when it's like the peak time to go in and maybe I'm about to go, I'll hop in the VR, but I'll still be sitting at my desk. Sometimes I'll stand up, but just the feeling, you know, I love going to a concert in VR, putting the headset on, being in a concert and fanning out. I love being a fan, you know, putting my hands up, enjoying someone's music for the first time, or comedy, art. I love that stuff. So that's just for me. It's just that extra, you know, that extra feeling.
You definitely look like you're having fun pretty much the whole time.
Yeah,
That's
and
good.
like yesterday it was like my birthday party, and it was so much fun. Like I hopped in VR right when my set went on. I was like pretending to like do the DJ thing. I had like one hand on my ear, one hand like spinning a record, and it just looked so cool on the camera footage. It was so fun, and like the angle, you could see people's heads, like a real party, like, and you could see me looking down at the turntables, and it just felt so cool. And then to see the footage is so rewarding, so much fun. It's so cool.
All right, guys.
Do you see the future of concerts trending more towards a digital experience like the one you're describing, whereas you're there, but you're also there in a physical sense?
Yeah, I mean, I think for even just people that are attending as well, I think it's definitely the trend I think the trend is to like want to be connected, whether you are a musician or an artist or a comedian or a poet, or a spectator. People want to go online and have friends. That's why, I think social connectivity, like having social, like when you go into Decentraland, and being able to add people, being able to find them on Twitter and stay connected, you're so good. seeing them on on Instagram or whatever platform you might use to message and connect.
All right, guys, we need to start. So if I can also get Blockstone up here as well too, because I know Block wanted to be we want to bring him a part of this one, as he also has a business as well too. So we have Dope Stilo, we've got Jake, I've got myself, and we are going to be missing Al from VoxBox. It looks like he is having some issues logging into the space. If he does come in, then he'll be able to come in. I think Jake is already communicating with him as well too. What I'm going to do real quick, sorry everybody, I apologize for what I'm about to do. So okay, cool. If hopefully everybody's hold on, let me do this again. Sorry, I'm gonna have to do it one more time. Sorry, I apologize. Bear with me, guys. Okay, cool. If everybody can just take a seat one more time and just go grab your seat. We're going to just get on the stage real quick. Let's see.
Jake, I'm loving the avatar. Looking good, my man.
Jake actually has the
Thanks.
real...
I'm just feeling like myself today. You know, feel myself.
Thank you everybody for bearing with us as we get through this. I know we have like 2 rooms that are going on right now, so people are getting a little bit confused of getting in here. Jake, any word from Al?
Not yet. I was messaging with him, but he's trying to rejoin. It looks like, so maybe give him a minute.
Cool.
To rejoin.
Yeah, so we're going to start this panel session just like we do every panel session. I know we've already had some of these speakers up here, but for the people that are now listening in, that are now chiming into YouTube, that are joining the live stream here today, want to welcome everybody to the Metaverse Summit. Hold on a second, my dog just got really excited. And I would like for Mr. Blockstone to give a quick introduction of himself, please.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we do.
All right, cool. Hey guys, Blockstone here. I'm a 3D artist and designer. I also operate Propagation House. We do spatial design and virtual production. So everything from virtual architecture to product placement and concepting in a nutshell. So pretty much anything around virtual design, we try to like find all of the connectors between those things and get the most impact out of those tools.
Thank you, Blockstone. Mr. Dope Stilo, we'd love to give you a quick brief of what you do here in the Metaverse.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Owls. Great to be here. My name is Dope Stilo. I'm a passionate creator. I'm an event curator based out of Los Angeles. I have a deep love for immersive experiences, music, art, and fostering connections with fellow humans.
Thank you, Stilo. Really proud to have you up here, and also with you, Blockstone. And then Jake, love to have a quick introduction.
Yeah. Hey, Bernie, what's going on? Jake Steinerman, the head of community at Spatial, and just here to really listen to our amazing creators because they're the ones doing the dope stuff, and I'm just me. So literally, as my avatar, I'm just me.
Well, Jake, thanks for being here. You are part of the Spatial team, so you do understand of how this platform is a real business, and so your input is going to be very key to this conversation. If you guys don't know, my name is Creative Owls. What I do is I try to put on the biggest digital networking events here in the Metaverse. I like to collaborate with all type of creators from all over the globe, and I've usually been working on the NFT side, working with Polygon, and really helping build that ecosystem with the NFTs and creators of one. Also help with the women in tech, and really trying to onboard as many people into the Metaverse, and been trying to provide and trying to create a real business here and to create some revenue, but not only that, but to create growth and success. And it's going to be a challenge. So this panel session is really going to hit home with people that are here that are creating environments, that are creating collectibles, that are across different platforms here today. So I do want to kick off the first question, and I want Jake to answer this one, and then we'll go down the line. Is what are the key strategies and best practices for growing a metaverse business online? How can businesses effectively leverage the unique features and opportunity of the metaverse to drive growth and success? So, Jake, I'm going to turn this one over to you. I'll give you 2 minutes on the shot clock, and then we'll go to Dope Stilo.
Yeah, sure thing. That sounds great. So, I mean, the metaverse in these 3D spaces, these immersive spaces, are really an opportunity to add something new and unique to your tool belt as a business. You think about it today, you go on any website today, what does basically every website have today? It has a link to that business's social media, right? Their Twitter, their Facebook, their YouTube, if they use that, right? But now, and all of that, right, is a way for the business to kind of put out their brand messaging to the world, to kind of communicate or maybe even have a conversation with potential customers, with existing customers, with their community. With Metaverse, I see this already. You can now have your own 3D space, your own 3D world as a part of that as well. So just as someone clicks, on your Twitter to hear about the latest updates or latest messaging coming from your brand, now they can click a link to that business's immersive space and really experience that business, whether it's a product, you want to experience that product. If it's a vehicle, right, like BMW this week launched an immersive experience. You can ride around and check out their new urban motorcycle that they launch. Or if you're really any other kind of brand or fashion brand, right, you can now try on clothing virtually in these spaces. It basically now gives any business or brand or product the opportunity to really have their own Disneyland. Basically, you can have your own immersive experience, and that's really powerful, more powerful than traditional social media, because when you have an immersive experience, that allows customers or potential customers to build memories related to your brand and your product. And when someone creates a real memory related to that product, that sticks with them for a long time. So I think having these immersive experiences is really one of the most powerful tools now available to brands to build those really firm connections with existing or potential customers.
Thank you, Jake. I'm going to turn it over to you, Blockstone. How would you like to answer this one?
Yeah, I heard the first half of that question when you guys started. Did you repeat that one?
Yeah, it's right behind you. I'll repeat it again. Is what are the key strategies and best practices for growing a metaverse business online?
Definitely showing up every single day, just about. If you look at your virtual space the same way you look at going to work at a brick and mortar location, you will get results because you won't miss anybody who walks through the door. So if they're just a visitor and they come in and that's enough for them, that's cool. If there's someone who wants to do more, you might find out through a conversation. But by being there yourself, even if you don't speak to anybody, but you can still set the tone, you do provide that sense of realism of like, oh, this space is real and I am sharing this with other people. And I think that is the number one differentiator, right? Like you can have a really good shell or a really good, gorgeous space, but if no one ever goes there, the space is kind of, I don't know, without a heart, right? But when people know that you're there every day, they begin showing up on a whim. And then if they start showing up, their friends come with them sometimes. And that kind of momentum begins to snowball. And so I guess in short, right, like I mentioned before in the last talk of making it really easy to get there, but making sure that someone is almost always there during the hours of operation that you set. That's another huge one if you set hours of operation. That is the human differentiator that will change like your entire experience on how all of this works. I think once I understood how powerful it was to just be there and listen to every person who came in. Not only was I learning a lot from other people that became teachers for me, but I also figured out who I could connect. And so once you've got a space, regardless of what industry or interest you're focused in, if you create the belief and then the reality that that space is a real location and interact with people, or even just take information home, people will begin to show up.
Yeah, that is a super key is just continuously show up and and that's how we're going to get more people into it, but also show that you are a strong brand in the metaverse. Dope Stilo, I'm going to turn this question over to you. What are the key strategies and best practices for growing a metaverse business online, and how can business effectively leverage a unique features and opportunity of the metaverse to drive growth and success?
Well, thank you, Owls. That's a great question. I would say that a huge, what's behind the internet and a lot of platforms are algorithms. And what I love about the metaverse is the fact that there is none. I think that being here versus your space, you get to show up every day, create a culture, and I believe if you create the right culture, you can drive traffic, and you will, see your cup overflow on other platforms, your website including. And if you're prepared, having your brand merchandise and other forms and of monetization, not only digital collectibles but physical ones as well. I think that if you do it correctly and are prepared in those facets, it can definitely open you up to more income.
Yeah, that is a fantastic thing.
Being prepared.
One thing I'm going to add to this is a key strategy is provide value. Right? If people are going to take some time to go out of their day to have an experience, an immersive experience, make sure that you are providing value. And also over communicate. I think that's a best practice that I look at is that this is a new platform. People are going to have a hard time understanding things. So being very direct, over communicate. It's a lot of it. I look at it as UX and UI. For businesses to grow in the metaverse is that user experience is everything, but also the user interface of how the room is built. Do they get lost in the space? Do they know where the main stage is, right? Do you have the right signs? I think those are things that businesses need to understand is around the UX and UI for best practices. And features and opportunities, just like we're seeing here, features as in being able to collect items, being able to trade items, being able to sell items, not only in the digital realm, but also in the physical realm. I feel like those are some things that are going to drive a lot of businesses and growth here today. We've seen, like I said, the big companies like Nike, Dolce & Gabbana, Louis Vuitton that are getting into the metaverse or getting into digital assets. Those are some of the best practices that they are carrying over. Let's head over to question number 2. Which I think is going to be very interesting. The metaverse presents a global marketplace with diverse audiences. How can business tailor to their marketing and branding strategies to effectively reach and engage with users from different regions and cultures within the metaverse? Oh man, this is a great question. We're going to turn it over to you first, Blockstone.
So I think the biggest thing is recognizing that because we're in a virtual medium, we have the ability to make a really extreme amount of variations very quickly and at very little cost. And that's actually one thing I really didn't touch on in the last response to the first question, but it really ties into this. And so recognizing, even if you don't necessarily host 24/7 in the metaverse per se, but you understand the power of virtual assets and how to place those in traditional 2D media like photo and film or graphic design, you can tailor every single detail of every single product or option you provide, and then A/B test what does and doesn't work based upon the region you're in or who you're trying to approach. And then beyond that, we have beautiful tools now like Wonder Dynamics, if you guys have seen that, with kind of pre-baked CGI skills, really. Suddenly, you can even upcycle and recycle old media that might actually have a very specific cultural meaning with your target. And now you can overlay, whether it's your streetwear or your avatar or some of the digital assets you're providing. And this was just a thing you really couldn't do before. Even if you think about the early days of kind of like digital testing with A/B, like you could see which graphics people liked, but you couldn't see which things people really wanted to use, which things they were excited to share, which things they kept, which things held up over time. And so suddenly you have this ability to have almost zero risk before you ever manufacture or take major steps to understand your target audience.
Wow, that was a great input. I'm going to turn it over to you, Dope CeeLo. What are your thoughts on this question?
It's a great question. Man, I think the global marketplace is an amazing thing. So for me, like just everything Blockstone said was on the nail. And for me, like it's again like just the global marketplace overfilling into my socials and being prepared, being ready for it. And so a strategy I have is just being consistent, being there, setting an example of what can be done, for me as an artist, and encouraging others to do the same and growing together.
Thanks for that. Jake, over to you. Love to hear your input on this, especially around marketplaces and diverse audience, especially because Spatial is a global company.
Yeah, definitely. We're definitely a global company. I mean, some days, some of the biggest days we've seen in terms of usage have come from, countries outside the United States, like Thailand and Korea and India and things like that. So definitely very attuned to, the platform in general being global, especially as we add on marketplace and monetization features to Spatial as an organization, as a business, in and of itself. But I think, to Blockstone's point in terms of that I really liked around, A/B testing, I think you can now do that on a different scale, but also taking into account, someone's, preferences and likes and personality, understanding, maybe where they move through a space, whether that's a physical space or a virtual space, and understanding the things that they're drawn to and the things that they like, and adapting the environment to them, whether that's, the end goal being a different, business outcome, or the end goal is, really an different experiential outcome. You can now tune experiences, at an individual level, and especially with, the advent of AIs this last year, you can have really personalized content. So someone can come into either your physical space or your virtual space, understand that, hey, this is, so-and-so coming to the space, and we know that they like XYZ. Let's tune some of the content or product to stuff that they may like, or things that they've, maybe showed interest in the past, and can adapt that in real time, because you're using these AI tools, whether it's music, right? There's already so many tools out there today where you can say, I want a beat that sounds like this, that has this tempo and maybe sounds like, you know, Phil Collins or sounds like Drake or something like that, and then it can create content for you on the fly. I think as a business that really opens up limitless opportunities, because no longer are you offering an experience or a product that's limited. You know, if someone doesn't like your product, they may go somewhere else, but now you'll be able to tune that and change that in real time based on, you know, what they do or what they, you know, express interest in. I think it's pretty wild from a business perspective that you have, you know, I would say AI is in that sense is a way to help a business in really ways that it can expand the possibilities in an endless fashion.
Yeah, AI has been a huge help for my business and my multiple businesses, just of how fast you can produce content, outcomes. And, one of the things I want to chime into this part is, with marketplaces and diversity audiences and you're trying to figure out how you can actually tailor to these companies. It's all around the data. I keep coming back to this. For businesses to succeed on any platform, you have to understand the data and see what's driving the business revenue. If you're seeing that you are getting more data points from a certain country or a certain product, it's good for you to understand why. It's good for you to understand what it is that product is producing, so then you can make a better data-driven decision to create more products that are similar to that, or get a better understanding of what is really the niche of your company, or what is the real branding outcomes that are happening for your business. So I think those are my two inputs on that. These are great feedbacks that I'm getting from all three of you guys. I do want to go to question number.
If I tap in one more time?
Yeah. Tap in.
Just thinking about the kind of cultural hack and the specific aspect of the question. On a larger scale too, even when we think about advertising and some of the social risks that come with that, right? Like cultural appropriation is a huge one that people get hit with constantly. What if instead of necessarily just A/B testing all day, you can open up spaces like this and actually bring different cultures together? You're going to necessarily, hire an artist and then package that and resell it in a different country. You might actually be able to have that public event day, even spotlight that artist, their culture, that country, and bring both of those communities together. Even at a community level, right? And you want to think about just sister cities, the exact same concept can happen. And I think it's another thing where we really haven't thought about the possibility of that, but with the immediate possibility of just opening a space and doing it, now that's something you can do in a way that's actually genuine on top of all that.
Great input on that. Let's go to question number 3. Thank you, Block, for adding on to this. So this one is going to be really key. And this is a question that I ask myself all the time. And this is a question that Dope Steelo and I were having the other day around monetization. Monetization. Monetization models in the metaverse vary widely. Extremely wildly, I feel like. What are the different revenue streams available to metaverse businesses, and how can they identify and capitalize on the most suitable ones for their specific offering? Jake, I'm going to go for you for this one for you first.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, that's a great point, and I think it really depends on what you're trying to offer, right? I think on one hand these days, I think we all have become tired of traditional advertising models and feeling like we're being sold to constantly, right? I think this is pushing the internet in general in a new direction, whether those are decentralized platforms or otherwise. But then I think also, monetization models, I think we're also becoming very there's subscription fatigue as well. So I think from monetization perspectives, I mean, subscription is, I think, is great for businesses that operate, on reporting quarterly results and things like that, because it provides you with a consistent, generally sustainable business model. But I think with the metaverse, there are new types of monetization models that are revealing themselves. Whether you're someone like Dope Stilo here, who is hosting events and concerts and things like that, you now have the ability to sell tickets to those virtual events and really open yourself up to a wider audience, because you have this platform where anyone can come in and have this immersive entertainment and experience, and being able to sell tickets to that, or whether that's selling pieces of content that enhance an experience in some way. Maybe it's going to your concert, Stilo, and someone can buy a jetpack and then fly around, and you're experiencing it in a totally different way otherwise. And that, just from an entertainment perspective, that gives that person a lot of value. So there's other ways, and then you as a creator, I think, are challenged creatively to come up with different ways to offer these types of like novel experiences to people, and they'll find value in it and want to invest in you as a creator. So I think these different types, we're going to see different types of revenue streams come into play with the advent of these 3D spaces, and that's going to be, and everyone here, these creators, you're here, you're going to play a role in what that looks like.
Yeah, that's a great answer. Dope, man. Dope Stilo, love to hear your input on this. I think this is something that's going to hit home.
Yeah, man. I think recognizing what you're being asked of. Well, when you do these, when you do throw events, or when you are at your environment daily, whether you're working in it and people pop in to say hello, what people ask about. People ask. I remember people mentioning about, wow, like a skit series. So I did a skit series and people enjoyed that thoroughly, adding to their experience. People wanted a bit more intimate event, so we created a token gated event, and that created a bit more of an exclusive VIP one-on-one connection. I would love to incorporate like Jake said, a jetpack that you can fly around in, extra immersion options for the people that do want to experience it in different mediums. So super important, super fun to, listen and ask questions to the people around you as well.
Blockstone?
It's kind of layered. So I've always kind of looked at it, and it's just me personally, whatever works for anyone is great for them. Is what I firmly believe in. But I think the same way we do business anywhere is really kind of the same opportunity we have here, but there are just some benefits that we have. And I think in specifics to virtual, right, we've got services, we have experiences, and we have like art or artifacts even, right? So if we have the immediate side of experiences, that's one thing that can immediately generate revenue in its own right. And it encompasses a lot of different things. You could be a gallery owner. You could do shows like Stilo does. You could just even have a game. And that's the whole point, is just to have fun in the game. And there's ways you can capitalize on that. If you're doing services, then it's the same deal, right? Maybe if you're working in virtual, like us, we're very specific. With Propagation House, we do virtual design, so what we do is pretty straightforward every day. But even if you don't do that, you might still be able to begin hosting a lot of your daily services in an experience like this, where people come into a space and it's very quick and you can just talk without thinking that hard about it, while retaining all of this context. With artifacts, that could be literal art, or that could be educational resources. And if you think about looking at things kind of like a vault that people can walk into, that's exactly what has transpired here. And so you have two really awesome ways to look at it from my perspective, where you can build a catalog and you can itemize every single piece in that catalog. And over time, you're going to build passive income because those things can be used in a million different ways, like I mentioned before. Or you can do the subscription model, some are tired of, right? What we did with Safe House was exactly that, where if you have a certain token to a location, you go there, that space is filled with items, filled with resources, papers, documentation, and the things we've also already spoken of. But when you begin to think about all of those expansions and all of the ways that you can either make an ask or just provide value, it's actually super easy, I think, to make money. I think just like anywhere else, it's just a matter of applying it to the culture you're in. And we're really lucky because we're growing up now, at least, where people in our general range are pretty much all digital natives. And so understanding how to do business in general, once you kind of softly let people step into it, the rest of it will kind of just make sense. And that's where it's like, yeah, it is early, but that's just it, right? We're all already doing it. You can actually see it work in real time.
Wow, yeah, it's gonna be a fun ride, right? And what works in one platform will not work in the other platform, or what works with one brand probably won't work with another brand, especially when it comes to monetization. And definitely different revenue streams. Jake talked about the subscription base, and that's something that we see and that's really big, right? Pay for a membership or subscription, but it's also very challenging to get the same people keep coming back because everyone's busy. It's hard to kind of create that club in a space. One of the things that I've seen that's been moving is the collectibles. That is something that we are seeing that can be built around a monetization, and then events like this, creating tickets for speakers, for artists, for people to attend. That's something where it's a real you can actually really monetize on that that I have seen personally. But you also have to be careful of not token gate someone who's never had that experience. So it's hard to give someone make someone pay for a ticket for something they have no idea what it's about for that. But over time, we will see different revenue streams as we move forward. I would like to go to question number 4, which I think is going to be fantastic. And I'm really excited to hear everyone's answers to this one. And this is a question to everybody here that's listening on YouTube, in the 8 different rooms that everybody's in, or where everybody's streaming this live, is building strong partnerships and collaborations can be crucial for metaverse businesses. What approach can businesses take to for partnerships within the metaverse ecosystem, and how can they leverage these partnerships to expand their reach and offerings? Jake?
Yeah, I think this is really key because of a lot of these businesses and brands that are coming into, I think at a time they were experimenting with these 3D spaces and immersive spaces in the metaverse, but now you're seeing them put real investment into these spaces, into these experiences. But it's new for them, even these big brands and these big companies. It's new. They don't necessarily know the right strategies or know the right ways to build some of these worlds effectively. So from a partnership side, I think that's key, and we're seeing that with a lot of people I know in our community getting opportunities. Whether that's, I think this, I know Al wasn't able to get in today because I know he'd be able to answer this. He'd be a great person to answer this question. Like him and his team at Voxbox, working with a variety of brands and outside partners to build some really great experiences. Or this week, or was it last week? I'm losing track of time. BMW Motorrad launched an experience on the platform, and that was built by a creator in the community, by Kuba. Right, so these brands are really, I think, really need the experience and the knowledge and the creativity that, you know, individual creators have, and those brands can bring big audiences for those builders, for those creators. So I think from that side, that's where I think a lot of big partnerships and collaborations are really key. So that's why, again, it's good that people here are early, because they'll be the ones to reap those rewards and getting the attention that their creativity deserves.
That's a great feedback and great answer. I'm going to echo on all that. Dope CeeLo, what are your thoughts on this question of building strong partnerships and collaboration?
Strong partnerships. I think strong partnerships and collaborations start with a foundation of keeping an open mind, assuming formlessness, taking the first step, no egos, no pride, thinking outside the box again. I think it's really important that we do create partnerships and collaborations. For me as a musician, I don't know much about Unity, but I created an amazing partnership with an amazing individual or amazing team called Cyber Nerd Baby. And they brought my weekly music concert to another level by creating like an insane experience. And yeah, so I think collaborating, like knowing where your weaknesses might be, and creating teams to really amplify what you're doing and amplify what both of you are doing together.
Fantastic answer. Blockstone.
I think the really super powerful thing and very different thing about this space is that it does become a two-way street, where I think traditional advertising and corporate teams really thought about media as just these kind of like scheduled pushes with very strategic partnerships and specific artists with kind of like a 4-minute video. Like that still works. But what's going on now is you have this ability to begin having a conversation with the people that are already buying whatever it is you're offering, whether you're a media brand or a clothing brand or any of these different things. And so when you start recognizing just the people that are already invested in what you do, for whatever it is they might be, you can actually bring them in and kind of feature them as a part of your brand. And that's like a very, I don't know, we have influencers, we have like sides of this in 2D media, but it's just a lot different now. I think even with a lot of companies, like Midjourney, Stable Diffusion, like it would be really brilliant for them to already have a location where all of these artists that are on Discord are hanging out in the same room with their screens open and placing a lot of these things in the space. You couldn't really just do that on Instagram. You had to have one person who might be sitting there, selecting people. But now you can create this space where people organically begin to communicate about what it is they love about what you offer. And then you get to see what they're doing and who they are and how that might actually already tie in as an association to your brand. And so business to business, that's really huge. And then business to individual and to kind of the micro influencer, as people say, it's a completely new way to do things. Concisely, it's just, figuring out how to turn your space or your brand into a canvas for your users. And when you can do that, you have this kind of symbiotic upcycle that just builds momentum. It doesn't stop.
I appreciate that. Great inputs. I'm just going to chime in here real quick. Partnerships are key to growing your business more than anything. I think people need to understand one very pain point here is that the bigger your reach is, take a moment, guys, the bigger your reach is, the more opportunities you have to connect with people. That is part of a business, and it's part of also marketing as well too. Being able to collaborate and get your product out there to more people. The more people that see your business or your product, that's more opportunity for you to have more revenue. And when you're partnering up with partnerships or collaborating, this is probably the most important thing for people to think about is, do their mission and do their values match your brand? And if they don't match your brand or your vision, that's not going to be a strong partnership. That's just going to be like a small partnership or collaboration and so forth. You need to understand what their vision is, what is their long-term goal, and understand, does that long-term goal match with my vision? If the vision and the partnership is aligned, that is going to be a crucial partnership that's going to allow you to grow. I'm just going to give you guys an example. I've partnered up with Polygon Studios back in 2021, 2022. And the partnership is still going strong because we are still providing value to each other, right? When they need help or when I need help, we're able to collaborate and move forward. It's the exact same thing that we're seeing here with Spatial, in creating that strong partnership and saying, here, I want to collaborate you, but I have the same strong visions and values as that business. So understanding that in the very forefront before you collaborate with anybody is also very important, because you need to understand is what is their mission, but also what is their representation? What are they repping? What is their brand? What are they known for, right? Spatial is known for the metaverse, creating, collaborating. Well, that's what I want to do with my business. So it's an appropriate move for me to partner up with a company like that, because then you guys can intertwine within the ecosystem moving forward. I want to go over to our next question number 5, which is our final question. And for everybody that's listening live on the live stream and is in all the different rooms, after this panel session, I am going to try something. I'm going to unpublish the room, and I'm going to send out one link on my Twitter out, and see if everybody can hit that and they can jump back into the right room. So everybody can just stay with me, everybody that's on the live stream. I am going to try something to try to bring everybody back, so just hang on tight. But I want to get through the last question. User engagement. Oh man, this is great. User engagement and retention are key metrics for success in the metaverse. What are some effective strategies for fostering user engagement and building a loyal user base? How can businesses create immersive, interactive experiences that keep users coming back? Jake?
Yeah. Like I said before, these are excellent questions. Like really, really excellent questions. So in terms of, I think retention is something that's very much top of mind for us at Spatial, and not just for the platform, for building the tools that allow creators to integrate and build in retention into your own experiences. And having these immersive spaces, metaverse spaces, etc., is great. But if you come to it and there's nothing to do or nothing to really engage with, people might come look around, but then they're going, they'll leave. If they're not really getting that, there needs to be some level of fun or interactivity or something for me to do. I mean, at a minimum level, I think like Bloxo mentioned before, having someone in the space to talk to, like being present and having that level of engagement. But a benefit to these spaces is that you can leave them open all the time, right? They never have to close. But having something for someone to do when they're in those spaces is key, and then rewarding them for taking the time and participating in those spaces. Like, one thing I love about this space as well, what different from all the other events and spaces that Al, you threw previously, is it has that quest built in. But not only does it have that quest, but at the end of the quest there's something for you. There's a way for you to enter a drawing, right, for a raffle for swag, or there's something that you get out of it, whether it's virtual or physical. I'm rewarded at the end of the day for it. But then also thinking about, and I think this is where some of the things that are integrated here get into, is rewarding people for coming back and giving them value for returning in the future, and making them, the customer, the visitor, feel appreciated for returning, and making it valuable for them to do so, whether that's the space itself changes in some meaningful way, there's something new to do, something new to see, new people to meet, or there's new rewards for coming to the space, right? It's something fun to do, or something new to receive or collect. That's really key for driving retention. It's something that we're seeing on our end be really effective in some early tests that we've been doing these last couple of weeks and months. Is for a long time, spatial spaces were just, I use that term lightly, but just beautiful spaces to come and see and even meet people. But now they're getting another level where you can see the space, see beautiful worlds, meet incredible people, but now you can do incredible things together and interact with that world, and that world reacts back to you in some meaningful way. So I think as creators, as brands, businesses building these spaces, let there be something for people to do in these spaces, and let your visitors, your customers, be rewarded for going on this journey with you and partaking in these spaces.
Fantastic answer, Jake. I really appreciate that. Mr. Blockstone, over to you.
Yeah, kind of an echo on Jake, really, and just to reward curiosity and to reward people for coming to your space. The biggest thing that worked for us, and that was what really kind of honed and defined our own strategy, was just building in public. And so if you kind of build with the garage door open, people can see the path that you're starting to take, and they can see where you've come from so far. So there are people that might step into our space today and be like, this is really cool, and it's their first time on spatial, and that's cool. Then we also have friends that were around a year ago or a year and a half ago that saw the very first spaces that were open, or saw them when they were bare bones white, and it was nothing but a few bricks and no textures or anything. And we still do that. We'll still build spaces out and then leave them out in the open as we continue to work on it. Because what I recognized was we get so stuck on things like Netflix and YouTube and Instagram and Twitter, because we're always just scrolling to find stuff, and we don't know really what it is, but we're usually trying to find a new experience, or to find something that might resonate with us in a way that feels like it meant something. And so if you can provide this ever-changing experience, and you start looking at things almost like seasons or episodes, the same way businesses do quarters and things too, people are inclined to come back because they want to know what has transpired since the last time they were there. And when we talk about consistency, like Stilo said, and building and all of these things too that we do, it's like the raw curiosity is enough. And so then when you start adding incentivizations like rewards, whether that be information or be models or freebies and that kind of thing, you create an atmosphere that's just kind of genuine interest. And if you can leverage that on top of a brand mission or any other core focus, you've got like dynamite.
Man, I love that. That was a fantastic answer. Mr. Dope Stilo, over to you, Mr. Engagement and Mr. Keep Everybody Coming Back every week.
Man, Jake and Blockstone nailed it on the head. There really isn't much I can say. I can just speak on experience. I've entered Blockstone space, and I've seen him working in action and just building, and that was beautiful. It creates a level of respect, engagement, of course. For me, I think maybe if you're not a builder or an artist, and maybe you just are here to consult or be an experienced, a veteran in an immersive space. Maybe we might not have money, but we do have a social currency, and that is engaging back, commenting back, showing support. I know Ida X Lab, she was just, brilliant by, engaging with others. And then when she was ready to release something and it hit with a bang. So, you might not have something on the table right now, but if you have if you are there and you are engaging back, that is a form of currency, and that creates a loyal user base. You are fostering engagement by giving what you want to receive. So I guess I would just, say that right there.
All fantastic answers when it comes to user engagement and retention. As a good friend of mine finds praise, is just keep creating dope shit, right? Keep creating new experiences, but also keep track of what these experiences are doing. Figure out who's coming back to them. Listen to the community. Be very, very transparent with them and let them know exactly what you're doing, what they're building. And if you're getting feedback, listen to it, right? It's very important to, like Blockstone said, you got to listen and listen to see what people are talking about. I think that's going to help keep people coming back, and also understand your target audience. Like I always go back to this. I think understanding what your business model is, what the business process that you're trying to get out, and how does it align to your services, because realistically not every Web 2 company is going to be successful in the metaverse. Realistically, I'm going to repeat that again. Not every Web 2 company is going to be successful in the metaverse. So you have to really think about is your solution offerings, your services, or your product services, and make sure that they are aligned to this platform. So I just want to say thank you to Blockstone, Dope Stilo, and Jake for taking some time out today to talk about growing your business in the metaverse online. I'm going to give everybody a quick safe round real quick if they want to add anything else. Jake, anything else you want to add?
No, nothing really else for me. Thanks for having me today. Again, kudos to you, Al, on an incredible event, and shout out to my fellow panelists here, Blockstone, Stilo, and Al in spirit. I know we were giving some great responses, but I'll sync up with him. And thanks everybody here for joining us today on the Thursday evening. So appreciate it.
Yeah, safe round from you, Mr. Dope Stilo.
Yes, I just want to say thank you, Owls, for this. This is an incredible event. You really connected a lot of people today, and education is important, especially during this phase of us figuring this out. So I feel so connected. I feel closer to Blockstone, Jake, of course, you, and everybody in this room. So look forward to the future, and especially everybody that's still here. Big things! Exclamation point.
I got you. And Blockstone, safe round from you.
I got nothing but gratitude, man. Thanks for the event. It's been awesome sitting with you guys, Jake, Stilo, folks from earlier. It was a really good time. And keep doing things like this.
Well, I appreciate it. All right, everybody that's listening throughout the 8 different rooms on the live stream, what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to unpublish this room. I want everybody to get out of all their servers. If you're in the room where I'm at, you can stay here. You're fine. You're good. You're VIP right now. But everybody that's listening, I'm going to unpublish the room. I need everybody to get out of all of the rooms. Get out of all the different rooms. I'm going to unpublish this, and I'm going to provide one link, the share link. I'm going to provide this link on, where is it? I'm going to unpublish this room so no one can see this room right now. I'm going to stop going live. I'm going through all the measurements here, guys, so bear with me. I want to make sure everybody can come and join this room. And I have the URL that I'm going to use, and I'm going to drop it inside the chat here for you guys. I'm going to drop it inside the YouTube chat. I'm also going to drop it inside Twitter. If everybody can just tweet this one out, Hopefully everybody can jump back into this room because we're going to be starting our creative talk at 8 p.m. So everybody, if you can, log out of all the rooms that you're not in, that it's not the right one, and go ahead and see if you can jump back into this correct room. Hopefully that will adjust the problem. I'm going to give everybody another 15 minutes, and then we are going to start at 8 p.m. So if you know that people are having some issues that are logging in, see if you can go ahead and send that out, put it back out on Twitter, and hopefully this does not duplicate any of the rooms, but make sure you are getting, if you're not in this main room, go ahead and get out and just give it a second and see if you can come back into this room. That is my troubleshooting issue for today. I'm going to start making my way over to the creative talk session, and hopefully we can start that here shortly here in the next 12 minutes. I want to say thank you to all my panel speakers that were here today. Long day. These questions were tough. None of these questions were easy. Every one of these questions that we provided here these were not layup questions. These are questions to start conversations, to test some of these leaders on what their thoughts are, and to really create conversation on insights over here. I put sent to overflow still creative. Just give it a second. Just back out, close your browser. That's going to be the best thing that I have for advice. If you can go to the Explore tab and see if you can come back in. That's House came back with no. But yeah, that is something that we're going to try, see if that works. And I'm going to send some URLs, see if you guys can accept that. That's going to be the best way that I can try to get you guys inside the room. I am going to head over to the Creative Owls talk stage, and hopefully we can get everybody over there. Again, I apologize for the technical issues, but I will be back in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Is he gone? Did he unlock the space? Did we mess it up? Add stuff.
I'm afraid to close my browser.
Oh my
I?
gosh. Peter, I'm still in the tub. I am rocking it. There is a lightsaber chicken skewer, and it's really helping my life right now. I'm in a hot tub, Ira. It's amazing. Oh, Van.
Nice.
Yeah. It's on my live stream. I'm streaming to Twitter right now, and I've got both Hyperfi and Spatial streaming. So
Who
good.
is there?
Should we all leave the room and see if we can all hop into their room?
Oh, into Hyperfi?
No. I'm saying into this. Should I refresh this? And or you think we're all going to get thrown to the wolves?
I think we should.
No.
You should kick everybody out. You do it yourself because I feel bad.
All right.
I don't want to leave.
Everyone's getting kicked out. Oh man, yeah. I don't know. I just don't know.
I don't want to go home.
No, the next section, the next section is going to be fun.
I live here now, creative. My nest. I made a nest.
All right. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to open up a different browser, and I'm going to see if I can log into their room. So and if I can do that, then I'm going to stay on their room. So everybody listening, just hang on tight. All right. Let's see. Spatial is loading.
Do you know how many text messages? How many DMs? I have 20 DMs from different people.
Yeah.
That they cannot enter.
So I think this is a good.
I've been in your. There was somebody in Discord. I tried.
Yeah, I think this is a great a case study for spatial, so then we can actually have more people in a room for certain events. 50 is great, but if we're gonna pop it like this, and we know we're gonna get over 300 people, and we already had 300 plus tickets sold, it's gonna happen sooner or later. But all right, fingers are crossed that I get into this new environment and I see everybody. If I do, let me see if we can go over there. I just feel bad because some of these speakers are not being able to join the room, which is very, very challenging and a little bit upsetting. But we will continue on. It's part of the technical side of things, but. Yeah, Iro, are you getting direct messages from people saying, hey, they can't connect? Oh, and real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching the stream live on different platforms. Okay, yes, everybody's in the other room. Okay, I see everybody.
I made it into the other room.
Yeah. Everyone's in the other room. So if everybody can exit this room and reload, I'll see everybody in the other room. All right, if you guys are watching, hopefully this works. Can everybody see me here? Can everybody see me here? Oh, there we go. We got people in here. There it is.
Look at the wall.
Can you guys see me?
I don't see you. I'm over for the meeting.
There we go. Oh, we're back. All right. I guess we all had to leave that room.
Yeah, you can't shake the meta queen. She's gonna stay forever. This is my home now.
Oh, Aiden, what's going on?
Dark room.
All right. If everybody's listening on the live stream right now, go ahead and refresh and try to get back into this room. It looks like everybody's is now being able to it. So if everybody's watching the live stream, go ahead and refresh and get back into the room. It looks like I don't know. I think we figured it out, but it looks like the crew is getting back together because we are now seeing some people. Okay, look, there we go. More people are joining the space. I'm going to see if we can meet them at the front door. I'm just going to give everybody a clap as they walk in. Hey, guys, welcome. All right, okay.
Starlight 26, welcome.
Welcome. Everybody, go ahead and jump back into the room if you haven't already done so. It looks like we figured out. We think we're good. All right. Yeah, we got LM Designs is back. Oh, yes. Okay, we got it. Okay. Yeah. All right. We figured it out. All right, fantastic. That's great. If everybody can head over to the creative talk stage. If you guys don't know where it's at, it is to the right of when you first walk in, or you can enter that first portal. I will bring everybody here with me in just a second. But if you guys are watching the live stream, go ahead and jump back into the room. We are all now back into the correct room, and we are going to start in just a second, in the next like 5 minutes or so. So just give me a moment. We do have Chakra, who's going to be leading the way. I do want to give. Oh no. Who was this? Who did this?
Go.
Cool. I'll show you guys where we're gonna go head over to the creative talk stage. So just give me a second.
Oh, 90 go. You look awesome.
All right. Look, that's great. Nice. So go to hosting tools. Bring everybody to me real quick. There we go. If everybody can just go ahead and grab a seat on the blocks. Welcome everybody. See if you guys can go ahead and grab a seat real quick on the blocks and see if you guys can actually sit down. Oh, this is sick. Oh, this is so cool. Okay, great.
Oh my God, TED Talk. Oh, Owl.
It's creative talk.
Talk, really?
Creative talk.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Creative Talk.
Creative,
Real quick,
sorry,
I'm going to I'm going to give hosts to all our speakers that are going to be speaking here today, so they have an opportunity to present behind them. Oh, nice Boogie's in here as well too. We got, so we got nice. All right, it looks like everybody that is speaking does have access to it. I am so happy we fixed this issue. Oh my God, I was really worried for a second. If everybody's watching the live stream, go ahead and follow the link back again one more time. So then you can go ahead and join us here today. And yeah, so perfect. Great. If everybody can just get off the red if everybody can just get off the red little carpet real quick. I want to give an introduction of what the Creative Talk is. So you guys get to understand it. What's up, Jim? Welcome. What's up, Feather Frogs? Good to see you back in here. We got Mo. I'm gonna give you the boot. You got 10 minutes. I'm gonna give you the count to 10. Dope Stilo, back up. Or I'm just gonna hit everybody. I'm gonna move everybody again because I do want to start this on time because I want to be very cognizant of time. So Sinful, if you wouldn't mind backing up. If not, I'll just give you a quick little boot and then you can come right back if you guys don't mind. I just want to make sure we clear the space for some of these speakers. All right. Manage. Okay, we're here. Okay, we've got one guy. Oh, come on, buddy. All right, we might have to give him the boot real quick. What's the shape
You're
of it?
being so polite, Owls. You're like, dude, please don't make me kick you.
I'm just gonna kick him for just for a quick second. He can come back. He'll be okay. There it is. All right, fantastic. All right. Everybody, please grab a seat. Please grab a seat if you haven't already. I think there's some sessions for you guys to use. Everybody that is a speaker here today does have hosting access, so we can put the graphics behind them. I'm just going to give it one more minute. I'm going to take one more bite and grab one more glass a sip before I begin. So just give me one more minute, guys. All right, Chakra, you ready? All right, I want to welcome everybody to the Creative Talk. This is going to be a very new platform that I wanted to create. It's a little bit like Tech Talk, but it's more around metaverse creators and innovators that are in this space. Everybody that is listening here today, I want everybody to have an open discussion. I mean, an open mind of what these speakers are going to be talking about. They're going to be sharing their passion, their business, and what they're creating here in the metaverse. And there's going to be an opportunity for everybody here that's listening to be a part of the Creative Talk here in the future. We are going to be doing this every 2 months or so. We're only going to be accepting anywhere between 8 to 10 speakers. We do have a form which I will put in the bottom where you can actually start putting your information in so we can validate you as a creator. I think those are going to be extremely important things for us to collaborate here in the future. But I want to turn the stage over to Chakra to introduce himself. He has now 10 minutes on the clock starting now. Welcome to the Creative Talk.
I appreciate it, man. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you for hosting the event, man. It's been crazy, especially having this crazy as technical issue we had for a minute. The funny part is I had invited a lot of Web2 people that probably don't have spatial on their phone or they just downloaded it, and I had to let them know, like, hey, hey, be careful. I might not be speaking if you join the event. But yeah, we'll leave that alone. But my name is Chitraka. My real name in real life. My name is Sean. I'm an owner of a father-daughter brand that I started about 3 or 4 years ago with my two daughters that are actually in college right now. So I really, in real life, I do all the pressing and everything by myself. But I use my brand to funnel into Web3 about 2 years ago when I found out about NFTs, and it helped me to just find another niche for certain things that I was already doing. A lot of people was already coming to me for like digital graphics and situations like that I was already accustomed to. So it helped me to be around this, and it helped me to be attracted to artists, and especially when I see things that I want to buy or don't like or whatever. I'm not really into criticism or anything like that, but it just helped me be in this space. But aside from that, my brand itself is just a father-daughter brand, just based on clothing and advertising, in marketing and different perspectives. And we help nonprofits. Most of my situation is dealing with nonprofits. So my space, the things that I've dealt with in Web3, man, is just been focused on building. And I do that focused on collaborations, and that's focused on really the people that I invest in, the projects that I invest in. That's the funny part, because the person that taught me Blender in real life, in the first specs, when I was first learning what about Web3 was in a rug. So that situation was real different for me after I found out that the people was in that space. It's like being in a group like this right now, and you find out like 6 months later that everybody that I was talking to and interacting with that I thought was real friends for me, they were paid to be there, and different situations wasn't really what they were. But I was able to build real relationships with certain people, especially my friend Johnny Ventel. He was a person that made jewelry using Blender, and he made classes on Twitch that showed us how to use different tools in that situation, in that program. And I was totally brand new to Blender, and I took that to a different extent where I didn't even. And now that I look back at it, I launched the project extremely fast on Ethereum and on using Third Web, like when they first launched it, and it didn't go well. But now being a builder, I can use that program or use that project to like leverage my situation in this. And that's what I've been doing. Just any project that I've invested in or bought the NFT, if they're building in the metaverse, I'll try to. I wouldn't call it help because I don't know it all at all. I would just say, hey, I can do this or I can do that, or let's do this, whether it's in 3D animation or in Blender or in just building a space. Because Spatial was a totally different thing that I found about when I was building. Because at first I was just using the Blender to make 2D animations for different people and different programs, different projects. One of the projects being the Dopez, and they're using cartoon characters. And I found my original person that brought me into this space. He was able to make characters to do that. And after that, just building so he will make the characters, and I will build the platform for the interactions to be like the program. I mean, not the program, but the buildings and everything, the environment. And then I found Spatial. But at the same time, Spatial had a cap on the space, which made it hard for me to do the wide spectrum of things that I wanted to do, because I found that everybody was doing small things. They were building small buildings with everything to market their small situations, whether that be like architecture or whatever. And I wanted to build bigger. I wanted to build up, and that's what I kept telling people that I was trying to collaborate with. And after a while, it came to fruition. Spatial brought on a new toolkit, which made it way better for me to collaborate with more people and to build more and to bring everybody in. Like I did a recent collaboration with Dual Jennings where I built a wave entire island. And on that island, I've been able to bring in on what we would call onboard. I've been able to onboard people from Web2 to come in for my family. Like if you play video games and they have interactive conversation, like what my friend Creative did today, and you walk up to those people and they have an interactive talk. I was able to bring my family in there, or friends that I know in Web2 who play video games, and they'll be in these situations and don't even know the interactions and that they get, and I will have to reach back to them and tell them like, hey, yeah, everybody likes your character and shit like and stuff like that. But me building this space that's what I've been really about. Is the onboarding part is really big to me because I work in a nonprofit as a strategic initiative director, and I really try to get people to understand what we're doing in this space, and it's hard to do it, especially with the fumblings and everything. It's like like what happened earlier today, it's hard to get people really totally targeted into the situation, and they can't log in for a certain spec. I mean, something that's going on and it's out of their control. So, man, my hat goes off to Creative for fixing that issue and getting on top of that, because that is something that I could tell people that I'm trying to onboard. That's something I can get them to pull them back in. Like not only are they going to fix it, but there are people in here that are really willing to take the, I mean, I don't even know what it took to do that, but I'm certain it wasn't easy. So that initiative is more than anything itself. And my background itself, man, I have a bachelor's in business and I have a master's in sports management. So nothing I've ever done has been in tech. Honestly, when I was doing my bachelor's, I had a class called MIS, Microsoft Information Systems, that I had to take three times. And it was more in spec of what we do in this space now. I mean, it took me a long time to understand that, and that's something that I liked about this space. In that initial question that Creative sent to most of us in that Google document was what makes you a good person for the space. I think he used a different language, and my eagerness is what it is, because I want to learn. I'm definitely into asking questions, and I'm definitely into offering my situation to somebody else. If somebody wants to know something that I found easy, I'm gonna give it to them, and I'm not gonna give them a runaround on it. And that's what I found in this space, and I really like about this space. If you run into the right people, you're gonna really get the information you want. And sometimes you run into somebody that's gonna give you a runaround, but that's all a part of life, man. You enjoy the space, you enjoy the people, and you enjoy what's going on, man. I really appreciate Creative for bringing me up. I don't know if my time is on, but I can go on and on about what I've done or not what I've done in this space. I haven't done a lot. I just like to build crazy shit. Creative has seen a couple of things that I've built. I think a few people in here have seen some things that I built. And I'm a really learning person. So every time I figure something out, I like to evolve in that space. I don't want to sit stagnant in that space of feeling like, okay, I can do that. I know how to do animation in this space, so I'm only going to animate this part. I'm going to animate the whole fucking space. Why would I animate one part? Because I'm still learning it. Now that I know how to animate the entire space with 1,000 frames, now I can do, it's a lot of stuff that I figured out to learn because I was really impregnated in Blender, and I knew how to use Blender really well, more than I had. And then when they brought this toolkit, it was, man, and then you can ask Creative. It was a task just to learn how to bring the animations into Unity and use them, and for them to run on certain. And I'm still learning how to get them to run on the Discord how I want to, on the core that I want them to run to, because that's what the collaboration. That's another situation. I'm big on collaborations. I think I said this earlier. Most of the time, those come on from me being invested in projects. Me being and most of the time you get into a project and you'll give them FUD about something. They might have something that's stagnant and something going on. But if you're one of these builders, there is no reason for you to be in there FUD. You have something to offer. And that's what I did to a lot of these communities that I'm already in, to say, hey, I know how to use this certain situation. Hey, do you want to use it now? Or they was already doing it. I'm like, it's easy. Let's make it bigger. Let's make it broader. Let's reach out further. And I heard something earlier in the space that I'm definitely going to reach out and talk to a few people that I'm in communities working with that is very much, it's not complex, but branching communities within one space and not calling it one space, that's a bigger spec. And that's more or less why I like the fact that I didn't keep the space under my name for a certain reason, but I like that part of spatial, where I can build my space and it's known as Chitraka, but it's known for a specific project. So now I can use that situation to like broaden out in that conversation that they had earlier today. Yeah, collaboration is the utmost, man. I hope everybody understands that, because you can't get enough of it. You can't do anything alone. I think my friend Tony said, you can't be the only bear in the forest sometimes. You gotta make friends. But again, I want to thank Creative for having this opportunity, giving me this opportunity, man. And I'm gonna give it to the next speaker, because this is crazy.
Man, congratulations on being the first Creative Talk speaker here today. It is not easy coming up here and introducing yourself. You know, one of the reasons why I picked you is there a lot of people that are about to come on the stage are are extremely valid, that have been building amazing things. Like we'll hear from Boogie here in just a moment, Raphael, and these creators have a huge ecosystem, right? But I also want to make it very inclusive for everybody. So people that are brand new, that are starting, I want to get them the same platform, and allow them to feel like they are a part of the community. I want to create a level playing field for everybody that's in this space that can come out and share their information. So if you're just starting off, you have innovation, this is what Creative Talk is all about, to talk about your creativity. We are going to hear about some other speakers that are extremely well diverse, but I also want to hear about the newcomers, who's coming out here, because that's the way that we're going to create diversity and quality and inclusion through all forums. And I just want to say thank you again. If everybody can give them a huge round of applause for taking some time here and introducing yourself to us as a community. It's super important that we keep that going as well too. But now I want to welcome our next speaker to the stage, Rafaela, who's starting at 8:15. Welcome. If you need me to turn the slide, just go ahead and tell me. We're going to start in about 2 minutes. If everybody can here, take some photos, share this. Again, this is something new that I wanted to try within the metaverse. Keep this in mind. Everybody here is from all parts of the world. We're going to hear somebody from Japan, someone from Italy, someone from the United States. And it's very rare that you get everybody in one exact room. And we're doing it here today, which is, I think, is an amazing to also hear what these architects, these creators are building here moving forward. So let's give it a round of applause for our next speaker. The clock starts now.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I would like first to thank the Creative Ops team for giving me the opportunity to share my journey in the metaverse and in spatial. In this talk with so many extraordinary Web3 professionals from the metaverse. I think my participation to this talk is exceptional because of my story in the metaverse. In answering the form I filled out to participate in this talk, I answered that for me this is my third life, but it's also my real life. I would like briefly to share my life journey, especially this past year. I started my professional activity in 1998. I graduated in architecture in Bari Polytechnic University with a thesis on the corporate museum of Natuzzi, which is a big Italian industrial company. Up until 1998, the work at the university obviously did not involve the use of CAD, 3D softwares, BIM softwares, and hypermodels. I started using them later. I made my thesis with work done totally by hand in the style of the Italian architect Mario Ridolfi. We can say it was handcrafted. The general idea, on the other hand, was strongly influenced by an American architect, Robert Venturi, and his book, Learning from Las Vegas. For each board, I thought you have seen it before, for each board of this project, I involved about 2 weeks of work because I used a very special technique similar to engravings. Later, I started working for about 20 years, as all architects do, going to construction sites, sending paperwork to municipality, or checking the number of irons in the carpentry, in the construction of houses, building interiors, building stores, being an appraiser for banks, all that was, let's say, within a normal career. This lasts about 20 years. Parallel to that, in 2003, what happened? A second life began. I started to be a teacher in Italian high school, in a scientific high school with the qualification of drawing and art history teacher. Clearly, this allowed me to develop other skills, such as, for example, knowledge of art history and the ability to communicate content effectively. Subsequently, however, for 2021, I began another path, this one, my real life, my third, following one of a very enlightening conversation, in my opinion, with Professor Massimo Martini. I began to move in the search for what was my real passion. Talking with him, and a memory came up from when I was still at university, when I used to talk about building, about designing toys. In summer of 2022, I began to move into the metaverse with such good warmth and a lot of goodwill. I had the first contacts, for example, with other metaverses, but I was totally unaware of what was needed. However, the use of the software as far as metaverse were just starting points. Subsequently, I met Spatial and Megamundo through Discord. In autumn 2022, I submitted a project to the Creator Grad program of Megamundo, and it was selected. So I went to work and made the Quitum project Goulet 01. The Quitum project, the title of the project, takes a Latin model Renaissance architect and treatise writer Leon Battista Alberti and means what else? What else can you learn? What else can be designed? What else can be realized? And this is obviously the starting point of this journey. And after that, of course, behind me, you should see, yes, you should see, you have seen the image of a coin with a winged, with a winged flaming eye representing the burning desire for knowledge. This desire became my own, as you can see. And this is also the currency that I have introduced in my video game for Spatial, that I will talk about right away. The project concerns two architects, Giovan Battista Piranesi, who is an Italian, and Etienne Louis Boulet, a French architect. Both of them have one characteristic in common. They never built anything. To be great theorists, to be visionary architects, but these architects were able to hypothesize architectures that were not feasible at the time for economic reasons or for technical ones. But they were able to influence the future of generation of architects. The project NFT was selected for Miami Art Basel 2022, and then it was exhibited among the top 50 creators of the metaverse in the December of 2022. Now the project is in the Megamundo marketplace. In all this time, in parallel, I joined the big family of Spatial.io. From January 2023, I started working on my first video game, The Divine Odyssey. Can you believe? In those months, Spatial people started to use Unity. So from January, February to June, I made the first level of this game in Unity. The theme of the game is the personal growth, the awakening of awareness, and it is a theological theme. It is designed to be played at multiple levels of the same game. So it is a first level and is intended to provide the player, first of all, with an experience that has emotion within it. My desire in this work then is to combine technique with cultural, theological depth of content. The world team was special, from Jake, ICC, Waldo, Josh Garrett, Ira, the support of friends as Schmerz, Stefano Favaretto gave me a great help to develop all this. A great thanks to who was patiently by my side in order to make sure that there was consistency between technical aspect and cultural one. All of this is miraculous to me, pure magic, and that's why I had to communicate to all of you the joy of having accomplished this path. How fortunate we are to experience this moment in the metaverse. Let us seize the extraordinary opportunity by honoring it with our best efforts, with the concentration it deserves, to give our best to those who would like to live their experiences in our spaces, spaces of the soul. Thank you from all the deep of my heart.
Outstanding. Thank you so much for being here today, and thank you for being one of our speakers today at the Creative Talk. It is such a pleasure to getting to know who you are, to understand your background in architect and building and putting together your vision out here in the metaverse. It's really important that there's a story behind everybody. Right? Everybody here that's listening, that's sitting down, that's watching on the live stream, that's been here today, everybody has a story of where they came from, how they created, and what's innovating them to keep going. The fact that you shared your story is amazing. And I also want to encourage everybody here that's listening, it's important to share your story. There's also a lot of people here that are listening that are also have very same stories and things that they're going through and they're creating in the same passion. So the more that we share, the more we're able to receive and be able to connect with other creators like mine. So I'm really excited for your game. It's good to know the background behind it. I'm really excited to see from these previews of what you're going to be creating here in the future. And I just want to say thank you so much for being here today. If everybody can give them a round of applause, you did absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I've shared the link because I've created a draft version of the game called Creative Talk version, and I have shared the link in the chat. If you want, the gate is open for creative this occasion, special occasion. Thank you so much, and I'm here. I want to listen the other.
Outstanding. All right. We're going to go over to our next speaker, which is LM Designs Infinity. Let me not get it twisted. I want to make sure that we put up your PowerPoint slide on here. If let me see, I think I do have it. So give me a second. I do not have your slide. So if you do have it, you can definitely upload it and put it on the backdrop for me, LM, if you can hear me.
Hello, you beautiful souls. Thank y'all for being here. Thank y'all for being so amazing. Creative. Oh my gosh, Creative Hours is epic. So thank you for all of
Can you change the background to your
my PowerPoint.
Okay, great. Yeah, and if you can just switch it from upload it and then switch it as the backdrop, that would be great. And if you guys are enjoying this, go ahead and give this room a heart, a like, and make sure you guys are following the speakers. I'm really liking the way that this is laid out. I know I'm speaking out loud, but This is exactly what I had envisioned for these type of sessions, and give everybody an opportunity. All right, I got it. I'll take it, and then I'm going to let you speak. I'm going to blow it up for you. So I'll take care of this and get you ready to go. You're going to start in about 3 minutes. And before you start, I do want to say thank you for being a panel speaker here today. I've just gotten to know you here over the last couple of months, and you know, out of all the outfits here today, you, I think, have one best outfit. So I want to give you a round of applause. Your outfit is incredible. I know people were already tweeting about it, but you are a very free spirit. You bring a lot of positive vibes to a Web3 space that is much needed as we move forward. Oh, I lost it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I lost it. I lost I lost your PowerPoint slides. So I apologize. If you can bring it back up, or just bring. You're gonna start in about 2 minutes. See if I can get that back up. All right, let me try this again. I'm just gonna blow this up and set it in the back, and then let you begin here in just a second. And if you guys are watching the live stream, if you guys are enjoying this, go ahead and hit the like, retweet it out, and let me know what you guys think about the creative talk so far. Love to get some feedback. LM Design, I'm actually going to let you start here in like 30 seconds. If everybody can just make sure that they have everything on mute, and definitely respect our speaker here today. As always, feel free to tweet out the room. And LM Designs, the floor is yours. Welcome to the Creative Talk.
Thank you so much. It is wonderful and delightful to be here. Oh my goodness, it has been a great time learning and getting to know each and every one of you. Hello everyone, I'm LM Designs 8. I am a healing, multidimensional artist who creates with the intent to renew, charge, and balance all those who experience my art. My work begins in physical form and transcends to the digital and beyond. I use my physical paint pour patterns, and I create digital patterns from there and wear them and drip them throughout everything, time, space, and everything, because it's all alchemy, and our energies are what we lead with. So as an intentional artist, my mission is to use my gifts to pour healing energies into what I create and the experiences that I'm making. So I love to use my micas and my energies in that way. A little bit about my notable moments during this time in Web3, because I've been an artist and an eclectic soul my whole life. I've been a dancer since I could move, and I've always had a love for this. I've been waiting for this all my life. In 2017, I created my own LM Designs LLC, and I launched it as a freelance graphic designer and doing arts for different people, because I had to leave the corporate world because I contracted Lyme disease, and my world changed drastically when that happened, but I was not new to chronic pain. So for me, I was just like, okay, this is another thing. Let's change how we're operating. And oh my goodness, I'm so glad that I am here today. So in 2021, I entered into the NFT space in August. I threw my very first Metaverse party. It was a magic mushroom party on 12/31/21 in December. And I realized at that time that the assets that I love to use for all the graphic work that I had always been used to doing, for all my PMP certified stuff that I've been in corporate, I could use every single asset in a whole different way in this space. When I found the power of the GLB, it was a wrap for me. I just was like, yep, this is going to be my way moving forward. So fast forwarding a little bit to 2022, not long after entering into the Web3 space, I had the amazing opportunity of becoming a host of a incredible space called The Jam. So with Mindset, Crypto Casually, and myself, we have brought to Twitter Spaces a space that we were enabling people to bring their spoken word and give whatever they felt like they needed to give. And then we give our rebuttals, we give our flowers, we pour energy into what is already an energized space. And as creatives and things of that nature, it is so important to check your mental. And I developed my mental health advocacy along this journey also. So it was empowering for me to find my voice power in this space and pair it with the energies that I'm so inspired by with everything around me. So of course, having it on Twitter Spaces was not enough. And I was like, I build realms. So spatial and the Unity Toolkit, what are we saying? Freedom. And I was like, oh, the things I imagine will bring to fruition, this is the way. So in 2023, just to get to the notable moments, I was wonderfully able to go to NFT NYC and create the Tez Art Connect AR component for the grand opening of the NFT gallery up there for the Tez Commons event. It was magical. I definitely have been inspired along my journey through the different various builders and creators that I've met, like Cybernerd Baby and Josh Garrett and all of you amazing people. And I fell into the knowledge of Eighth Wall. And from there, I started using the assets that I had created, building in my spatial world, using those in Eighth Wall to create the AR experience. So for me, interoperability that starts with the creator. So for me, building in any of the spaces that I build in, whether it be spatial, proto world, over the reality, I first start with what is the experience that I want everyone to have while they're experiencing what they are. So building in the metaverse has been such a phenomenal thing for me. So multidimensional hosting from Twitter Spaces to spatial and beyond was something that elated me. And I am all about inclusivity and being represented. I want everyone to know that you are your being. So being the brightest you. So I entered into the space saying, hey, you can do avatars. Oh, don't play. I'm drip, 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 head to toe. What? I can paint myself in the metaverse and it's fine. No problems here. So that's what we do. We do inclusivity. So I was able to actually make a request that someone had brought up because we had transportation. But someone was like, well, what about for the people who are wheelchair, but we want to have our wheelchairs in the metaverse? And I was like, oh yes, you need to be represented. So I was able to bring in and create wheelchairs inside the metaverse. And I just found it so fascinating because I made a piece where it has Malicious Sheep's actual art inside of the material for it. So it's a whole nother way to represent yourself. It's not just your clothes, it's what you wear. It's your accessories, it's your aura, it is all of the things. And that was a bit of what I've been doing inside the metaverse, building creative experiences that are dripped in healing. So also a big part of what I've been able to do is immersive experience curation and creation. So becoming a spatial guide was such a joy. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm in love with spatial and all that it's opened up for me, all the people that I'm able to meet, to do, to learn, to grow. I did not know that I was going to be this much of a developer, creator, everything. You move in such a new way when you're in Web3 and are encouraged by those around you. So it is such an uplifting, beautiful space to be in. So for me, that was a wonderful experience to do. And doing the research is my favorite part. I find that I don't know the full depth of my imagination until I encounter experiences that you all have. Like, I am not a scare person. Do not, I like the light. I like, don't scare me. But I have found, some of y'all have found ways to make me like the, give me a jump scare. Oh my goodness. I'm nervous for Halloween, but I won't take it there. So all that led to me activating more of my mental health advocacy side. And when mental health advocates unite, wonderful things happen. So being a mental health advocate and being Dr. Ashley Elliott, better known as Dr. Vivitz, Director of Innovations and Technologies, has enabled me to blend the knowledge I gain in Web3 wonderfully with our passion to bring our healing ways and ideas to new life. I know that I have always been tune in and tap into your mental. But when I came into a space where everyone was like, yes, we can create and use the art to heal, because that is the biggest thing. I want everyone to use their art for healing. And being able to share my art in healing ways was such a phenomenal gift. So taking my personal sound bowl meditations and creating an infinite breath space where everyone is able to get some of my charge, what I used to heal, and use it in a way that works for them, was something that I knew I had to do and do more of. So our discussions help both of us in our respective fields, and ultimately it gives us a way to bridge. And that is the biggest thing. We must be a bridge, because the people who haven't been here yet do need to know where to go and how things are, and we want to welcome them. So with her, I am able to have conversations about mental health in the metaverse and what is going to happen, what does that look like, how to take care. So I have thought about things that I wouldn't normally have thought about because I'm working with her and because of the mental health advocates that are so vibrant in this space. So that allows me to be a better creator, be a better builder. And I use all of my different artistry forms, from my canvas paint pours, resin pours, my jewelry making, 3D merch, assets, environments, everything. I love to dive into technology and see how my art forms can blend their best. So I've created a variety of different things, from my patterns of soul, where you can see on foundation my different set of my paint pour patterns in animated fashion with sound bowl meditation. My wearables, I'm doing this collaborative love fest all through the metaverse and beyond. Collaboration is the way. You will speak and elevate when you grow and you build together. And I love that that is what we do here. So for me, it's all about the healing, and anywhere I can drip it and paint it, I'm going to leave my charge of healing. So for me, the biggest thing is my infinite breath space that is open now. You can tune in, tap in. It is a place where if you want to have group meditation, you can just go there. It has an animation inside of it that is from one of my first NFTs that I did that is available on Tezos, because I love Tezos. But again, it takes the animation portion that I built out in Blender, and it follows the 4-7-8 breathing technique. So if you ever feel stressed and just I need to just de-stress in this moment, boom, you can bring healing to where you are. And I think that is why my passion is so forward in the AR realm and XR realm of things, because I want to merge. I don't want it to be just one facet, because you need to meet people where they are. Sometimes I want the experience to be, I am fully immersed in the art. Sometimes I want the world to be gripped with the art around me. And those different experiences create us as the creators. We put on different hats to make you have the best experience. So definitely developing my building skills and definitely learning each and every day more and more how to do and create better experiences is a huge thing for me. And the future is bright with so much from what we have built here and blending art and technology. And for me, I am going to learn more, do more, and this part that you are enabling and empowering us to do by sharing. Because as creators, sometimes we get into I'm just creating and creating and creating. But if we're creating and not sharing, what are we doing? So for me, I'm so thankful for you, the Dope Stilo Music Group, the Jam, just places that have allowed me to step into my greatness and lean into the greatness that you all have gifted me and elevated me with. So again, I thank each and every one of y'all. I am just super excited to be here. Tune in and tap in. I've got a little bit of everything for everyone. And yeah.
Wow. Yeah. You know, you, yeah, look at you. Okay, show it off. Go ahead. Look at, okay. You know what? I think that is, love the storytelling. Love how you were able to articulate that. And it's also really important for everybody here to see is that all the different skill sets that creators have. And LM is just tearing it up with just all the different things that she's able to create, innovate. And she's just getting started, right? She just became a spatial guide, but this is one spatial guide that is going to be very hard to stop just because of the creativity. And one thing I always say is there's nothing more dangerous than a creator that has confidence in themselves. You can definitely tell LM has a ton of confidence in herself. So the way that she's going to create, innovate, is going to be here for a long time. So let's give a big round of applause for LM Designs. Thank you so much for being here today and sharing your story with us here today. Wow, we're rocking and rolling here today. We've got some great speakers that have taken the time out to connect with us here today. Our next speaker is Aiden. Aiden, can you please come join us at the stage? Oh, Adam. And then I think I have maybe I don't have your PowerPoint slide. Maybe I do. I've got this one.
That's yeah.
I don't have your slide.
Excellent.
That's all I have. Did you send me?
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Well, yeah. Well, first and foremost, thanks for being here today and joining us today with the Creative Talk. You are another very unique creator in the metaverse space that I'm really excited to hear your story, your background, and some of the product and services that you are building here today. So with further ado, the stage is yours.
Wow. First of all, thank you for the honor and the privilege, Owls. It's a great honor to be here with all this wonderful people of the community. And this is like an amazing event to take part in. By the way, you mentioned a lot of countries that are taking place here. I'm an Israeli. Currently it's 4 o'clock in the morning here, and yeah, this is part of the passion to meet the community, to discover all the people in the metaverse that I can discover, and that's what actually brought me in to the metaverse. So my background is digital marketing. I started that 15 years ago, approximately, and 6 years ago I discovered Web3 and blockchain. It was called just blockchain before. So I've been 6 years in this amazing space of blockchain, cryptocurrency. You can call it whatever you want. It's been an amazing run to even survive 6 years in this industry, still be considered innovative and pushing the envelope. But at the end of the day, like a year ago, something like that. Let's say even more than that. I think I've been into several different blockchain companies and Web3 companies, but I've been consulting a lot of startups with business development, community building, and for me, the metaverse is a combination of everything we spoke about today. So, in order to focus a little bit about that, the background of how I became like a metaverse company, or how we call it, like a website building company in the metaverse for companies. So I discovered like a year ago when I met my partner, established Worldbusters, that these metaverses are endless, and you have so many creations in these worlds. It's amazing. You have like Allspace, all of these platforms. And some of these spaces have things I never seen before. And me and my partner versus meeting the community, and all of a sudden it became like a YouTube show. So we started recording our, sessions in the metaverse, what is building where, how to build, how to create. We actually analyzed all these spaces, and it became a business. So a friend that I met in the metaverse, hang out in the metaverse with, and we were both passionate about this place. We discovered that this is a new media source. This is a new place to meet people, businesses, communities. You can create endless things and connect with people you cannot connect anywhere else, because basically this space allows you to connect with people. And I think besides the opportunity of meeting people and creating these spaces, we are losing sight of what this space can give you in sort of, this is one of the greatest potentials of metaverse is 3D websites. It's an immersive, special website. It is a real-time engagement you have with your visitor and with your community. It's a way to communicate better, have more influence and engagement time with your visitor. It's not like a flat 2D experience. People are sick of that 2D scrolling. People are not enjoying this experience. You can see by bounce rates how much time people spend on those websites. They like seconds. Here in spatial, you experience like 6 minutes, 7 minutes if it's an event in an hour. And one of the events we created, so our first event actually was for L'Oreal, and basically it was an event with 50 people, as you know, with a limited space, but 30,000 people watched it live on Facebook. So it was a very interesting, successful event. And L'Oreal wanted to show that they're a technological company and not just a company that deals with beauty. They wanted to show their beauty tech zone. They wanted to share with the world that they have this meaning, this extra meaning of beauty tech, and they wanted to draw in the community. So another event that we did was with Bombay Sapphire, which involved Asaf Amdursky, which is an Israeli rock star. Again, 50 people, thousands of people watching on Facebook. But the thing is, we want these places to be more than events, to be more than community meetings. It has to be, like you said before, like Stilo said, it has to be like a continuous, ever-evolving, let's call it, digital asset, but it has to evolve, has to have meaning besides events. And what we are trying to crack as World Busters is basically exactly that. So our first project that does not involve only events is HIT, digital campus that we built, which we are going to unveil in like a month. And basically that campus is going to be for students and professors to hang out together, to showcase their work, to study together. It's going to be a living, breathing digital organism, and not just like a gimmick or, one of those things. And we're going to track what goes in there. And basically out of our services and building, we encountered a lot of companies that are super excited about the opportunity in the metaverse, but don't have the proper tools to engage with like data privacy and a lot of other things that big corporations want when they want access to this metaverse. So we are working on solutions to provide that as well. But again, think about it this way. Again, we're looking at the evolution of the internet, and a lot of people don't want to be early adopters. They don't want to check wallets, and they don't want to download things. They want like the easy breezy way handed to them on a plate. And basically, what we do as World Clusters, we are bridging the gap between that flash engagement and encouraging people to try it out. That's why we engage with serious companies that are not necessarily included in that world. So basically, again, I think what we are missing in this experience, besides having a beautiful community like this one, having all the tools necessary, we are lacking a lot of peer-to-peer interactions between people. And there's a lot of things that, again, I don't know if we went into blockchain and centralization and decentralization, but we are experiencing the evolution of the internet. And basically, we are experiencing a surge of interest in that field. Unfortunately, we don't have enough solutions today to bring that peer-to-peer interactions with people. And I agree 100% before with the panel. You said you need a lot of collaborations, you need a lot of support between spaces, between people. I think it's crucial for this space and environment to survive. And you need to understand that when you build a space, you have to be the one that keeps it alive with content, with traffic. It's a serious business. I mean, when you approach a business, they try to look at it from, okay, so I'm putting in some money. I want to see how much money I'm back. And part of the of bridging that gap is helping them understand the ROI of this place, how to bring back the customers, the visitors, the experience. So I think one of the things we do as World Clusters, and I think one of the, let's say, more focal points that we look at is the user. And we don't call them users, we call them visitors, because users are like some sort of monogram to, junkies. And we're not betting on you to just be a junkie and come over again and again. We just want you to be a visitor and visit us and have a good time while you're visiting us. We have a lot of plans in the future to incorporate AI as guidance and other things to help us maintain those spaces and give them better support while they visit us. So we are looking at the experience, the core experience of the user or the visitor at our space. Like that's why when we build 360 environment that when you come in there, you don't need to necessarily, let's say, jump around or go through platforms. It creates a 360 environment that you can watch like this stage. You can see around you. You just turn around the camera. You can see everyone. Nothing is blocking you. But again, that's part of our vision, and that's part of who we are. Basically, part of our services and overall commitment to the metaverse is to evolve. I'm out of time. Again, thank you guys for everything. Thank you for listening. Thank Owls, Creative Owls, for hosting us. This is like just the beginning of, all these meetups, and we dive into a lot of different things. And thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing, and I love your professionalism and your point of view of what the metaverse is and why it's needed. And it's also great to get your perspective of how brands should utilize this platform, right? And you really talked on a good point. It's like these websites are now flat, right? Businesses and brands can really come in here and really create something amazing for we don't say users anymore, guys. You know, for you know, for their community, and I think that's really special to see, and the way that you put it is also very special, and the dedication to be a creator in this space. I think everybody here can agree there is going to be so many late nights that are going to have to happen in this space, and you know, it's 4 a.m. your time, which is crazy to hear. But what I also want to take back is your willingness to share. Your willingness to share your feedback, your experience, and not token gate some of the amazing things that you're working with, and you're onboarding companies like L'Oreal, which I think is fantastic. And you are definitely a validated creator in the space. And I just want to say thank you for taking some time and sharing with us here today. If everybody can just give him a round of applause, I do appreciate you coming here today and joining Creative Talk.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to drop like a link to our website in the chat if that's okay.
Absolutely.
You know, pay us a visit.
Absolutely. I would like to.
And, again, thank you for.
Yep.
Here we go.
You are very, very welcome, and I'm very happy that you are here today. I want to welcome. Is Garden Bee in the house? Yes, I would like to welcome Garden Bee to the stage. Garden Bee is one of the creators that I met early in Spatial. If you guys don't know, she is the #1 Spatial guide. She brings the most people. She brings the most people into Spatial than any Spatial creator in this space. And that's because a continuous education and value that she's providing, and the community that she has been providing is just outstanding. You know, the other day I had a question about how to build something, and she jumped on it. She helped me. She did a tutorial. She did a video, and really walked through the steps to help me. And I'm just very thankful that she's here today. She's joining us all the way from, I think, Japan, correct?
Yes, I'm from.
Yeah, so I'm going to give the floor to Garden Bee, and if everybody can just give her a round of applause, and the stage is yours, Garden.
Hi, thank you. So, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. So, hi, I'm Garden Bee, one of the special guys from Japan. First, sorry for my English is not good, but thank you Creative Owls, Special, and everyone here for the opportunity today. I'm always amazed by the event presented by Creative Owls. So I'm so happy to be here. Let's get started. So our title is Communication Through Games. From Web3 aspect, we need to try to create a community where people can join. I think join is the key to Web3. Not just receiving and giving information like before. Using Metaverse and Web3 technology, people can join to a community. So, since Spatial has launched the Creator Toolkit, that is Unity-based application we can use to create spaces, we are trying to experiment with how we can use the tool to make a communication platform. Then now we are working on Tokyo Kiri Circuit, not only for business, but also to find possibilities how to engage people to communicate with others in the metaverse. Okay. So let me introduce our team members first. Mainly, I'm working with Java, the Unity developer, and Max, the CG generalist for the Tokyo Kiri project. We've only met in Spatial and never met in real life. Sounds interesting, right? I usually work with different creators in web development. Recently, I started working with Metaverse world development. I think Metaverse is a great place to meet interesting people. So I want to integrate this key point of it into game development. This is my initial thoughts to game development. So what is Tokyo Kiri Circuit? Tokyo Kiri Circuit is a series of car racing games. We have two race tracks, Tokyo Kiri Drift and Tokyo Kiri Circuit. And now we are creating Tokyo Kiri Gateway. Spatial has released World as a concept to organize multiple spaces. By using this, I think we can create and control a wide range of experiences for users, not for one space. So we are trying to experiment with what we can do to use World. Actually, we plan to create 20 spaces related to car games. The ideas are fun. Example, getting a bus driving license, driving school, safari park racing, and parking games, and so on. That's a lot for our small team, but we need to focus on one area to strengthen our brand. In our world, you can get meow coins by driving cars. Then you can buy race items and the cat avatars. Okay. But we don't think we are just making games. Rather, we are building a communication platform. There are many racing games on mobile already. We don't want to compete with them. Rather, we should see possibilities of Web3. And I see the Metaverse as a communication platform. Also, I think many people are eager to meet new and diverse people, aside from existing relationships. In the real world, our activity is limited to the local area. I realized selling items and showing advertisements are the main ways of monetization of browser games, and it causes a bad experience for users. What do you think? Do you want to play a game while putting up advertisement frequently? No. So I understood the importance of creating another business model using Metaverse. Users of browser games are light users. They don't want to spend money on games and even don't have consoles. How can we try to engage these users to retain our world? This is a question. And one of our ideas to engage people to communicate with others is to split users into two parties. This is like a team battle. Of course, solo play is welcome and available as they are light users. My idea is when we set a team battle, users in the same team need to communicate about a plan to win the race. Then we plan various kinds of game rules, not just time attack, to make sure everyone can enjoy it. Also, We'll prepare Discord channels for each team to make the communication easier. So what are two parties? These are house cat and stray cat. Yeah, this is a team battle, but I don't want to make it a serious battle. House cats are people, and they are trying to coexist with humans and create a comfortable life. On the other hand, a stray cat loves freedom and travel and tries to be free from human, which they love. I will be a stray cat, but so far we only have house cat avatar. Yeah, so let me change my avatar. This is vanilla, white kitty, and it represents house cat. I love human. Yes. So you can choose a stray cat or a house cat. Join the team and battle in a race to bring peace to the cat world. So Tokyo Kiri Circuit is a circuit-saved metaverse that promotes communication. This is our concept. On the left side, this is a scoreboard we are creating right now. It shows the top 10 ranking separated into two parties. We hope this team battle system will help users meet a variety of people and feel an interest in the Tokyo Kiri circuit as well as spatial. About monetization, we are going to adopt two types of monetization. Number one, supporter system. We are looking for people who want to join as supporters. Supporters will plan the game rules and events to promote communication. We release NFTs for supporters in August. Number two, corporate tie-up. This is a service for companies. We are still considering about the service, but for example, companies that want to hold events in Metaverse or to install ads panels in Metaverse, that will support companies to join Web3 field. Currently, we are trying to collaborate with real racetracks actually, and we found one real racetrack that we can collaborate with. It's really nice. Oh, yes. This is all for my presentation. We are still developing the team battle function, but now you can enjoy racing with your friends in the Tokyo Kiri circuit. Let me put the Tokyo Kiri Drift URL in the chat box. So, this is the URL for the Tokyo Drift. And please follow me on Twitter to stay up to date. Thanks for listening. Yes, that's all. Thank you so much.
Wow. Garden Bee, you are doing such an amazing job, and what a great presentation. Your English is amazing. Very, you did an amazing job. A great way to communicate the values, how you're building it, the return on the investment, explaining exactly into details of how the game works, how it innovates. And I'm just so blown away of your passion of creating and learning new applications, especially within Unity. I know that you got into it not too long ago, and you have just been trailblazing spatial in our community and helping other creators. And I'm so happy to see the growth within your community, what you're doing and what you're providing for everybody here today. So I want to give you another round of applause and thank you so much for a great presentation and being a creator here in our ecosystem.
Thank you so much for listening to me.
Wow. We are just, there's just been some amazing speakers. I think every one of the speakers today has had very unique. That's one of the things about I want everybody to understand is the metaverse, or whatever you want to call it, digital world, or even other businesses, is just so diverse. Everybody here has their own style, their own solutions, their own stories, and it's very important that we capture those, but understand those and give everybody an opportunity to share that. And for everybody that's listening here live in the audience or in the stream, it's also very important to have an open mind to accept new challenges, new ideas, because once we get new ideas, new processes, that's how we're able to create new outcomes. And I know that every one of our creators here are creating outcomes for themselves, for their community, and figuring out a way to express themselves. And I'm just so thankful for everybody that's here watching, that's been participating here today. I want to give the floor over to our next speaker from the Harlem Metaverse. Boogie, if you can please join the stage, we'd love to get you on here. If you have a presentation slide, just let me know. I can put it up, or you can put it up for you. If not, I can let you rock the stage. I just want to say thank you for taking some time to be here today. I know I kind of hit you up throughout just randomly, and we were able to connect. And I'm so glad to get you here, but also talk about the community and what you're building. You are building something very, very special that I have not seen in this space yet. So I'm just so excited to getting to hear what you are building, what you are presenting, and allowing you to express it into a new audience, because this is going to be a very, very unique product and service that you are providing for the community. So thank you for being here. If everybody can give her a round of applause, and the stage is yours. I cannot hear you. Can you guys hear her? Let me know yes or no if you guys can hear her. It might be me.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. There we go.
All right.
Well,
I'm gonna have to come up and I'm gonna have to bring Boogie Bot up because she is me. She's my twin. And so you'll see both my avatars here. So hopefully it's not too disconcerting.
Nope.
And we can get started. So everybody can hear me okay? Let me see some hearts, claps, dances, boogaloo, all that. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so thank you for the gracious welcome. Thank you for having me, Creative. I really, really, really appreciate you bringing us together for this. I'm super psyched about it. While we do a lot in this space, I just want to give you a little bit of insight into who I am, and then we're going to hit it. I am a very, still very much, even though I'm older, I'm a very little girl who loves video games and movies and doing hood rat stuff with my friends. Every opportunity I get. And I say that to say this, you know,
the metaverse has opened up everything that we have dreamed about since we were kids, right? And I'm grateful, 100% grateful to be allowed to operate in this space. So what do? I'm the CEO and founder of the Harlem Film House, and the Harlem Film House exists to provide access, opportunity, resources for creatives from the culture from around the globe, regardless of race, face, or place. And that means that we're interested in making sure that our stories are told and that we're able to create economic ecosystems to support our families and our communities just by telling our stories. Um, so our flagship program is called the Hip Hop Film Festival, and this is an IRL event that we do every year. And then I take it around the world to different countries just to share stories and to help filmmakers and content creators in other countries have the same access, resources and opportunities that we have here in the United States. And it's really important to be able to hear someone else's story because that's how we learn about each other, right? We learn about each other through the visuals that we see, through the propaganda, through the stories that we tell. And if you tell the wrong story about someone repeatedly, you will begin to believe that story. So that when you see someone that looks like who was in that story, or comes from a neighborhood that was in that story, you're going to treat them as either the hero, the protagonist, or whatever. So we learn and we treat each other by how we, by the propaganda or the stories that we watch. And that's why when people go to war, you'll see that the first thing they do is they send out leaflets. They'll send out news stories. The first thing they do is they take over the communications. Why? Because that's how we learn. We learn through repetition and through visual. So this film festival to me is very important because it allows other people to tell their stories, other people who have just as important stories, other people who need to be able to see themselves as the hero in the story wherever they are in the world. And that's what we do. When I came into the metaverse, however, I also saw that it was a unique opportunity. I've been in the metaverse since I probably aged myself. When I was really little, my mom gave me something called a Viewmaster. Round of applause if anyone knows what a Viewmaster is. Great. I was given a Viewmaster, and it was a really old toy, but the minute I put it to my eyes, I was transported, and I've been a VR geek ever since. So finally, during the pandemic, the metaverse caught up with where I was mentally, with where all of this was going, and I said, finally, great, we can really level the playing field and create stories using brands and everything that we bring into the space. So I very first started out on an app called Altspace, and we started throwing these really big events. I teamed up with my friend Facetious, and we created this company called 3VM, and we threw kind of the biggest events cross-platform. I mean, we were literally taking 300 people from one app and transporting them to another app, from Altspace to VR chat and back again, just for shenanigans and good times. Proof of that is in the pudding. You can see it behind me. As anyone that knows that throws events in the metaverse, this is groundbreaking. It's impossible to do. And to some extent, it kind of still is. But we pride ourselves in being able to break systems and fix them and make sure that folks can have a good time. So that's what we do at 3VM. And then I said, okay, well, if we can do this with this, why not bring my Hollywood friends in and then include them in the narrative of storytelling and introduce them into the metaverse and all these amazing people that we have. And I brought in the Hudlin brothers and Kid and Play and Full Force and them. And we went to Horizons and we built the House Party Immersive. And that was dope. Another big, boom, big party. Then I brought in more brands because we started working with brands. And because I have a film festival and a nonprofit, we work with a lot of companies, particularly a lot of companies that are headed by young folks from the culture who are doing things in a unique and awesome way. And we said, hey, come into the metaverse. This is a new way to meet new people, and we can do it for you in a big and glorious and dope way. So we do that for brands as well, and kind of been doing that since the beginning. But what I didn't see happening was I really wanted to get into the storytelling aspect of what we were doing. And so I started something what I called MetaFilmWorks. And MetaFilmWorks is where we take everyday people who are already in the metaverse and we teach them filmmaking basics applied to a Web3 construct. Now, that is powerful because what it's doing is saying, okay, well, I'm going to teach you how to budget a film, how to create a series pitch deck, how to write a treatment script. I mean, from everything from pre-production to post-production to exhibition. And we're going to do it over the series of 10 to 11 weeks. We're now in our we just finished our third cohort, which we call the Showrunners Edition, and it was held right here in Spatial. Our classrooms are held in Horizon workrooms, but the basis of everything that we do is also here in Spatial. And let me tell you why this is important, because everyone's a storyteller and everyone needs their story to be told. And the metaverse creates a space where economics is a non-factor. So why not give everyone the same tools? Right now, you're hearing about the strikes that are happening. That's because with the invention of the metaverse and AI and all of these tools, it has democratized the space. No one should be left out of this revolution. These are dangerous solutions for a new tomorrow. And we are here at the forefront to make sure that you have everything that you need to be prepared and ready for what is next. It's not AI that's going to take jobs. It's the people that know how to use it, how to use this technology, that understand the blockchain. You're already here and doing it. And so we're making sure that the people that are already here and doing it also have the skills that they need to tell their stories, to create events, to make movies, series, and then to monetize it in a way that's fly and that also bridges the IRL with the metaverse as well. When we finish each cohort, of course, we package it into a film festival, of course. You know how we do, baby. So XR Film Festival is the first one. It was held here in Spatial. This is our home base. So of course, we had to bring it home. And we did it right here, and it was so dope. One of the films that came out of this cohort, just to show you how powerful it was created 100% with AI. 100%. You're seeing the trailer of it behind me. This young man that did this, middle-aged guy, he's super dope, never did any of this before, learned all of this in 11 weeks through MetaFilmWorks. This is the power of what we have. And people didn't show up because he couldn't get his actors, whatever happened. So what you're seeing right now, these are all AI actors. He designed the avatars. We helped him with the programming. All of this stuff is free for the most part. So we're talking about real power in the hands of the people for maximum disruption, maximum storytelling, and maximum interconnectivity with each other. And that's what we're about. So I invite you guys to learn more about the Harlem Film House and what we do. I invite you to learn about what access, opportunity, and ecosystems mean. And please holla at me if you want to join the cohort. I'll put the link in the joint over here on the side. And I appreciate all of you, Creative Owls. Thank you for having me, and thank you for allowing me to tell you about what we do.
Wow, 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 wow. Wow. Little did I know. Outstanding. Wow, I'm just kind of lost for words. I need to tap into you after this conversation a little bit more, but fantastic what you're doing, what you're trailblazing. And I'm so proud for you to be a spatial guide as well too, so we can kind of tap into it And what you're building is very unique. It's also very rare that you get to see somebody impact and connect with so many people globally with your solution offerings and the ecosystem that you've been building throughout the years and educating anybody, not just the average Joe, anybody that wants to participate. You've been able to help and support. And I'm so proud to have you here as being one of our first Creative Talk speakers in the space. I love all your feedback that you provided me over the last couple days. And, I'm happy that I actually reached out to you. I think the first time, I think you were having some glitches or something. And I reached out and I was like, hey, don't worry about it. It's going to be all right. We'll fix it. And I'm so happy I actually created that connection because I'm standing next to a superstar. And I also like to do hood rat stuff too with my friends. So big round of applause for Boogie and the Harlem Films House. Thank you so much for being here today. Outstanding. Oh, man, that was awesome. Great presentations. Wow. Really, 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 really shaking it up here today. And I'm so thankful for you to be here. I want to welcome to the stage Ira. Ira, if you can hear me, would love to get you on stage. And if you have something to present in the background, please do so. And I'm going to let you start in about 2 minutes. But real quick, Ira, she's also a spatial guide as well too, and she's been trailblazing and leading the way here for us here in spatial, what she's been creating. Spatial has a lot of great creators that we have seen here today, from LM Designs, from Aiden, from Harlem Film. And then obviously we have some other creators that are in the crowd as well too, that hopefully they come in and step up to the Creative Talk and share with us. But it's been a phenomenal conversation here today, and I'm also really excited to welcome Ira to the stage. She's been a community member that has been helping and supporting a lot, and when it was her time to release, I know a lot of the community came out and support. And she's been onboarding a lot of people that are coming from alt space and some other worlds as well too. So, Ira, I'd like to welcome you to the Creative Talk, and the stage is yours.
Yes, thank you so much. Wow, thank you. I'm going to play this presentation, but I'm not going to put the volume. And I don't think I have 10 minutes of presentation, but I've got something. Hello, digital masters of this virtual reality. I'm Ira, the founder of a brand called Ira X Lab, and I'm a metaverse game creator with a background in fashion and technology. As a proud spatial guide in spatial.io and the visionary behind Ira X Lab, I am dedicated to fostering positive social interactions and nurturing personal growth within this digital realm. Additionally, I serve as a lighthouse keeper for lighthouse.world. As a spatial guide, I cherish the platform for trusting me and allowing me to be who I am without limitations. It values my voice and acknowledges the unique contributions I bring to the community. This inclusivity and empowerment have shaped my metaverse journey. With the support of the spatial team, including Gianna, Tyrone, Howard, Jack, and Jake, I feel motivated to push the boundaries of what's possible in this digital realm. Their responsiveness and dedication foster a collaborative and growing environment. I have a secret to share with you. My day does not start with coffee, but it starts with the entering my game in spatial. I'm sure many of you can relate. I love spending time in my game, keeping the space alive and welcoming visitors and players. Recently, I came across a powerful quote by Tyrone Webb, our community evangelist, and it resonated deeply with me. It says, anything you can think of is real, or why would you be able to think of it? So anything you can think of is real, or why would you be able to think of it? The quote embodies the very essence of the metaverse, a realm where imagination knows no limits. During the pandemic, I found myself dreaming of a world filled with peace and joy, a place where I could truly belong. Those dreams led me to the metaverse, where I witnessed the manifestation of my ideas over time. Today, I stand proud of my worlds I have created within the metaverse. Those immersive environments bring me a profound sense of accomplishment and joy, a testament to the power of our thoughts and intentions. Many would ask, how do you do this? And of course, it's not easy work and it requires time and patience, so much patience. In 2022, I had the fortune of meeting my dear friend Nindy Ghost, who shares the passion for 3D worlds and games. Together, we embarked on a journey to blend ancient wisdom of I Ching with modern technology, creating 3D experiences that bring this ancient knowledge to life. Our ambitious goal is to build 64 immersive games on spatial and employ AI technology to program 150 robots that will help spreading happiness and support to humanity. Each environment is visually stunning and meaningful, designed to evoke feelings of inner exploration and self-discovery. I love providing users with a sense of harmony and grounding, where they can escape their sometimes harsh reality and visually relax. In a metaverse, I not only bring my creative visions to life, but also connect with incredible talents worldwide. As a guide in spatial, I'm frequently asked how to navigate this vast realm. My answer remains consistent. Trust your intuition. I heavily rely on my own intuition, questioning everything that comes my way. I seek my truth and measure it against my inner guidance, because intuition is the highest form of intelligence. This approach leads me to always be at the right place and at the right time to catch the happenings. As you explore the vastness of spatial.io, don't forget to visit IRAX Lab, a brand that is it's not just a name, but an extension of my spirit and personality. In iRule games that we build, we now have a shop selling quality animations for your avatars. We have sold a few and working to make those animations easy to adopt and powerful in bringing your feelings and messages in a fun and engaging way to your audience. We all love to dance and express our emotions. And for those curious souls wondering if I'm a robot, I assure you I'm not. I may never sleep and always be nice, but it's all part of the magic of the metaverse. Thank you for joining me on this journey. And together, let's continue shaping the metaverse into a realm of boundless creativity, where everyone's voice is valued and possibilities are limited only by our collective imagination. Together, we're the architects of our virtual destinies. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much for sharing, and I really appreciate your entire effort that you've been able to help us put on this show with bringing in your community and the things that you've been creating, over the last year, and to hear your passion and your story and what your vision is as a creator and an innovator is just so strong. And you are also one of those trailblazers that cannot be stopped. And when you get more momentum, you gain more confidence. It allows you to be more powerful and to express yourself. And we're seeing how you express yourself through your game when you're architect. And these are some really beautiful things that you're creating, that you're putting out to the universe, and you're allowing us to get a taste of your creativity and your thoughts and your processes. And thank you for sharing that with us, and thank you for being here today and being a creative top speaker. So thank you, Ira. If everybody can please give her a round of applause. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, Creative. Thank you for the opportunity always. You're the best. Oops. Why do I always do that? Okay. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, no problem. I'm going to put up a power presentation slide real quick. And we have our keynote speaker, you can say, somebody that it's funny. I actually met our next speaker here at an event just like this. I was hosting in 2021. I was hosting an event in Spatial, just exactly like this. And I had my community of people that I knew. And out of nowhere comes this guy named Mitch Jackson. And Mitch did not come by himself. He brought about 8 different people with him. There were creators, YouTubers, business folks. And he was like, "What are you doing here?" And I was like, "Well, you're at my event. What are you doing here?" And, I was able to connect with him and to get a better understanding of who he is. And by trade, he's a trial lawyer. But he's really a content creator, and he's somebody that provides a ton of value through the content he creates. And he is somebody that is a real social butterfly. He is on every platform that I am on. I feel like I just can't get away from Mitch Jackson. And he has one of the biggest connections that I have, or networks that I have seen through LinkedIn, through Twitter, through YouTube, and even on Threads now. He's just trailblazing on a lot of the stuff that he does. And what makes him extremely is the value that he provides and the way that he expresses it, the way that he communicates it. And having someone a part of my community that I met organically through the metaverse is something that it's a very special relationship that I have with Mitch, that I've been able to work on. And any single time I have an event or anything like that, he actually steps up to the plate and says, "Hey, hey, creative, what do you need help with? Can I speak? Can I help? Can I share?" And I really love that he always puts himself out there and to allow to collaborate. And through this collaboration, the value that he has provided has allowed me to think differently how I run my business, how I engage with others, and how I communicate. He's actually an author as well too. I mean, this guy does it all. And one of his books, that I was taking out is around AI and what to look for in the future when it comes to for lawyers, but also how to protect your digital assets. And the very first time I connected with Mitch, even after our talk in the metaverse, is I had the privilege to get him on a Twitter space. And I had no idea that this guy was going to come with a juggernaut of information. And one of the things that he talked about was how to protect your digital assets. And it really opened up my eyes about creating an LLC, a corporate entity, and how to protect my digital assets just like I would in the real world. And the value that he provided really struck with me. And even till now, he continues to educate me through his content. So I would love everybody to give a warm welcome to my friend Mitch Jackson here today.
Thank you so much. How's everyone doing? So basically, I'm a bad rash. You can't get rid of me, right?
No.
I show up, scratch, put the ointment on. This is so cool to be here, guys. This is the place to be right now. And one of the advantages of being an attorney is I get to see the products and services that you see on your phone. I get to see them a year ago when we're testing out with our clients the different technologies, when we're looking at the intellectual property issues, when we're looking at contract rights. And one thing I can tell you is what you're all doing here today, what you're creating, what you're building, the communities, the relationships, the new business models. You're in the right place doing the right thing. And I want to applaud everyone for being here because you are leading the way for the next 10, 20, 30 years. So this is to all of you. Definitely, definitely. So let me give some context. I'm in my headset right now, so hopefully it looks like does it look like I'm working the stage? Am I walking around on the stage? Someone give me a thumbs up.
You're definitely working the stage. You're definitely
Bruce,
working it.
It's good to see you. I've got some friends in here. We got Dan and Bruce. Okay, because one of the things I like to do is I like to walk my talk, and I like to share my own context of what we're doing here. How can we build our companies? How can we build our brands when it comes to metaverse spaces, Web3, even AI, right? And so to share that context with you, let me go back in time. You've got somebody here on stage that was born, before man set foot on the moon. I was around, before Michael Jordan, Tiger Woods, Barry Bonds, Messi were born. I started my practice out of the back of my car playing basketball in Laguna Beach, California, before the internet, before social media, right? Before Web 2 and Web 3. But I've always enjoyed, as technology started developing, embracing technology and bringing it into the practice, bringing it into my businesses, bringing it into the different companies that I've helped my clients start up. And we're talking hundreds and hundreds of clients over the years, whether it's starting up LLCs or incorporations, whether it's litigating and trying cases. I grew up in a family on a guest ranch in Tucson, Arizona, first person to go to college, first person to become a lawyer. So I came into this profession with a clean slate, with a fresh mind. And I think, Crazy Al, that's probably one of the reasons that I've really embraced the metaverse, because this is a game changer. It allows us to communicate, especially if you have your headset on in a room where I feel like I can go over to okay, maybe I'm working it too much, because when I'm on stage speaking around the world, I like to use anchor points. And we're going to talk about communication techniques in the metaverse, but I'm playing around right now. I'm learning as we're speaking. But I was just going to say, I was in Ira's space the night before last, or 2 or 3 nights ago, and she gave me a personal tour of a metaverse space. It was so impressive. It was personalized. Let me show you this. This is what I'm proud of. This is what I'm working on next. And I think building communities in these spaces, I think that by doing things that other people in our industries are either afraid to do or they don't know how to do, is what gives you leverage and gives you an advantage to gain an advantage over your competition, if competition is even a thing. But going back in time, I grew up on a ranch before any of this technology was around. I had the pleasure of watching a lot of really good people and good companies do amazing things during the early internet browser days. I watched other companies, fizzle into nothing for making the wrong decisions and partnering with the wrong people. And what I'm really interested in now is helping the community grow, helping the community make good business decisions in these Web 2 and Web 3 spaces, so that you can, minimize expenses, maximize end-of-year profits, and build communities around the world. And so that's why I'm here, and that's why I'm enjoying the metaverse communities so much. So let's talk a little bit about where we are and what we're doing. If you listen to the presentations all day long, and I did, I was working on my desk, on my desktop, listening to all the amazing tips, all of the advice that was being shared, all of the wins and losses, because we can learn more from our mistakes than we can from our wins. And what I realized is we're all in this together. We're all trying to figure out this stuff together. Raise your hand if you watched the first episode of this season's Black Mirror. Who watched Black Mirror? Okay. It had to do with licensing your rights as a creator, as an entertainer. And I'm not going to spoil it for everyone, but when I saw that episode, and I thought it was great, it was outstanding, it reminded me to point out the book that Creative Al had at the beginning of my introduction, where we want to show creators how to leverage your brand, how to market your services, how to do things that other entertainers and creators aren't doing in the metaverse and Web3 spaces. And it's all through what's called licensing. And what I told Creative Owls is if anyone is interested, the book's available on Amazon along with our other books, but if anyone's interested in the licensing book, all you have to do is just ping me and I'll shoot you out a complimentary PDF copy of the book. I think it's really, really good. It's going to open your eyes to when you do an event like this, how can you set it up and how can you maximize this event, not only to be successful during the live presentations, but also later on when it comes to licensing in different spaces, also taking this over into the Web2 world. There are a lot of proven approaches that have been developed over the years that we've put in the book. And I co-wrote the book with my son, who recently graduated from USC. The foreword is Mike Alton, who's head of creative strategic relationships and partnerships at Agora Pulse. And if you're not familiar with Agora Pulse, check it out. They're doing amazing things. But let me see, what's my time looking at? Okay, so here's the thing. You're in the right place, doing the right things. You're building community. You're networking. We're all trying to figure this stuff out together. But there were a few things, and I am a creator also, not just a lawyer. I'm a creator. I love sharing my GoPro pics. I love sharing my photography through NFTs on OpenSea when I'm out paddleboarding, when I'm running, when I'm doing all different kinds of things. I just think it's enjoyable. I like doing different things. I've started different companies. But what I've noticed with Web3 and the metaverse is there's some things we need to pay attention to. And moving forward, if everyone here pays attention to what I share with you, I think we're setting ourselves up for massive success. I think we're setting ourselves up for a year from now when our competitors, when other companies that are providing products and services similar to yours decide that they want to start leveraging these spaces, they're going to be so far behind the 8 ball. Okay, they're going to be so far behind the technology that they're not going to know where to start. You're going to be so far ahead when it comes to networking, when it comes to building community, when it comes to learning how to use these resources, that it's not even going to be a fair fight. So a couple of things that I'd like everyone to focus on moving forward, and that is it's so easy to connect and do business in these spaces, but you want to make sure you're set up where you can document whatever agreement, whatever transaction, whatever purchase or sale that you've entered into, you can document it in writing. And so one of the things that we're doing at my law firm and with my mediation company, and I'm mediating cases right now where Web3 creators, business owners, investors, when they have Web3 disputes, what we do is rather than litigate those cases, we invite them into a mediation. We can mediate the case over Zoom and get it resolved in a couple of hours as opposed to a couple of years. I'm really enjoying that part of my practice after 37 years. And one of the reasons we're having a lot of success in mediation is that, I've tried 70 cases. The average lawyer in California has tried 2 or 3 cases in his, her, or their career. I was named 2009 Orange County Trial Lawyer of the Year, 2013 Orange County or California Litigation Lawyer of the Year. I bring a lot of experience to the table. So most of the issues that we've seen, most of the issues that all of you are experiencing right now in the metaverse, is that copyrighted? Are there intellectual property issues? How can I document that agreement I just entered into with Bruce with respect to building out our next metaverse space, right? One of the challenges I've seen is you've got to make sure that your understandings and your agreements are in writing. So one of the things that we do when we're meeting with clients in the metaverse, when I'm mediating cases with clients in our virtual metaverse spaces, and we use different venues here in Spatial, is that we've connected and we use, for example, DocuSign that allows us to document a settlement that we've entered into in writing with a couple of digital signatures right there in the space. In other words, we want to make sure that we're using contracts to help the parties understand and confirm what they've agreed to do. Everyone here should be thinking the same thing. Think about how can I use contracts to document, the agreement, to document what I'm doing. That's one of the biggest challenges I've seen here in the metaverse spaces. The other thing is jurisdiction and venue. When we're doing business right now, we're not just doing business with somebody across the street or at the other end of our own state. Oftentimes we're doing business with someone on the other side of the country or the other side of the world. You need to keep that in mind, especially when you start getting a lot of zeros in your business transactions, right? Who are you actually doing business with? How can you confirm that? Are you making the right decisions? Are you investing your time and effort into a project that's going to be win-win down the line? Or are you associating yourself with the wrong person? The second element I wanted to talk about after number one, written contractual agreements, has to do with due diligence. Do your due diligence, pump the brakes, don't get sucked in by FOMO, fear of missing out. And because everything's happening so quickly here in the metaverse, in Web3, in AI, pump the brakes a little bit. Do your due diligence before going all in on a business opportunity with someone who you just met in a Twitter space. Do your due diligence before you grab someone you met in the metaverse and starting a new company with him, her, or them. Due diligence is not participating in a 15-minute Twitter space or 25-minute Google search. That's not due diligence. It's more complicated than that. There are a couple of free services and a couple of paid services you can tap into to really dive deep and figure out who am I doing business with? Are there any criminal activities I need to know about? Are there any civil or criminal business-related cases that I need to worry about? Let me check my watch real quick. Okay. And
You're good.
Do your due diligence before taking that next step. That's one of the biggest challenges that we're seeing right now when it comes to mediation. When we're mediating these cases, these metaverse disputes, it's normally because of issues relating to breach of contract, issues relating to fraud, or issues of the person I entered into a business relationship wasn't the actual person I thought that person was. It was somebody else. Think about it. I'm standing here. How do you know this is really me? Who's really behind this avatar? So we need to think and understand and anticipate while we're adding value to our clients' lives, while we're providing them with new products and services they haven't even thought about. At the same time, we do need to take a step back and make sure that we protect ourselves with contracts, that we have done our due diligence with respect to the business issues that we're dealing with. And I think we also want to give consideration to transparency. I use my name when I'm on stage. I use my name when I'm in the metaverse. I want people to be able to relate to me. This is who Mitch is. If you meet me offline, I'm the same person you see online when you look at my videos, when you read my books, when you see me in the metaverse. I think I have my beachwear on, if I'm not mistaken. I like to paddleboard. I live close to the water and the sand. This is just kind of who I am. And so when you're thinking about building out a business in the metaverse under a different name, under a different company, or maybe even identity that you don't want people to really know who you are. Let me share a little tough love with everybody when it comes to doing that. I get it. I understand it. But there's a problem with that if you really want to build your business. And that has to do with venture capitalists. If you're building a company that you may end up wanting to sell or expand or have venture capital come into your company, there's got to be full transparency and disclosure. You're not going to be able to hide behind, an identity, an avatar, a fake name, even if you're doing it in good faith. Full disclosure is going to be required. And so my thoughts and what we're advising our clients right now is to go ahead and, as Creative Owls mentioned, do business in the metaverse as a limited liability company or as a corporation. Check with the lawyer in your state, in your country, in your region to see what works best for you. Make sure you've got a good accountant or CPA watching and helping you make financial decisions, because out of the 200 or so startups that we've helped over the years, every single successful startup had three things going for it. Number one, they had a good lawyer. It wasn't necessarily us, but there was a good lawyer in the picture helping them make smart decisions. Number two, they had a really good CPA or accountant to take care of the finances, right? That's something that I don't even like dealing with. It's super important to have a good finance guy or gal in your corner to help take care of that part of the business. And the last thing is taking action. All of the founders of these successful startups are doing what you're doing right now. They're taking action. They know what to do. They've read the book. They've been to the presentation. They've read the literature. But here's what separates the looky-loos from the successful people that I've noticed over the years. We're talking 37 years of practicing law. And that is, they were also the individuals that took massive action. So what I want to leave everyone with today are a couple of thoughts. And those thoughts are as follows. Success isn't a straight line, right? It's one of these squiggly things that goes all over the place. You're at the top of the globe. You're at the top of the screen. You end up down here and you finally close the deal. That's what success really looks like in the real world. And guess what? Success looks like that in the metaverse too. Okay, we're all going to make mistakes. We're going to scrape our digital kneecaps. We're probably going to say something that we wished we hadn't have said. But the sun's going to come up tomorrow in the real world and in the digital metaverse too. Don't be afraid of putting yourself out there. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. Just don't make the same mistake twice. That's the key. When I hear the Silicon Valley mantra, which by the way doesn't really exist, but you've all read about it or heard about it online, fail often and fail fast, that's not really true, because if you fail too often, too fast, you fail yourself out of business, right? So what you want to do is learn from your mistakes, consistently improve on a daily basis, and keep moving forward. And if you do that, I can almost promise everyone in this room that if you continue to take action, you're early in this space, you're doing things differently than your competition. And I tell young trial lawyers all the time, if you're trying to build a practice and you're doing the same thing that everyone else in town is doing, you're doing it wrong. Okay? So you want to be unique, memorable, somewhat entertaining. You want to take risks. You want to stand out. And when it comes to these metaverse spaces, promote them, talk about them, invite people in to visit, have informal get-togethers, make it easy using QR codes or links. One of the things that we do with our clients is we'll let them know, would you like to meet in person? Would you like to meet in a Zoom? Or would you like to meet in our Metaverse conference room? And I can tell you that 9 out of 10 times when we offer the Metaverse conference room, the clients are, yeah, I'd love to try that out. Great, it's as easy as a Zoom. We'll send you the link, you click on it, and we're good to go. And through educating clients, through educating the general public, to reducing the friction and improving the experience for our customers or clients, that's where all of this is going. If we can all work together to make that happen, then I think we're also working together to make each other help make each other successful, and also take the metaverse to the next level. Let me simply close, and I want to open this up for Q&A depending on the time that we have. Let me simply close by saying all the experience that I've had over the years, all the things I've seen come and go, okay, I can tell you without any hesitation whatsoever, there's never been more opportunity in this world than what we're seeing right now. There has never been more opportunity in business and in life right now, despite what you see on television, despite what you may be experiencing right now. I'm telling everyone here, I've never seen in my life more opportunity, especially for entrepreneurs and startups, than what I'm seeing right now. And that's because of the metaverse. It's because of Web3. It's because of AI. They're all going to be working together, right, to help us do everything that we want to do. You're in the right place at the right time. That's why I'm here. That's why Creative Owls has put this all together. And that's why I'm so excited about moving forward. Thank you very much, everyone. It's been a pleasure to be here. Hasn't this been an amazing event? This has been so much fun. Dan, it's good to see you. So I don't know if Creative Owls is still here or if anyone would like to ask questions until he comes back in.
I'm always here.
It's up to you. How do you want to handle this.
I'm always here. If
You
anybody,
are always here.
if anybody,
Just like me, that rash.
if anybody has a question, please just go off my mic and just ask Mitch. So Mitch, here's a question for you. How do I start?
Yes, sir. How do you start in the metaverse?
No. Like, how do I start to figure out the right information that I need to protect myself? Like what's can I go to your website? Or what type of documentations do you have? Like where do you start for the people that are hearing you for the first time?
Absolutely. So my answer is, and understand everybody, I've been figuring this out for 3 decades, and I absolutely love what I'm doing. So what we've done over the years is we've set up at our website at mitchjackson.com a blog that's 10 years old that has answers to every single question you might want answered in starting up a Web3 or Metaverse business. If you connect with me on LinkedIn and you drop into my LinkedIn newsletter, you're going to see every imaginable article on the Metaverse that you can think of, and they're all written in a way to try to add value. For example, I talk about when we're on stage communicating, use the stage. Walk around, use your hands, right? Use voice inflection, metaphor, storytelling. This is an audio experience. It's not just what we see. It's not just visual. People are listening to what we're saying. And I'd love to see more creators spend more time working on their communication skills, working the stage, using voice inflection, metaphors. This is dynamite. These are the things that resonate with people. If you make people feel good, if you tap into emotions, everything else falls into place.
Thank you so much, Mitch. Anybody else would like to ask any other questions?
I did.
I'm filming.
Yeah, people are coming, and the other thing is you want to learn how to wing it, right? You never know what's going to happen. Listen, I have a little admission to make. I've spoken a couple of times to Tony Robbins. Several thousand people in the audience, right? I start running up on stage when they call my name. My toe hits the edge of the stage. I go flying through the air, and a buddy of mine on stage caught me. And at that point, I think we both realized, because this wasn't our first rodeo, do we make a big deal out of this almost catastrophic face down fall, or do we have some fun? And so we had some fun. And within 15 seconds, we had the audience with us, and we were able to continue doing what we're doing. Things happen, especially in new venues like the Metaverse. Go with it, play with it, enjoy it. Don't point fingers at others. Instead, use it as an opportunity to learn and get better.
Thank you, Mitch. Does anybody have any questions for Mitch? Please just walk up to the red podium and just go ahead and ask away. This is a great opportunity for anybody here that has a business, wants to learn a little bit, or has any questions for Mitch. Please step up to the rug. I'll give everybody, another 10 seconds. If not, I will step up again. So Mitch, you are smart, caring, good looking. I'm sorry, I can't read your handwriting. No, but I just want to say thank you so much for taking some time to educate us here in the community. This type of value information is really hard to come by. And the fact that you're taking time to connect with us and educate us, really means the world. And one of the key things as being a creator or entrepreneur is being consistent. And the consistency that I see in you is incredible. And what the volume of content that you produce is right up my alley of one of the top content creators that I have ever encountered or met through your space. So I just want to say thank you for taking some time, being a part of the Creative Talk, being a part of all our shows, and stepping up to the plate and sharing your story, your background, and for the future. I'm also looking forward for more sessions to having you on here. So if everybody can give a huge round of applause for Mr. Mitch Jackson. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thanks, everybody. Really appreciate it. And remember, Creative Al, if anybody wants that book, it's my treat. Just ping me, okay?
If anybody wants a book,
everybody.
They can't reach Mitch, just go ahead and reach out to me. All right, gang. Everybody that's been watching on the live stream I think we've been streaming for I think over like 7 hours. I just want to say thank you so much for coming here. it has really been a dream of me to put something like this together. These are the things that I dream about, of like, how is this going to work? Is it going to work? Is this person going to show up? And there's a lot of dreaming that comes into this place when I put this together. And there's a lot of like confidence that I try to put on myself for me to like brainwash myself to say that, hey, I can do this. And I'm happy that I did it, that I've been able to put something on where there are times where I kind of doubted myself and say, hey, can I really put this? I'm proud of the support that everyone's been providing. I'm proud of Spatial. I'm proud of all the new creators that have stepped up and to help make this event a really memorable event for the Metaverse. And we're just getting started here today. So I want to thank you for being here, to participating and watching, educating and learning. And I hope everybody has a fantastic weekend. Don't forget to reset, recharge. And for everybody here that's creating, one thing I want to say is believe in yourself. That is probably the number one thing that I can tell you as creators in the space. The number one thing you can do is believe in yourself, invest in yourself, learn. Don't be scared to fail. That is part of learning and leveling up. And I'm just so happy that it's really happened. This is like a dream come true, because I've been dreaming about being a part of this and speaking and connecting with everybody. So thank you, everybody. I hope everybody has a great night. If you guys haven't already, I'm going to go ahead and complete the quest. Go find the key. Once you're done with the key, there is a form for you to fill out. And we're going to be doing a live raffle. I'm going to be giving away some merchandise for the Creative Owls team. And for those that are listening here today, I will put in the chat real quick or a little bit later, or if you guys want to reach out, how to become a speaker at the Creative Talk. We're going to do this every couple months and just get some new blood in here and to hear some more stories and connect with everybody. But thank you so much, and I hope everybody has a great evening. And thank you guys for being here so much.
All right, good job. Thank you. Amazing. You should get everybody on stage for a group picture.
Yeah, let's do it. We'll do one group. If everybody can hop on the stage. Sorry, Mitch, I'm going to replace your logo.
You should definitely.
And I'm going to put the creative talk. I think this was great. I'm really happy how this turned out. I didn't know what was going to happen. I was just and then today we were having a little bit of hiccups. So thank you guys. If everybody wants to, hold on, I'm just going to bring everybody. If everybody can hop over here, I'm just going to bring everybody here real quick. So I apologize if I pull you. It's not to hurt you. It's to get everybody here with me today. So boom. All right, hold on. Let me do another one. I'm going to do another poll so everyone's more in intel. So hold on. All right. If everybody can just stand in a line, and then we will take a photo here in just 2 seconds. If everybody can turn towards me to the front of the stage, that would be great. I think everybody's still kind of getting after it. All right. Okay, we're gonna take a photo.
I'm gonna get right here.
Perfect. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. All right, we're gonna. If everybody can clap, I will take a screenshot. Throw some hearts up there, some emojis. And thank you everybody for being here today. The Metaverse Summit, the Creative Talk, a lot of value here today, a lot of amazing things. So thank you everybody for participating, being a part of this event. We had people from Japan, Italy, Rome, United States, all over the world today joining us today, and it's just so special to be here today. And these new connections, I think those are really amazing, that we're getting to meet some individuals. So thank you so much. I'm going to log off. You guys feel free to hang out as long as you want to. And I will talk to you guys soon. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks for all your hard work. Appreciate it.